Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have a roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, Vice Chair Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. May I read the statement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you so much, Assistant City Clerk. And I did mention that, I failed to mention that it's a joint meeting between the City Council and the Stadium Authority. So that's the reason for Mayor Chair and member of Stadium Authority and council members. So I just want to make a couple of opening statements that the City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distance protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last four digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each item, the staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public that are requesting to speak are under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. That's publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that they have an opportunity to speak if you do come down here to City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all of you, all Santa Clarans, in your efforts in following the very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. And as you can see, our council chamber here, I have taken off my mask because I'm at least 15, maybe 20 feet from anybody around me, but we all are practicing social distancing here in the council chambers as well. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining us today. We do have a long agenda this afternoon, so if I can call on my fellow council members to be clear and concise in your statements so that we can get through this meeting, which is our last meeting before our month-long break. So that's why there's a lot of important and interesting things on the agenda. We want to make sure that we can get to all of them as well. So I'm going to first start with our first special order of business, and I see we have some special guests in the audience here at City Hall today as well. I would like to announce that, and it's going to be next month, is American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. Since 2016, the City of Santa Clara has recognized August as Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month to affirm the city's continued support and to stand in solidarity with the Muslim community against anti-Muslim rhetoric and attitudes. Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month honors generations of Muslim Americans for their many social, cultural, and economic contributions to the city, the state, and all across the country. In honor of American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, I have signed a proclamation proclaiming the month of August 2020 as the 5th annual Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month in Santa Clara. At this time, I'd like to invite CARE's Government Relations Coordinator, Samina Usman, up to the podium, who will speak on American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month and share COVID-19 relief efforts made by the local community organizations. And I know that you have made a lot of contributions and you've helped a lot of people during this pandemic. So first of all, thank you so much. I'll come down after and present this to you, but welcome, Samina.
No, thank you very much. We truly, can I take this off?
Yes.
Since I'm 15? Thank you. Okay, great.
Yes, so we can hear
I can
you.
breathe.
Thank you.
Okay, wanted to thank you very much for recognizing the designation of August as Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. We're excited that this is the 5th year, that this is the 5th anniversary. Under normal circumstances, we would be having a number of people join us today. So we have a community member here who's going to be speaking, and then also we actually have some who are in the cafeteria, members from Islamic Relief, the Muslim Community Association, and we have a number of organizations in Santa Clara who have been providing services, who have been hosting food drives, who have been having food banks, who have been donating like tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars to community members who are struggling during this time, especially with this COVID pandemic. We have also, so CARE has been providing legal services and also, help and assistance when it comes to unemployment or housing issues or whatnot. We are truly, we consider Santa Clara as part of our family. We are part of the Santa Claran family, and we want to make sure that we assist and that we are helping those in need. And we have a number of organizations, Helping Hands, Muslim American Society, a number of organizations in Santa Clara. We're very blessed in order to have them, be contributing members of this community. So thank you again. We truly appreciate this recognition, especially during this time. We still see cases of discrimination and hate crimes that are affecting the Muslim community, to have this recognized every year is incredibly important, and so we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Muslim community is very important to us here in Santa Clara, but I know that you have, wherever there's a need, that your community has gone to help whoever it is, whoever's in need, and you're very, very giving people and very generous to the community here in Santa Clara, which is your home. So thank you so much. I'm going to hand this to you at a distance. I know you have,
And
you
we have
want
actually,
others to speak first?
Yeah,
Go
actually,
ahead.
Brother Nilam,
Oh,
if he can actually
please,
say a
please,
couple
yes,
words
go
too.
ahead.
Thank you very much, if you want to.
Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor of Santa Clara, and then also fellow City Council members, I wanted to start off with the Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum. May the peace and blessing upon all of you. Indeed, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. So I really wanted to take this opportunity and sincerely thank the City Council members and then Mayor for recognizing American Muslim community. One of the vibrant Muslim communities, Santa Clara Muslim community. It has a very rich history. We have been here for a very long time. And our parents, our ancestors, they came here not just to live their life, they also thought about the people, those who are around us. They created numerous organizations here. Even after 30 years, 40 years, we are not just existing here, we are aggressively helping the other communities. The organization that I belong to, which is ICNA, Islamic Circle of North America, it's one of the oldest organizations here in Santa Clara, and we have been serving in this community for last 30 plus years. And I think it's more appropriate to just mention a couple of them, since not many may aware or may not aware of the Islamic Circle of North America. So we started 15 years ago the project called Feed the Hungry, Mercy on Wheels. So every other week, rain or shine, our volunteers come together. It's all done by volunteers. We go to 5 different cities and serve the hot meal every other week. It was stopped due to the pandemic, but we resumed it last week. And then in the winter season, you all know how the cold the weather is. And we have another project called Abraham's Day. It's not only we are giving the food, and also the hygiene kits and winter clothing mainly. So last December, one of our city council member joined the program, and so she appreciated it much. And one program that we are doing in the summer, the same way in the winter, summer is also getting hotter, especially in inland. So we have a program called the Shade Program. So what we do with that, so all the summer items such as in the hat and water bottle and sanitizer and things like that. So we have been doing it, and this coming Saturday, the second year of the Shade Program is going to take place, and our group of volunteers will be coming to Santa Clara Park, and then we will be maintaining all the social distancing and then city guidelines, and we will be distributing the summer utilities to the 5 different cities. And we really be proud of be part of this city, and thank you very much again. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck on your shade program, too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay? So I wanted to come down for a moment and just hand you this at a distance, Amina.
We stay in the middle with a distance 6 feet. Yeah. Yep, that works. Okay. 3, 2, 1. One more.
Okay, thank you. Our very next special order of business is presentation of the 2020 City of Santa Clara Silicon Valley Power Scholarships. And so our Chief Electric Utility Officer, Manuel Pineda, will now take the floor to introduce this year's Santa Clara Silicon Valley Power Scholarship recipients. Manuel.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. It's my second year doing this, and obviously it's a little different this year, but I was very excited to get so many students excited about working on the power business. So this program, of course, relies on the efforts of volunteers from the local community, and specifically we have 2 independent representatives who'll help us look at the applications. And I would like to thank Eversley Forte. He's a Santa Clara businessman, cultural commissioner, City of Santa Clara previously, for helping us with that process. And Robert Owens, who's a board member of the West Valley Mission Community College District. Thank you very much both for your contributions to this program. And I'd also like to acknowledge Vula Brown from Silicon Valley Power, who's been the city lead since this program started. So with that in mind, it is my pleasure to recognize, and if I can have the presentation, 3 outstanding student applicants this year that were chosen to receive the $5,000 scholarships. They all have demonstrated an interest in pursuing a degree or education in a field related to energy services. Obviously we don't have them here today, but I do believe they're tuning in remotely. And if I can have the short presentation, just so I can give them their close-up as part of the announcement. Thank you very much. So I appreciate them sharing their picture with us. The first one is Ryota Inagaki. He graduated from Santa Clara High School, and he's studying engineering, mathematics, and statistics at the University of California, Berkeley. Go Bears. He's studying the physics and math behind electrical engineering and has become fascinated with research on mathematical modeling with the desire to apply these skills to the power industry. He has been involved in various volunteer opportunities in his community, including working at the Northside Library, being a crew leader at his Vacation Bible School, and with the Boy Scouts. Among his Eagle Scout projects, he built and donated an owl box to the Santa Clara Water District's stream maintenance program. Our next recipient is Vincent Close, who just graduated from Wilcox High School and is planning to study earth science at the University of Virginia, Charlottesville. He has been actively involved in his community, both at the school and within the city. He represented his student body on the School District Board of Trustees and serves as vice chair on the city's Youth Commission. He has also been volunteering as an intern for a research geologist at the U.S. Department of Interior doing geological surveys since earlier this year. As a student in earth science, he feels it's important to understand all aspects of energy demand so he can help contribute to the development of energy sources for tomorrow. Congratulations, Vincent. And last, Serena Cutney. She just completed her junior year at the University of California, Davis as a chemical engineering major. Serena has a record for active service in her community. Through high school, she volunteered with the Lions Club and Doggy Protective Services. She's an avid soccer player, participating in club soccer in high school, as well as UC Davis. She finds that as an engineering student, she's developing skills that will enable her to create sustainable energy solutions to improve current industry practices. She's enthusiastic about her future in the energy field and looks forward to making contributions to the improvement of the technology needed to optimize sustainability. Congratulations, Serena. And I know they're not here today. I know we have their awards here. And certainly,
Give them a round of applause.
Yes, definitely. And I gotta say, always very impressed with the students and the scholarships and the submittals that we get. So very happy to present this to the council today.
This is very, very impressive. Did you let all 3 of them know, Serena, Vincent, and Ryota, that,
Yes.
that they need now to sign up to work at Silicon Valley Power when they graduate from college. Did you say that was the small print in the
Well,
scholarship?
Yeah, we actually did, and we said, but it was fine because we told him it was just a lifetime contract, so it's no big deal. It's lifetime, no
Very
big deal.
good. As long as they all understand that. They're
Very
so,
clear, we made it clear.
They're so impressive. I mean, congratulations to all of them. This is very exciting. I have a hand up from Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate all of them, but I have two thoughts. I got my degree in chemical engineering, environmental control, technical option. So I'm really excited to see young ladies going into chemical engineering. And I wanted to shout out to Vincent Coles, who is one of my students at Wilcox, and I'm so proud of him. I'd love to send him a virtual hug.
Okay, I think he got that hug. So anybody else? And we have displayed their certificates up here, their scholarship certificates. I don't know if anybody can see them at this point, but they're up here. So congratulations to all of them. Thank you, Manuel. We appreciate the presentation. All right, next we have a special order of business, and that is recognition of District 1 resident Jennifer Witten. As a special order of business today, the council would like to take a moment to recognize District 1 resident Jennifer Witten for her outstanding community contributions. So to introduce Jennifer and talk about the many ways that she has improved the quality of life in our wonderful city, I would like to give that honor to and the floor to District 1 Council Member Kathy Watanabe. Kathy?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to honor Jennifer Witten. I've had the pleasure of knowing Jennifer for the last 9 years. I feel like ever since she stepped foot into Santa Clara, everybody has gotten to know her and know of her dedication and volunteerism, not just in the school district, but to local nonprofits like the JW House. During her 9 years in Santa Clara, she has totally given of herself 100% from the heart. And if we weren't in a shelter-in-place right now, this farewell would be much different. Jennifer and her husband Charles have decided to go back to Austin, Texas, where they moved from back in 2011, and they have a lot of family there. But at the same time, they've made a lot of family here too. And we wanted to make sure that they knew how much we would miss them and that how much they have made a distinct impression and difference in not just in the school district, but also in the city of Santa Clara. So we just wanted to wish you well going back to Austin to rejoin your family and especially your two exceptional daughters, Caitlin and Emily, who we got to know while they were attending Don Calajon School and Santa Clara High School. They gave just as much of themselves. They have very good role models, and so they've given of themselves as well. And we want to make sure that you stay in touch with us through Facebook so that we know what you're going to be up to in Austin. And so with that, I would like to invite Jennifer to come up to the podium to accept the certificate of special mayoral recognition honoring her dedicated volunteer efforts and spirit of community service. And I also believe there are a few people on the line or may have sent in comments to share their thoughts and thanks and farewell as well. So thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I'm wondering, are there people online that why don't we have them speak while Jennifer's here so she can hear that first before we give her an opportunity to speak if you'd like, of course. Let's hear what your fans have to say. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll have,
Oh, a speaker here. There's someone here too. Okay. Is there somebody? Yes, go on the line.
yeah, Michelle Ryan.
Michelle Ryan?
Hi. Okay. I'm Michelle Ryan, president of the Santa Clara Unified Board of Trustees. And on behalf of the school district, I just wanted to express our sincere appreciation for all of the volunteer work Jennifer has done for the district and for our students over her time in Santa Clara Unified. We're so grateful for everything she's done, so appreciative for all the work at Don Calajon, at Santa Clara High School, both as a volunteer, as a substitute teacher, and we will miss her presence in the district, and we wish her and her family the best of luck in their new adventures. And I'm so grateful that the city is able to honor her contributions to the city and our students and our families as well. So thank you very much, and glad I could join you today.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. We appreciate that. Next, is it Lisa Kund? Lisa Kund?
Yes, hello, Jennifer. We so appreciate everything you have done to go above and beyond as a volunteer in Santa Clara Unified School District. And in particular, I just wanted to recognize the work that you have done to keep the science fair going at a time when it was not supported by the school district. You really just did so much to support science in our school district. And also as a board member of Santa Clara Unified Parents, and just supporting our parents in making it a great experience in the district. So we really just appreciate you, and we will miss you so much. And if I were there, I wish I could give you a hug, but since I can't be there, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have someone here in the audience. Would you like to speak? Sure. Okay. 6 feet, Jennifer. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm from JW House. My name is Naina Patel. So Jennifer Whitten came to us at the house in January 2017, and her personality is so cheerful and bubbly, and she was loved by our guests and volunteers, and she always has a smile on her face. She was a wonderful sub, and we just appreciated all she did for JW House, and we just want to wish her the best for her family, and bon voyage, and hopefully she will continue to support JW House. That was it. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. So Jennifer, I think now's the time if you'd like to say something.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Watanabe for even making this possible, and to you, Mayor Gilmore, and to the entire city. My husband and I have lived here 9.5 years, and I jumped in. Hans Barber was the principal at Don Calajon at the time when we moved here, and about 3 weeks into our move, I called him and I said, I need to know what I can do to help. How can I get involved? I want to really make a difference in this community. And he said, oh, I have a lot of ways. And there's a lot of teachers. And I started out volunteering in the library at Don Calajon literally within the first month that we moved here, and continued to be involved with so many things in the school district and Santa Clara Unified Parents and Santa Clara High School and Don Calajon and JW House. And it just, there's something special when you can be in the grocery store and a child or an adult says, hey, I know you help at my school, or I know you, I met you at JW House when my parent was having surgery. And I think that just made me feel so good. It made me feel a part of the community, and then also the opportunity to have kids realize. I remember the first middle school class that I worked with for a significant amount of time. One of the kids said, how much do you get paid to do this? And I said, to volunteer here? And she said, yes. And I said, I get paid with, your thanks and your hugs and seeing that you're learning and progressing. And so many of the kids were just baffled. And I said, well, for me, what I hope is that seeing me volunteer will encourage you in the future to try to make a difference in your community and in the lives of others. And so I just appreciate all the opportunities that the city has given me to do that, to make a difference in other people's lives. So thank you.
Okay, maybe we can give her a round of applause because we can hear you out there.
Thank you.
Sounded like Councilmember Davis. Thank you, Jennifer. It doesn't sound like anybody really wants you to go anywhere, so we're
I will miss everyone here.
we're sorry to see you go, but thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for bringing her here today. So I think everyone will recognize you, and you've done so much for Santa Clara and our schools, as was evidenced by Dr. Ryan getting on and calling. So thank you very much. I want to meet you down here and hand you the mayoral recognition
Great.
that you can take with you to Texas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we ready? In 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Thank you for coming. You're welcome. Should turn off the microphone when she's cleaning. Yeah. Okay. Moving on now, we have our next order of business, which is a verbal report from our city manager, Deanna Santana, regarding COVID-19 pandemic. Deanna.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, City Council. I just want to share that at yesterday's council meeting, I mentioned that there was confusion between this County of Santa Clara's recent order as well as the state's recent order. And so as part of this presentation, I'm going to ask our Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, to provide clarification, and we'll show a slide about that so that we provide the community with some clarity around what has happened. But first, I just want to acknowledge that this is our last meeting before the council recess, and the council will be recessing for about a month. And during that time, we're going to use that time to reassess and refine some of our reopening strategies. But first and foremost, before that, given that city staff has been going with delaying vacations or having to postpone vacations, we're going to take some needed time off and then reassess where we're at for reopening. And so you will see some changes, including because the school year is starting, we will be discontinuing our CPOD food distribution program to align with the school district's school calendar year. And so that communication will be coming out over the next couple of weeks, as well as we will be putting into place over the next couple of weeks our contactless service through our drive-through out of the finance department, where people can get additional services that's contactless from the city. And keep in mind that when we return in the fall, we will have some reduced staffing levels that took place earlier in April, and so you will see the impact of that. However, with the discontinuation of the food distribution program, we are going to assign resources for reinstituting our boards and commission meetings virtually in the September timeframe. So lots of good stuff happening. I do have 3 big good news items, and I want to start by the council challenged us with improving our communication strategy, and I just want to show a slide here. I don't know if it's, can you switch the slide for me? And we took that directive seriously, and we showed our commitment, and we've been able to provide a biweekly newsletter that is shared within the city organization with employees as well as with residents. But I have good news in terms of additional good news that we received today, in that we have received first place amongst the California Public Information Officers for not one, but two categories. The first is in most innovative communication. So when the council challenged us, we took it all the way. We've been recognized in first place within a matter of months by the state of California's PI organization, which is the place to rank, as well as the city staff-driven Great White website launch, website redesign. That was also acknowledged as our rollout as well as our website redesign. And so we're very proud of those recognitions. They came at the right time, right before our recess, where we can share with the community. We're going to be issuing some press release or some communication about that. I also want to acknowledge that on July 17th, Silicon Valley Power will be promoting possible electric vehicle wrap designs. We're going to have a contest with the community where we will have the community vote at large on the design using the city's Open City Hall platform. And SV hopes to create enthusiasm and increase awareness of electrical vehicles, and the wrap design will allow it for us to reinforce our message of a cleaner future through electric transportation. We are also planning to have a separate contest with our kids in the community, and we expect to announce that within this school calendar year. I also want to share that over the last year, we instituted our Workers Scholars Program. After putting it in place, we have our first graduate who's preparing to graduate in November. That's Gary Ferraris. He's a mechanical maintenance worker and a Santa Clara resident. And he reported last week that he has finished all of his coursework and he is just preparing for his final report, which he will complete with November, and with that he will receive his bachelor's degree. And so the program that we put in place last year is already paying off with developing skills and our staff. So in closing thoughts, we continue to be innovative and flexible in responding to the COVID pandemic, which is continuing to evolve as evidenced yesterday. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Lisa to provide some clarification of some of the confusion that surfaced yesterday. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal, and I will get to the slide that's up on the screen right now in just a moment. On the COVID-19 case numbers front, here's where we are in the county as of yesterday, July 13th. The County Public Health Department reported 6,542 confirmed COVID-19 cumulative cases with a total of 167 deaths. At last word, there are 337 COVID-19 total reported cases within the city of Santa Clara. Our hospitalizations are up. For example, on June 1st, we had 46 COVID hospitalizations. As of last night, we had 129 hospitalizations, but some of those are from other counties. The County of Santa Clara's new risk reduction public health order went into effect yesterday, allowing more activities to resume, including outdoor gatherings of up to 60 people, as long as social distancing guidelines and other health and safety protocols are followed. However, Santa Clara County also went back on the state's county monitoring list for COVID-19 because of the increase in our hospitalizations. And one of the data points the state is asking for is greater clarity on the number of out-of-county patients in our hospitals. The state is also saying, however, it's notable that the number of patients hospitalized is still low relative to the size of the population in Santa Clara County, and it's low relative to the number of hospital beds that we have available in the county. So it's not, there is a bigger picture here. But the significance of this for us, Governor Gavin Newsom announced yesterday, the 30 or so counties on the state watch list are now required to close indoor operations for certain sectors. And so the top part of the slide that's being shown reflects that. Those indoor operations closed statewide yesterday were never actually opened for us, but for our county, as you can see from the bottom half of the slide, hair salons and barbershops, personal care services, shopping malls now must be closed as of tomorrow, July 15th. And the trigger for tomorrow being that is when we will be on the state's watch list for 3 consecutive days. So with our new county order, Indoor gatherings of any size remain prohibited. As we've said all along, this is a rapidly evolving situation, and the local COVID-19 response will change depending on what's happening with the outbreak. A couple of other key points of the county's new order. Residents should continue to stay at home and minimize interactions with people outside of one's household as much as possible. And residents aged 70 and older, as well as other vulnerable individuals, should only go out for essential needs. According to the order, all workers who can do their jobs from home are required to work remotely. Dr. Sarah Cody, our county health officer, you've heard me quote her many, many times. She has stated that the fight against COVID-19 is unfortunately far from over, and everyone is strongly encouraged to consistently follow the state and local health orders. Under the new public health order, all businesses in Santa Clara County must update their social distancing protocol and submit it to the county online. For more information, businesses should visit www.covid19prepared.org. Businesses can also contact the County COVID-19 Business Call Center by calling 408-961-5500. And our communications team has messaged this contact information through the city's communications channels. As part of the new guidance, also there are capacity limits for businesses. Businesses can have no more than one worker per 250 gross square feet and no more than one customer per 150 square feet of space that's open to the public in the facility at one time. Currently, we're evaluating what this means for city facilities moving forward. And as City Manager Santana shared, we'll take the council recess to assess all of this. In addition, to ensure the safety and health of our community, the city is submitting updated social distancing protocols to Santa Clara County for all of our active city facilities. The updated protocols include the city's new training requirements for our employees and will soon be accessible online to the public through the county's social distancing protocol business database. Once these protocols are made public, we encourage all of our residents to review the available information to ensure that the businesses and facilities you frequent are taking all necessary health and safety precautions during the pandemic. For our city workforce, we're required to provide training on COVID-19, including how to prevent it from spreading, screening for symptoms, staying home and getting tested if COVID-19 symptoms exist, and safety protocols in the workplace to prevent or minimize COVID-19 exposure. The administration has developed a training and has provided this training to all directors and just this morning provided training to managers. The remainder of the workforce will be trained over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So I will turn things back over to City Manager Santana. Thank you, and thank you to Mayor Gilmore and council members.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. We really appreciate that. City Manager?
We're prepared to answer any questions if the council has any questions about where we're at with COVID.
Okay, thank you. I have one, Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to thank Deanna and getting the commissions back online in September. I'm glad to hear that. I know that they are eager to get back to work and help us out. And I wanted to thank staff for listening to the communication issues that was long needed in our city. And the PIO awards, I want to thank all of you for getting that done. I just love getting awards for everything that you all do. And I wanted to congratulate Gary on his bachelor's degree. I think this is an awesome program, and it is going to be great for the city going forward in succession planning and people being able to go a little bit higher in their job descriptions. And for Lisa, my question to you is, you made a couple comments about the hospitals and the people that were in them for COVID. But I'm just curious, with this uptick of new people, I guess, testing positive, isn't it attributed to the testing that is going on? Because I know our city had a 4-day at Northside Library, and now we're looking at one at Central Park. But I think if the city is able to maintain some kind of consistency with the county of getting as many people tested as possible, it would probably ease a lot of tensions. And I'm also finding, and answer this question for me, people that are being hospitalized are less, the visit is much longer because we've been able to help people with the COVID, like, catching it early and getting them out of the hospital early. So could you clarify any of that, please?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Yes, absolutely. With all of the frequent testing, the increase in COVID case numbers is to be expected. And that number, because of the asymptomatic transmission, that number itself, it's certainly notable, but it is the number of hospitalizations that are more meaningful and a better reflection of our healthcare capacity and our ability to care for more and more patients. As I shared with this body back on March 11th, it's just those numbers of hospitalizations that we pay very close attention to. So yes, absolutely, I agree with what you're sharing. And the county continues to encourage everyone to get tested, and they really appreciate our partnership with our city-county hosted testing sites within the city of Santa Clara. As far as hospitalization visits, yes, they have certainly made advances in treating COVID. Ventilator use is down. They have learned techniques of treating patients, for example, with 100% oxygen earlier on, treating patients on their stomachs. Remdesivir is a medication that can cut hospital stays by a third. Dexamethasone is also another medication that has been used to treat patients. So advances are being made with treatment as well.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. But if you can be our advocate for getting more testing done within the city of Santa Clara, we have maybe 128,000 people living here. So I'm hoping that we will get our numbers up, that our people will feel a little bit more safe to kind of walk around and be a little cognizant of what's happening out in the world, but to lessen the fear that is out there, that people are, they're scared. So if they know and they're being tested, I think that is a great opportunity for education and to keep what we are doing, what the city is doing, and helping out in our efforts. And I know that we are very strong in that area, but I just like to keep the lead going on. So I'm hoping that you're our advocate within the county. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we actually are working on greater partnership with the county to increase testing, and City Manager Santana will be sharing information when it's timely on this issue.
So thank you again, Lisa. You're doing an outstanding job.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to also just echo my congratulations to the city staff for the recent awards. I know how hard everybody has been working. I think we all know how hard everybody's been working at City Hall. Everybody's wearing a lot of different hats these days, and we really appreciate all the efforts that have taken place to communicate and to make people aware, to be innovative and flexible, just continue to reach out to the city and let the residents know what's going on, and also just make it fun. So it's not boring, it's fun. One of the videos that I especially enjoyed was the library video with the drive up, the contactless pickup for picking up books at the Central Park Library. It was very cute, it was very innovative, and I know I would definitely want to go to the library after watching that video. So thank you for all that you've done. I know it's been intense for all of us, but especially the city staff just every day is a moving target, and so you are appreciated. And Lisa Schoenthal, I know you're working at both ends as well. You've got to definitely have a lot of moving targets, and so thank you for all that you're doing and keeping us up to date and answering questions. And when we hear from the community, and we want to be able to be responsive to our constituents. So thank you for all that you do to help us achieve that. And I hope that you'll have the next month will be quiet or quieter, and we'll see you after we come back from the break. But thank you so much for all that you all do.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I love your positive attitude. Next month's going to be quiet. Yes, okay, we're all hoping for that. Quiet, healthy, with a nice vaccine. All right. Is that it, City Manager, for your report? Thank you very much. Thanks for the good news, and thank you, Lisa Schoenthal, for filling in some of the questions, blanks with the questions that we've had, and we appreciate giving us these regular updates. I had so many questions as well. All right, moving on now, we're going to move to the consent calendar. All actions are approved with one motion, unless a council member would like to pull any of the consent items, or a member of the public. Would anyone like to pull an item? Councilmember Watanabe.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes. Let me see. I have to, I've been informed that I need to recuse myself from item 2E, as it applies to the Northside Library, and apparently it's within 1,000 feet of my house, so I need to recuse myself on that particular matter. But
which item was that? Which one was that?
2E, like Edward.
2E. All right. 2E, abstention from Watanabe. Got that, City Clerk? All right. Thank you for that.
Yes, and also 2H and 2.
Okay, you're blocking out, so we can't hear what you want. Did you want to pull items?
Yes.
Which items would you like to pull?
2H, like Harry. And 2I, like ice cream.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
So those two items are (2H) is action to authorize the city manager to execute agreements with Shack Tasman CDM Apartments LLC for the construction of park improvements and the maintenance of the park in perpetuity with the Tasman East area is the first one. And the second one, Councilmember Watanabe, you're pulling is 2I. That item is action to delegate authority to Mayor Gilmore and Chief Nicolai to establish an ad hoc committee in support of the Commit to Action initiative. All right. Let's see, Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, I would like to pull, just to have a little bit of discussion about the item 2M, as in Mary, which is about the losses on the NFL events, just as again, I have a little bit more discussion for the public on that.
Okay, so that's 2M. Councilmember O'Neill is pulling. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a comment for 2C.
Comment?
An e-comment.
Okay, go ahead. You would read that.
This comment is from Suds Jane. It says, I just checked the city's investment policy document. I don't see any guidance. They're restricting investments to socially responsible companies and avoiding companies involved with tobacco and fossil fuels. Some years ago, I was told that we don't hold investments in fossil fuel companies. The policy document allows for commercial paper, corporate notes, and mutual fund investments. Guidance should be given to PFM to avoid tobacco and fossil fuel products. End of comment.
Thank you. All right, do I have a motion to, do we have someone else?
Suds Jane also raised his hand. I don't know if it's for this item.
Oh, I didn't see that. Is it for this item? He's had his comment read already, so
Yeah, it's for this item. You can,
Okay, well, we typically don't do both, so,
For his hand.
so unless you have something additional to add, we either hear from someone in person or read a comment. So is there something in addition, Mr. Jane, that you'd like to add that you haven't, I don't want you to
no,
repeat?
no,
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that one or the other happened.
Okay, are you asking for the item to be pulled? Because we're not pulling it unless it's requested.
No, I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Any other comments or comments from the public? Okay, Assistant City Clerk?
Who was the second?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
I was.
Was that Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember and Board Member O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe,
With the exception of 2E, like Edward, I
Yes.
recuse myself from E, but the balance I do approve.
I have that noted, thank you. Councilmember Board Member Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, noting the abstention from Councilmember Member Watanabe. Okay, now next is, I believe it's public presentations. Public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Assistant City Clerk? No. Anyone, any member of the public? Is there anybody here, physically here? No. Thank you, Robin. No one's physically here. Okay, so we have no public presentations. Next, we're going to move to consent items pulled for discussion. And so let's just take them in order as they were pulled. Councilmember Watanabe, 2H. That is the item, city manager to execute agreements with Shack Tasman CDM Apartments LLC for the construction of park improvements and the maintenance of the park in perpetuity within the Tasman East area. Councilmember, Authority Member Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting me speak on this. It's more so for informational purposes. I've taken a look at the Tasman East web page in the last couple of weeks, and I see a lot of work has been done and on the Tasman East project, and so I would like to request that maybe our community of a director of community services, maybe when we come back from break, have an update on the Tasman East project so we can see how it is progressing to share with the council and also with the community as well. That was my request.
Okay, did you want to make a motion?
Yes,
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, I would like to move for adoption of the consent item.
Okay, there's
Second.
motion second from Council Authority Member Davis. And I see that we have an e-comment from Susan Hinton. Is it on this item? Assistant City Clerk, would you like to read that, please?
This comment is from Susan Hinton. It reads, Exhibit C, Legend 5, dog park is described as using synthetic turf, which, number one, architecturally is considered hardscaping, i.e. the environmental equivalent to cement, and there is therefore not green space, and two, is topped with synthetic plastic turf, Microplastics and their off gases will pollute the air, while runoff will take plastic bits to the bay and beyond. This should be swapped for drought-tolerant grass. Also, other trees and lush plantings should be low-water California natives. End of comment.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Unless there's further discussion or any member of the public want to discuss anything on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. The next item pulled for discussion, Councilmember Watanabe, is action to delegate authority to Mayor Gilmore and Chief Nicolai to establish an ad hoc committee in the support of the Commit to Action initiative, which you've been very involved with, Councilmember Watanabe. So go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And that was actually why I wanted to pull the item, was just to thank the staff for continuing the effort. This recommendation that was made on June 23rd. I don't want to see us lose the momentum that the city and members of the public have started, and look forward to it coming back to the council after our recess, hopefully before September 29th, as I know that there are many members of the community that are anxious and looking forward to seeing this ad hoc committee move forward as well. So thank you very much.
Is that a motion, Councilmember Watanabe?
And a motion, yes, motion to move the consent item.
Thank you, and I've been.
Second.
Thank you by Councilmember Davis, I think that was. And I've been in contact with Chief Nicolai, and we have a lot of work to do between now and that council meeting date, and I'm going to be asking for help as well from the council, and I know our two commissioners that have so generously offered to take a leadership role in this effort. So thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, I agree that we need to make sure that we use the council recess time to advance this as at all possible, and perhaps even see if there's a few other people from the community that would like to help with, because I think it's going to be a little challenging just to figure out what the ad hoc committee is going to look at and not look at. To figure out a manageable scope. So I'm sure we will all do whatever we can, but I would encourage, also perhaps to have meetings that, make sure meetings are open to the public so that we can get all the good, the good ideas, but settle on a scope that is reasonable and we can really move forward with.
Thank you, and I agree with
That's all.
you.
I just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Really, in the Obama pledge, the Commit to Action pledge that I signed, there's some timelines, and there's also, they're really, really helpful with blueprints for community outreach and other things, with strategic plans that we can use as a guide to help us, navigate our way through this. But it's going to take a very large effort on behalf of the community as well. So we don't want to leave anyone out. We want to make sure that everyone who wants their voice heard has their voice heard through this process. So, but we're starting somewhere, but at least there's a blueprints and guidelines for us to consider as well. So we're not starting from scratch.
Excellent.
There's a lot of really good work out there and a lot of resources to help us with this. And, we're going to call on you as well to help with this effort. I know you've expressed, a large amount of interest in this as well, and any other council member that wants to help. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments? Any from the public?
2 comments from the public. The first one is from Darius Brown.
Oh, Darius Brown. He's one of our commissioners we were just talking about. Mr. Brown.
It's an e-comment.
Oh, an e-comment? Oh, go ahead.
It says, "I support the efforts of the council and police department to address systematic and institutionalized racism. I encourage the ad hoc committee to host several listening sessions that are targeted to all demographic groups within the city. The committee's plan must go beyond good intentions and examine the local systems in which the city's residents live in and change them." End of comment. The next comment is from Morgan Goldstein. "I am very pleased that the city is moving forward with the Commit to Action initiative. I encourage Mayor Gilmore and Chief Nicolai to create a committee that is representative of all Santa Clara City stakeholders and includes individuals from a wide range of backgrounds. I also encourage them to be transparent with the committee selection process." End of comment.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any other comments from the public? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, council, for that. Next item we have is from Councilmember O'Neill, and she pulled item, I think it's 2M, note and file informational report on fiscal year 1920 net loss on non-NFL events. Council member / Stadium Authority member O'Neill.
Okay, thank you. So I was hoping that perhaps the city manager, the Stadium Authority executive director, or our city attorney, general counsel could kind of briefly summarize for the community that may be listening. Because when I read this, one of the things that kind of was a little worrisome to me was that it's, like tying the payment of the public safety costs to, funding from us. It seems like that the public safety costs should be almost, automatically paid for, and those were incurred some months ago. And, when I read that during this whole period of the COVID, that there has been no progress from them on giving access to the Stadium Authority on financial records that really belong to the Stadium Authority, because it seems like a lot of these issues that we've been dealing with for months, we've been relying on getting those records, and now it's like, a lot of people are finding ways to work remotely, or they have limited people in the office, just like how the city has been operating. And, so if the executive director, if she, Santana, if she, could comment on this, or, expectations of how we may be able to break this logjam here a little bit.
Hi, Councilmember O'Neill. We actually have a PowerPoint presentation. We anticipated that this item might be pulled, and so I'd like for the PowerPoint to be called up. I think our treasurer, our Stadium Authority treasurer, is going to share his screen, Ken, and Ken will make the presentation.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you, Executive Director Santana. And it looks like the presentation's getting shared from the council chamber, so I'll just have them advance as I proceed with the presentation. So just by way of background, on the next slide, here, just the item before you is an information report on some communications that the Stadium Authority and the stadium manager have received over the course of the past month and a half. Next slide. Early in June, the stadium manager did inform the Stadium Authority that as part of the closing of the fiscal year 1920 books, that the net non-NFL event revenue was a $2.7 million loss. That's the first time we heard of that number and wanted to provide some context in accordance with our agreement with the stadium manager that the stadium authority is entitled to all revenue and also shall pay all event expenses. So in this case, our interpretation of that is the stadium authority would need to pay that $2.7 million loss. And so I wanted to walk through on the next slide some of the correspondence that we did have with the stadium manager. On June 8th, we did receive an email from the finance team from Manco, which included a one-line invoice that requested the payment of the $2.7 million, a profit and loss statement, which is included in the item as attachment 2, detailing about a page of detail regarding the $2.7 million loss, and their request to fund that with 4 days notice by June 12th. And they did say that after the stadium authority would fund that, then they would pay public safety invoices. So on the next slide, it details our response to the stadium manager that 4 days is insufficient to review and disperse $2.7 million. We had requested to review the records, which we typically do every year with the stadium manager. Our city auditor led that effort, and we're told that we were not able to do so until the county guidelines around COVID were released or eased. In addition, we did communicate that the board must have a budgetary appropriation that approves the $2.7 million payment. So absent that, we could not make the transfer. And then on the issue of public safety costs, that those invoices should be paid, Measure J does not allow the city to cover the costs of the stadium. And so on the next slide, Manco did respond with a letter and a series of statements that are included in the informational report with responses from the stadium authority. Our position did not change, that we want to review the accounting records and the dollars behind some of the revenues and expenses attributable to the loss. And so they did say that they were willing to show us the records again once the county removes health restrictions and after, and that they would pay us public safety invoices after the loss is funded. So on the next slide, it details our response yet again, stating our position on reviewing of the records. The board must approve the appropriations and that we request payment for City of Santa Clara invoices. So on the next slide, as far as next steps, we continue to talk to the stadium manager to try to find a time to review records. We did request online review or having the records dropped off in this stadium authority office at the stadium, to which we did not receive a response. And so assuming that that review takes place, we would be back before the board with an appropriation action and a summary of some of those details prior to any payment. So on the next slide, just summarizes our recommendation to note and file the informational report on the net loss. We'll continue to work to review the records, and we anticipate as part of the year-end audit, we would be before both the audit committee and the Stadium Authority Board in the September timeframe with a report as well. So with that, happy to take additional questions.
Councilmember
Board
O'Neill.
member.
Thank you, Ken. We appreciate that. Yeah, Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Ken, very much. So I have a couple questions. So do they have, and perhaps Stadium Authority Council Doyle could help with this too, do they have a right to refuse to pay the public safety costs? I mean, like we can say, from our perspective, on the other costs that they're asking us to reimburse them for, by public procurement law and just being a fiduciary for the public, we have to know what that is. But if we've documented our public safety costs, do they have any legitimate reason to not pay those public safety costs? It's obviously, you can tell at the games, there were all the officers and the firefighters and the EMTs and everybody there.
Okay, we're talking about two different categories of public safety costs. One category is NFL games and one category is non-NFL games. But with both categories, the city is holding the invoices. The city has presented invoices to the Stadium Authority. So legally, the Stadium Authority has no right to withhold payment to the city under Measure J for those public safety costs, because the Measure J absolutely prohibits the city from incurring those costs in the general fund, and the Stadium Authority funds have to pay for that. So what's going on here is that as the stadium manager under the management agreement, the stadium manager is refusing to pay Stadium Authority funds to the city until the management company gets its own loss reimbursed back from the Stadium Authority. So that's the way I understand it. Ken, you can help me out here, but I think that's financially what's going on here. So the legal answer is no. There's no legal right for the Stadium Authority or the stadium manager to not reimburse the city for the costs that the city has incurred.
Okay, thank you. And so while we're waiting, I guess perhaps these records would also be some of the records then that might be subject to, I know that there's ongoing legal action to try to obtain those records. So would these this information just also be added into that list of records that we would be seeking from the stadium manager?
Well, actually, the records that the treasurer, the Stadium Authority treasurer, was talking about are not really subject to the legal action at this point. They're current year records and last year's records that are necessary for him to determine whether the losses were properly allocated to the Stadium Authority. So at this point, they're not subject to some kind of discovery order, and I think we still have the right to do the year-end accounting and the year-end true-up, and look at the records. What the stadium manager is doing right now is telling us that because of COVID, they're not going to engage with us in terms of reviewing those records, which is actually kind of strange, since they're charging us the full amount of staff time for shared stadium expenses during the whole COVID crisis, saying that they haven't reduced their services due to COVID. So it's kind of hard to understand what their position is.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an anomaly there. Okay, so my other question would be, then I know on some of the other expenses and things that the city has withheld and the Stadium Authority has withheld payment because we haven't felt like we've had adequate documentation, and yet the stadium manager was able to use funds or withdraw funds from an pre-established line of credit. Is there any chance that these unaudited loss statements from the NFL events, that would, in a similar fashion, they would just fund those through the line of credit? Or do we have any control over that line of credit?
And again, Ken, you might want to correct me if I'm wrong, but they can only draw on the shared expenses, and these were not included in the shared expenses.
That's our belief, and so I don't believe that the agreement allows for the payment of the loss through a revolving loan, and So I don't believe that is the case. Our hope is that they will allow us to review the records and validate that number. But in the meantime, we're here where we're at today.
Okay, great. Well, I very much appreciate the additional information and the information that was in the report. And I will make a motion to note and file the report. And then if there's if the other Stadium Authority members have any other comments.
Thank you, Authority Member O'Neill. Is there a second to note and file? And then I have comments from Authority Member Davis.
I'll second that.
Who was that? Say that one more time.
That was Vice Mayor Hardy.
Oh, Vice Chair Hardy. Thank you. Authority Member Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. So Brian, City Attorney Brian, Stadium Authority Brian. So you're telling me that we have no recourse, that they are saying you pay 2.7 or we're not giving you your 1 point whatever for public safety? Is that exactly what they said to our staff?
Well, what I recall them saying was, I said, I think in our letter we said they had no right to hold the money hostage to us making the payment for the 2.7 million, and I think our position was, well, we'll see. So I think we're looking at what we might be able to do to transfer that money, but at this point I would rather not assure you that we can just transfer the money ourselves.
Okay, and
what everyone has to understand is this is the Stadium Authority's money. It's not the management company's money. It's the Stadium Authority's money, which the management company is managing. But under the current agreement, they have the right to manage it, and they're taking the position that they don't want to pay the 1.1 million until we've transferred the 2.7 million back to them.
okay, I was just trying to understand if there was recourse and what we should do. And first of all, I don't understand how they can hold back public safety money. I'm not understanding why they could get away with that. That's why I asked you, was there any recourse we can take against them? Because it almost sounds like quid pro quo, where if you don't pay this in 4 days, then I'm not doing this for you. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And the other thing was, I thought they were going to, when last conversation in Stadium Authority, I don't remember what meeting that was, I thought they were going to allow us, or Ken and his staff, to look at files online. Am I wrong about that? I thought they were going to try to help us in some way or fashion, especially with our finance team, to at least look at documents so that we can stop some of this stuff. Or am I wrong about that?
So thank you for the question, Authority Member Davis. So before the shelter in place, we did begin reviewing event information in detail. Our Stadium Authority auditor, along with staff, did a select review of documents, including original source documentation. It started with I believe it was the Rolling Stones concert. Shortly after the shelter in place, then those meetings ceased. We requested that they provide the documentation in an alternative method, either through online type of review with shared screens or through our office. And so, that there hasn't been any headways in terms of reviewing online documents. I do want to mention separately that there was a separate effort for a separate financial management system for the Stadium Authority that, if we had that, would allow us to have access to some of the accounting transactions to all of the events. And that that system is in the final stages of procurement, I believe, with a contract review, and that's planned at least to be brought forward to the board later this year. And so several efforts in terms of the reviewing documents and the approach here with regards to 1920 events and the $2.7 million loss. We don't have any kind of online or physical access to those to validate the numbers, and so that's what we're requesting.
Okay, Ken, good luck with that one. But I think if they don't want to pay for public safety, then we should shut down our public safety until they wake up and smell the coffee here, because to me, it doesn't make any sense. I am really tired of the game, and we're paying for people that are working over there, and they're using COVID. So they're talking out of both sides of their face here. And once again, it's one of these things where they're wasting our staff time, and we're trying to work with them, but for some ungodly reason, they just, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I feel like we're dealing with a bunch of children. So good luck with you on that one. I just wanted to know if there was a recourse, but continue the good fight, and hopefully they will pay our public safety, and over the break that maybe you'll make some headway getting some of this documentation or some outlet to at least review the documentation from them, if they can come up with some way to do this. I really don't know, but thank you, Ken, for your comments, and thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Authority Member Davis. I had a question. So I think it was what Authority Member O'Neill just brought up, and what Authority Member Davis referred to, is that we have public safety costs that are not reimbursed, and they haven't been reimbursed. And Measure J clearly states that we cannot use general fund money for the operations of the stadium. Public safety costs are obviously for operations of the stadium. So my question is, how long are we willing to wait before we take some action? Because that's against our ordinance. That's a violation of our ordinance. And if we're waiting to go to court to get the financial records of, it could be months or years that we're not paid back. So is there something in our Measure J ordinance that allows us to, prosecute because they're not reimbursing us in this clear violation? I mean, it's a clear violation of Measure J, so.
Well, in terms of ultimately paying, I don't think we have too much to worry about, because it is our funds. So, and they can't expend the funds without a budgetary action. So it's just simply the situation we're in right now for the next few weeks to months. We may not be able to transfer the funds, but the funds are in our Stadium Authority funds. So it's not like they can just take them. So I think it's a question of timing of the payment as opposed to whether or not the city will get reimbursed.
Well, until the city is reimbursed, we can't go through this and provide public safety and have to go through all of this to get our public safety reimbursed to our general fund. This is wasting everyone's time, and it's a violation of our ordinance. So I'd like to have this on the agenda for our next meeting to see if those funds have been paid back. Okay. And you don't pay them back if you get some other funds that you can't even justify your $2.7 million loss, the loss. That, again, I always say, this management company didn't know what they were doing when they advertised to us that they did, because now they're even having a hard time justifying their $2.7 million loss of non-NFL events. I mean, I'll call it the real business world, they would have been fired a long time ago as managers of this stadium, justifying the $2.7 million and now holding back our public safety costs that we've already paid our officers and public safety, or I'm sure was this for football events, or we don't even know, who knows? So, so at this point, they have to pay us back, or we need to prosecute under Measure J that we're not getting the funds, because we can't go down this trail. And I just want to make sure, our citizens voted on it, that we have this law that we need to adhere to it, they need to adhere to our law. So I'm just concerned that, now we're getting down to, it's everything, and they can't justify anything because they won't give us any paperwork. We know that there's wage theft going on out there. We know all these things are happening, but we can't get any paperwork until a judge, gives us, the right to get that paperwork. They're holding everything back. There's all kinds of things happening out there, and they're at full staff, so I don't know why they're charging the public for full staff at the stadium with no events even happening at the stadium. So there shouldn't be any reason why they couldn't give us every amount of paperwork that we need to justify any of these costs, but they don't. But they're holding back public safety. That's gone. They've gone far, but this is really going far now. Thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion to note and file. Councilmember Davis, you still have your hand up? Authority member.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I agree with you to have staff bring this back after our break, and maybe we'll have a break in the action, but it's not just violating Measure J, it's violating the law. So we need to find, I think the attorney needs to give us, after the break, some way of finding out how we can deal with this, because dragging our staff through this is not worth it. We have other things going on. We're dealing with COVID. Our staff is working hard. We're doing these long agendas. So enough is enough. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I really believe that, you hit the nail on the head. Bring it back. I agree with you. I just think we need to put it on the agenda and have another huge discussion about this and hopefully end it. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd just like to see what our options are if they're not paid and what happens when you violate Measure J. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. And do we have any public that want to weigh in on this? All right, Assistant City Clerk, Authority Clerk.
Vice Chair Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Board Member Davis.
Yes.
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
And Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on now to public hearing general business. The first item 3, we have authorized the negotiation and execution of a third amendment to the exclusive negotiations agreement with Republic Metropolitan LLC for the site located at 500 Benton Street. Staff?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. This is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. I'm just about to pull up a brief presentation for you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it online.
Okay, great. So just as a brief overview of the item, so this is the site that we're talking about at 500 Benton Street. It's bounded by the El Camino Real, the public safety building, the police building, the railroad, and a shopping center. The site is about 2.59 acres. 70% of the site is owned by the city, and 30% of the site is owned by VTA. So we have an exclusive negotiations agreement with the developer, which is Republic Metropolitan. It was first authorized by the council in December of 2017 and then executed in February of 2018. There were 2 subsequent amendments that were approved and executed. And so the current agreement now expires as of August 5th, 2020. And so the reason why we're bringing this to the council today is with the break that there is no other council meeting before the agreement expires. There are 2 categories of tasks that the developer is to undertake during the ENA period. The first category is relative to required project approvals. And in that category of tasks, the developer is charged with with community outreach, doing a CEQA analysis on the project,
They're applying for a general plan amendment, which would include some early consideration hearing by the council. They'll be asking for a zone change, a development permit, and they will be undertaking a water well relocation. So on the site that there is a city water well, and in order to accomplish the development, that water well would need to be relocated somewhere on site. And in order to do that, there are a number of studies that need to be undertaken, as well as an approval process with the city and the Department of Drinking Water. The second major category of tasks that are to be undertaken during the ENA period is to negotiate the terms of the transaction. So we are right now working on the terms of a non-binding term sheet, which would include financial considerations, what the parking would look like, especially the public parking. Right now, the property is used by both train users, transit users, as well as the police building. And then we are also negotiating the water well obligations. So in addition to relocating the water well on site, because that particular water well is one of the top producing wells within the city, and those sites are very precious, we are asking for additional consideration. So this would be, after the non-binding term sheet, we'd be working on a disposition and development agreement, which would be brought forward for future council consideration at the time that the CEQA was completed. So as I mentioned earlier, the site is shared with VTA, so that there is a lot of collaboration with VTA. The ENA is a three-party agreement, and we are working together, all three of us are working together to finalize the term sheet. If the term sheet is in final form by the time that the ENA expires, so by August 5th, the VTA staff is going to immediately return to the VTA board about that same time frame in order to report out on the term sheet and to ask for their consideration. So this afternoon, we're requesting authorization for a third amendment to the ENA. And because it's a three-party agreement, and right now we don't know how long the VTA board might authorize the term, our request is that the council authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a third amendment, and that term would be matched to whatever the VTA board has authorized. The last time, during the second amendment, we had different authorizations, so we had to go back to the city council a couple times in order to make sure that the terms matched up, since we were all signing the same agreement. In addition, we are asking to include an indemnity in relation to any potential penalties associated with the disposition of the property under the Surplus Lands Act. This would mean that the developer would be responsible for any penalties that might be incurred as a result of the Surplus Lands Act. And that we would return to the council for future consideration of the non-binding term sheet, and then we would include that the developer be responsible to provide a second well site. So the alternatives for the council's consideration, as listed in the staff report, is again, our recommendation is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a third amendment. You can direct the city manager to allow the ENA to expire on August 5th, or any other action that the council wishes to take. And so our recommendation, again, is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a third amendment. And that concludes my staff report. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Ruth. We're going to start with Vice Mayor Hardy. She has a question.
Yes, this question might be actually for council. I want to understand what the ramifications are if we turn down this proposal, because we are in a three-way situation with VTA. I want to understand the ramifications if turned down. If council could explain that.
Do you mean counsel, like attorney counsel? Not counsel?
Yeah, the attorney counsel.
Just clarifying that. Okay, city attorney.
Yeah, if Brian could explain if Brian could explain the ramifications of the legal aspect is just bearing down because of the three-way negotiation situation we have.
There's no obligation to extend the ENA, so there's no legal consequences to not extending it.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you. So my question is kind of similar. If VTA doesn't extend or go forward, because I think they're kind of working on it. I haven't been in the last couple of board discussions on this item. But if they, with their timeline, if they don't go forward, or if they don't vote to continue to go forward, does that kill the deal?
Again, I'm assuming the question is to me. Yeah, it's a three-party agreement, so that if one of the parties doesn't agree to amend it, then that's true. Then I don't know if it kills the deal, but it certainly ends the it doesn't extend the ENA. In other words, the VTA would also have to agree to extend it, as well as the city, for it to continue in effect.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question has to do with the term sheet. Assistant City Manager Shikata, you mentioned about the term sheet and the duration. Are they, if say the ENA is extended and the term sheet is out till say a year, does the developer have to wait a year to, or can they? Does the term sheet have to go out that long, or if it turns out that they get accomplish what needs to be done sooner? I mean, is that allowed?
So, Councilmember Watanabe, our anticipation is that the term sheet will be completed by the end of summer, early fall. And the reason why that the ENA might be extended for up to a year is more because of the project approvals that are necessary in order to get a CEQA analysis done, to bring back zoning and a development plan for the council to consider. And so all of that, there is an application currently in the planning department, but there is not an accompanying CEQA analysis, and it might take the developer a while in order to accomplish all of that. And certainly, I think that everyone would want to bring back something to the council as soon as possible. But given what needs to be done, then that's why the staff report mentions that no more than a year. But again, wanting to match whatever VTA might authorize. My discussions with VTA is that they are not right now that they would rather have a shorter term than a year. But I wanted to put out a maximum so that again that we have the ability, the city manager has the ability to match the term, and so that we wouldn't necessarily need to come back to the council for another approval just on the term of the ENA.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned that an application has been submitted and there's a CEQA analysis being done. What is the deadline for the CEQA analysis?
There's not a specific deadline. It's really up to the developer and their team on how quickly that analysis can be completed. However, having said that, I think that we are also looking at the information that is being provided by the developer, and think that there needs to be further analysis done, and that we're going to be having those conversations with the developer. So it might take a bit before that they can complete all of the work required in order to put together an environmental document.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ruth, for the report. I have a quick question. We are asking for the second well. Was it a requirement from the very beginning, or we added that requirement later on? When was the exactly time when we asked them for the second well?
Well, the city and through the Water and Sewer Department has always felt as though that the existing well on site is very important to the city infrastructure and the ability to deliver water to that part of the city. And so that on that particular property, there has been a water well at several different locations. And so that the Water and Sewer Department has been clear that they would like to see a second water site available in case that the relocated site, so the second well, the new well on the property, for whatever reason, then does not produce the water necessary, that they want to make sure that there's access to yet a secondary site to build another water well. And so that from that perspective, that this request has been discussed for quite a long time, but it's never been part of the ENA.
Oh, so it came up after we signed the initial ENA. This one came up after that.
Yes.
Okay. And I also have a question regarding community outreach. Whatever we do today, they will still be, they're not done away with their community outreach. They will, because I saw so many emails from the community for their suggestions or other details. So they will still be responsible for doing the community outreach before they bring up the final plan with us.
Yes, that's correct. They've had 2 community meetings, and that I would anticipate, similar to many of the other projects that come forward for council's consideration, that there will be many more meetings with the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Ruth Shikata, 2 of my council members hit on the VTA, and the deadline you said is August 5th. Is there a way of continuing this after VTA has their meeting and what direction they're going in? Is that a possibility? Has anyone talked to VTA?
I think it's more of a it's a kind of a technical response. So certainly that the ENA can expire, and that we can bring back the ENA again if that's what the council would like to do for its consideration. So that the developer just would be without an ENA for a period of time, and that's certainly a possibility. The extension of the current document really does require action by both the VTA board and the city council specifically.
Okay, but VTA is meeting on the 5th, which is the deadline. So I'm thinking there are some issues that we have with the ENA. So if the Republic is willing to take care of some of the considerations of the community, and I think some council members, that if we could wait until after the 5th, even though they don't have an ENA, but they would be able to work out some of the issues if we were able to come to some type of compromise. That's my question, if that is at all possible.
I believe that would be totally up to the discretion of the council and what you would like to do. So I don't see that as an impossible alternative.
Okay, so so let's start with the VTA. They requested 1,000 parking spaces, and from what I understand, the agreement is to have 94 instead of the 245 that was asked, but VTA asked for 1,000. So am I wrong about that, or is that something that could be renegotiated?
I don't recall VTA asking for that many spaces. and that to date, the VTA has been generally satisfied with the number of spaces that the developer is proposing. However, there is ongoing discussion about where those spaces are located and how they would be operated. So these are details that would come back with the term sheet when it gets finalized. But those are things that are ongoing discussion. But I had not heard 1,000 spaces before. That is quite a few.
Okay, I was told by that, so I just want to clear that one up. And also related to the parking is the train museum. And that man, I can't remember his name, but was very upset that no one discussed with him. And he is very concerned about the impact that will happen in that area for buses queuing up, for Ubers coming in, for taxi drivers, and it's going to affect his museum. So I know that the Councilmember O'Neill brought up the community engagement, and so I was wondering if that would be also something the developer might want to consider, how the impact to this man's business is going to be affected.
I think in addition, that the train station is actually on the National Register of Historic Places. So that there needs to be special consideration for those types of properties. And some of this would come up during the CEQA analysis about the impact associated with the station, and that it would be, we'd look at whether or not that there are any mitigation measures required in order to reduce any potential impact.
Okay, but he really needs to be spoken to because he's very upset, and there is no district representative. Again, we are going through a massive development here, and we don't have people that are out there speaking. So, you know, it's upon all of us to make sure that we take care of that district. Okay, let's get to the water, my favorite subject. As far as I understand, there has been no, and I hope that Mr. Welling is listening, no official final design submitted to the staff for approval. So doesn't that have a lot to do with continuing the ENA? Can someone clarify that, please?
I can answer the second part of the question, but then Gary might want to jump in as far as what has been submitted and the status of those submittals. But yes, I mean, it is a major consideration as to why the ENA needs to be extended if we're going to continue to move forward, because we do need to know that the water well location is going to work, and that that we can continue to provide service in that area of the city. So Gary, I don't know if you want to jump in as far as the status of the plans that were submitted.
Sure. Gary Welling, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So, so the last correspondence we've had with our public consultants was May 26th. And we did get a preliminary design report in March of 2020, but we rejected the design. We don't have the clearances for our equipment to get in to the site as designed or as presented. And we did provide comments to our project clearance committee, our last meeting, which was, I think, before May, sometime in May. So we haven't heard back. We cannot provide this design report to DDW, Division of Drinking Water, until there is a final design. So we have not heard back. We don't know what the proposal is going to be. The well is staying in the same location currently provided to us, which was in the southwest corner of the property. So we're just in a holding pattern at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Welling. So there has been no testing of the water done. So we don't even know if moving the well to the proposed site is going to give us what we need. So what is the process to get this done? Is it on behalf of the city? Because I'm understanding that they have a proposal for a second well site, but I heard from staff that they didn't know anything about it. So I'm curious as to, and it was city land that they were looking at. So can anyone answer that question?
This is Ruth Shikata. I can answer the second part of the question. There has been other sites that have been floated by the developer as potential sites for the well, but we have not determined a potential second site. The developer is looking at properties that the city currently owns versus trying to acquire another site using acquiring it from a private property owner.
So they are looking at city property and another private piece of property?
So the relocation, that to move the existing well, that they want to move the existing well on the development site, so using city property. In addition, we're asking for a secondary site, and so that particular site that they've been looking at other city properties as to whether or not that we might be able to put a well on existing city property, but we have not had extensive discussions about that. Most of the other properties that the city owns are being actively used, and so that there is nothing that's currently been identified.
And so this is Gary. So to answer Councilmember Davis, your question on the process, once we get a final design that is acceptable to us, that would be part of the preliminary design report, which is the replacement well report, and then that would be submitted to the Division of Drinking Water. They then would have to approve the testing of doing pilot testing, essentially to look at quantity and quality of water. That still has to be done to see that this is a viable location for the well site, and that would have to be approved through DDW and the city, us.
Okay, because here's my dilemma. I've always been saying I have a problem with this piece of property, city-owned property with the highest producing well on the property, which, takes care of our District 5, more or less. And when we have these conversations, I'm not hearing that the process is going well. And to approve a project like this, I would want to make sure that the pilot testing was already done, that the well was moved, that we were able to, the final design was submitted, that the secondary well was approved also for drinking water. But the thing is, I just feel that if we're looking at a secondary site and it's city land, is that something that, again, has to be authorized by the city council because it's our land?
Yes, it would. This is Ruth Shikata. Yes, it would eventually need to be approved by the city council. But I think that from a staff side, we need to make sure that there was enough staff work done in order to bring forward something that the city council could understand what that would mean if there was a site that was identified already owned by the city. We would probably ask for additional consideration, because that would mean that there is city land that's being lost for some other potential use. But none of those discussions, I should say, have really occurred to this point in time, because we don't have a site identified.
Okay, so can someone please explain the Surplus Land Act, and if Republic is responsible for the costs, what are those costs, and how do we work that out? That's what I need to know. We have a well on this property, so how does that constitute surplus land? Can someone explain that to me?
Under the Surplus Land Act, the City Council would have to make the determination of whether or not the land was surplus. They would have to make a finding that the land was no longer of use to the city.
Okay, so that process, I think, would have had to been done before we even had an ENA with Republic. Am I correct? Shouldn't that conversation be discussed prior to this?
I'm not sure this is the right conversation for this venue at this time. Councilmember Davis, City Attorney.
The ENA is not a legally binding document in terms of disposing of anything. So the disposition would take place in the future at some time after the ENA has concluded that a deal can be made. So the determination of whether or not the land was surplus would have to be made before the land could be disposed of. So the ENA itself doesn't dispose of the land.
Okay, so then how are we recovering? How are they going to be responsible for the costs then? That's my question, I guess.
Are you talking about the penalties under the Surplus Land Act?
Rushika said that they would be responsible for the cost of the Surplus Land Act and that they would have to be in agreement with that.
So I think what she was talking about in her presentation was under the Surplus Land Act, if there were to be a determination that the city had violated the act in disposing of the land to Republic, Republic would not suffer the penalty under the Surplus Land Act. The city would suffer the penalty for the violation. And the cost of that violation is 30 to 50% of the land value. So the current negotiating position of the city is that the developer would reimburse the city or indemnify the city, excuse me, for any penalties that would be incurred by a violation of the Surplus Land Act.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Those are all my questions for now. I would really like to hear what the public has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So I had some other kind of follow-up questions about the well. Until this item came back, I think this is my first. I didn't realize that not only were they going to have to provide was the Republic going to have to provide a new well site, but that there was going to be a secondary site of that would be required. So perhaps Director Willing, maybe this is more appropriate for you. How long do these wells last? I mean, what time frame are we looking at, or approximately? Or, I mean, is it just kind of so on average?
Okay.
How long does a well site last?
Sure. Good question, Councilmember O'Neill. So this particular well site was built in 1995, and we refurbished this well site in I think it was 2016. So so you're looking at 21, 22 years before it had to be refurbished. And when you refurbish a site, a well site, your production value drops typically. Water quality can stay the same, but production value drops. And then, so we refurbish this well site. We hope to get maybe another 15 years out of it, but that's typically what you would get out. And then once it's exhausted, you typically can't refurbish it a second time. So potentially, I mean, you could get 30, 35 years out of a well, but it depends on the location. It's not an exact science. You could get a little longer. You could get much shorter. Many times wells fail, and you redrill at another location in proximity to an existing well. So, well 502, for example, just behind Costco, is a pretty good producing well. That well is currently out of commission. It's failed. So we're looking at refurbishing or potentially drilling another well over there.
Okay, so when you look at these well sites, and I excuse me that I'm so ignorant on this. So are you just like drilling down into the aquifers so you could just do it just about anywhere, or are you? I know that there's I think pretty much in a lot of the Bay Area, or at least our side of the Bay, there's a lot of kind of underground creeks or creeks that aren't all that far down. What are we tapping into? Because I'm thinking, how, can we put a well just about anywhere, or does it have to be on something that's going to access into one of these creeks that, because I can remember my aunt always had to have a sump pump running because, there were supposedly in her neighborhood, there were several, a creek that kept causing problems with her, basement or whatever. So is it the aquifer? Is it a creek, or are there very restricted places that you can put the wells?
Yes. So we are into the groundwater basin essentially. It can be anywhere from 500 feet to 900 feet below surface. But it is dependent on location. You can't just drill anywhere. That's the beauty of this location at 500 Benton. There's been other wells on this site. If this well fails at 302, you can drill another well on the site and potentially, drill a couple more wells on that site. They're high producing, high quality water. North of the 101 is very poor for drilling wells. City of San Jose has experienced the same problem. So we have a couple good producing wells north of the 101, and we've tried to drill other wells. We have the issues with magnesium, sanding, and the water quality is poor. So it really is dependent on specific locations, and that's why you have to do the pilot testing. And not every location is going to be viable.
So thank you for that. So I know Assistant City Manager Shikata referenced possibly looking at other city-owned properties, and there's always a little bit of a mystery of what the city owns and doesn't. But I mean, I think about what's most accessible. Right there is the police department. It's right across the street, and they have a fairly good sized parking lot in the back. Is that site even a possibility? I mean, could a well be moved over to either a parking area or a grassy area or something of the police department's property?
Yeah, it depends on the location. I think that location, I don't think it was an extensive review, but there was some cursory review of that site. But it depends on, you have to have, sanitary survey completed, you can't have, sewer lines within 50 feet of the well location, can't be a hazardous materials, dump site, or you have a lot of soil contamination. I think at that site there is a lot of contamination or from the previous uses on that property. So the historical use of the property comes into play too. But you have to hire a consultant, and the consultant, has to look at the site and do the proper testing.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to remind the council that we're here for the extension of the exclusive negotiating agreement. The actual project has not been before, the actual project is not before the council or the public. They haven't even, I know they've done some public meetings, and we've heard this in our council chamber for several years on this project because it is so complicated with this small piece of land. With the VTA as a co-owner, the well on there, the parking for the train station, and a lot of other things. It's a very busy parcel with all kinds of things going on it. That's why we didn't declare it surplus, because it's not surplus. So, I'd like to keep it to what we're actually here to talk about, which is to extend the ENA. All of the issues of the well, although interesting and other things, that a lot needs to be discussed, tested, all those kinds of things. But I can't imagine a developer with an ENA is going to do that without some kind of development agreement, something that a DDA or something moving forward. And that's what we're here to discuss tonight. Do you want to advance this project or not? That's what's before us this evening. So do we have a representative from Republic that would like to make comments on the request before us this evening? I hear somebody out there. Is anyone from Republic on the call on Zoom? City, Ruth, who are you working with? Who did you reach out to come today? Is there somebody?
I'm looking at the names, and then there is a developer representative on the list, Kelly Macy, that's on the call now. I don't know if she wants to speak.
Maybe we can ask Kelly. I hate to put her on the spot. Are you the one that's making the presentation for?
Hello, yes, this is Kelly Macy.
Hi, Kelly. Hi.
Hi.
I want to give you the opportunity to make some comments on this before, and to see if maybe council members have questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I would like very much to make a few comments. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate all the information that's been given to date. On the project, I wanted to clarify a few facts just to get Republic's efforts on the record. I'm going to start at the top, per Ruth's slide number 4 on community outreach. Yes, we have had 2 community meetings. The last one was virtual due to COVID, but productive. We got a lot of great feedback and we're able to connect with people. We are happy to do additional community meetings. Every time we connect with the community, we get more and more fabulous ideas. So it's a win for us. Part of our outreach on the community has included the train, historic train station to John Dietrich. I have been endeavoring to get in touch with him. He joined the community meeting last week, which was terrific, and we have exchanged emails trying to set a phone date to talk with him. And I'm working with different people in the community on the historic nature of this general area. The train station is such a fabulous little jewel in Santa Clara. And so in the past year, what we've done is we've modified the design to really pay homage to that train depot using batten boarding. We're going to have Santa Clara station signage like an old train station. We're going to have clock towers, you know, doing all these different things to really make the building feel like it belongs on that site. And so we look forward to continuing those discussions. We also have a great idea about, we would like to put together a program for a history walk that would start at the train station and conclude at the new old downtown. So these would be little kiosks that one could stop at. You could do them in order, sequentially, or random, that would give little tidbits of all the rich Santa Clara history that there is. So meeting with, you know, different people in the community, Anna Vargas and Mary Grizzle, and bringing me up to speed on the rich history of Santa Clara. It just seems like a really nice way to kind of connect up that history with today. So that's our efforts so far on that front, and authentically really look forward to continuing those discussions. I wanted to say a bit about the CEQA analysis and all the requirements that the developer has been asked to fulfill. And we have been continuing apace through COVID to fulfill all of the obligations that we have. We hired a professional firm to do a comprehensive draft CEQA that we submitted to the city on February 5th. We thought we would get comments within a month or so that we could dig in and start working through the issues. But to date, we have not received any comments. And so we can only go as fast as the city can go, and we understand that there are challenges because of COVID. So we are just trying to work as closely as possible. We've just been assigned a new planner because Yan retired. Yan was great, and now we have Jeff, and Jeff is fabulous, and we're working to try to move through all of these things as quickly as possible. As Ruth said, we want to sign the term sheet
late summer or early fall. We have financing in place for the project. The financing is key, the timing on the financing is key to signing that term sheet. It is in our best interest to sign that term sheet, and we want to continue working and getting everything moving with the city and with VTA. Our initial offer back when we signed the ENA was to bring some $700 million in revenue to the city and VTA over the course of the ground lease. And through our negotiations, that number has only increased. So we really hope to be able to do that. In terms of the well, we have just submitted a early consideration package. We dropped off hard copies as well as emailed digital copies around to absolutely everybody, staff and council members and VTA board. It's a 150-page document. There you can find all the details about the well. There's a schedule for the well. There's a comprehensive feasibility memo on the well. We have been endeavoring to work through all of those issues. The well currently is number one replacement well is 150 feet away from the well where it is right now. And it would be a new state-of-the-art well. We have done drilling and testing so far. We are working through all of that. And it won't be covered. Nothing will be built over it. We're working, as Gary said, to get the access just right so that it can be serviced as needed, really just to be completely compliant with what we need to do on that. Regarding the second site, we have been asking the city since our last council hearing meeting, to propose options for that second site. Since it's the city's land, we, as the developer, it's hard for us to come up with second site locations, but we haven't received any options on the second site from the city. So we started looking, and recently we identified a potential second site. This is the site at 611 El Camino. Currently, the Home Safe Santa Clara Transitional Housing Facility is located on it. This is across the street from this site. That is right next to the police department. And there's this little sliver that is currently just being used for solar panels. So we thought maybe this could be a great second site. So we've been working with Jonathan closely to see if we can get permission for drilling that. We've pulled up the MOU for the Home Safe. And we're just trying to work through the process to see how can we get permission, because we're prepared to pay and deliver on that request, even though it isn't a part of the original ENA. And we have budgeted $3.4 million toward the well, the replacement of the well that is on the site, existing site, just 150 feet away from the current well. And to do the testing of a second location so that we can satisfy that requirement, because we realize it's very, very important. If there are any other questions on any other aspects, I'm happy to clarify. And hopefully that sheds some light on our work to date. I would just like to say that we are very committed to this project. We've spent a great deal of time meeting with the people in the old quad when we originally started the project. Through the process, we have continued that. We continue it to date, and the project is only improved by our relationships and understanding of Santa Clara that we receive from these residents. So we're very committed to providing an appropriate development that provides housing product that is available to people of different income levels. At 29% affordable in our development, this would provide much needed housing, not only to workforce, but to students, to graduates, to staff at the university, to graduates, once they graduate from Santa Clara University, to continue living there and traveling up and down the peninsula for their jobs. This is not student housing. They do not have to leave once they graduate.
This is market rate affordable apartments, Class A apartments, with all the rules and regulations of any Class A apartment building. So, you know, per fair housing, we're not discriminating and we welcome everybody. So at, you know, $1,700 a bed for a private room and bath in an apartment, you know, with a common space and 3 other bedrooms or 2 other bedrooms, depending on your configuration, that provides somebody who's making an entry-level salary of $70,000 to be able to afford to live there and have their own private space. So that's really what we're trying to do is provide housing for everybody there and make the development very special, because this is a very special part of Santa Clara. So please do ask me any other questions that you might have on the development and our plans. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for that, that information. Is there any member of the council that would like to ask her about any issue? Okay, I'm seeing none. So we'll go to the public members that would like to speak. The ones on the phone that would like to speak or on Zoom, Assistant City Clerk.
Our first speaker is Vince Rocha.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Vince Rocha with the Silicon Valley. Speak in favor of extending the ENA. I think what we've seen is working in good faith with the public, the city, GCA, on all the issues you discussed here, whether it's parking, the well, making sure that there can be affordable housing in this development. It's a difficult development to plan, but I think you have so far at least a good faith partner who is working hard to address all the issues raised here. So again, the Silicon Valley Group is in favor of extending this.
Okay, thank you, Vince. Next.
Phone number with the last 4 digits, 8495.
8495.
Yes, this is Robert Fitch, longtime resident of Santa Clara. I'm strongly supportive of extending the time for this when you have something this complicated with the opportunity to provide the additional housing in a very sensitive area located next to the train station. I think it would be wise to continue this to give the developer a chance to complete the things like the negotiating about the well and in order to submit the application. I mean, they put a lot of work into it, so I'm strongly supportive of extending this for as long as is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next.
Richard Bonita.
Rich Benito.
Did he drop off?
Rich, are you there? Rich Benito? Oh, he fell off.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Oh, there he is. Rich, go ahead.
I'm Mayor and City Council. My concern is a good project for the city. I think that we can work this out with the developer and make a good deal. It's a very dynamic area encompassing many transit modes, a major university, and a lot of traffic, especially in the future. It doesn't seem to make sense to use transit property for housing unless you know exactly you're not going to need it for transit. I believe it's in our best interest to take a step back and reevaluate, perhaps with a real community outreach. As our great city does a good job negotiating for us, they really don't have any skin in the game. As we know, with COVID-19, the universities are changing drastically. Traffic will increase due to the build out of Central Expressway and 101, and we will have every mode of transportation known to man in this very unique hub. We owe it to Santa Clara's future to make it right. We need to keep looking at this and make it right before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Jerry Smith.
Jerry Smith.
Yes, hi, this is Jerry Smith. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore, council, staff. My name is Jerry Smith. Most people in Santa Clara know me as Mr. Brandy Chastain, which is fine with me because I'm very proud of her. And I want to assure you that Mr. Brandy Chastain and Jerry Smith are the same person. I have coached women's soccer at Santa Clara University for 34 years now. I own the property at 3613 Londonderry Drive in Santa Clara. I'm very much in favor of executing the extension on the ENA. It's a complicated project. A lot of work has gone into it at this point, and I'd hate to lose Republic. It seems like a fantastic design, a beautiful design, fits in very well. We're very proud of Santa Clara University's campus and being a state historical landmark and how beautiful it is. And this seems to go in very nicely. I think a great use of the land. Housing is our biggest issue, not for the university, but for our area. So this housing helps everybody. It's supply and demand. We need more supply. There's just too much demand for housing, and this alleviates a portion of that demand. So I would like to see that go forward. I also know a bunch of folks at UC Davis who had a similar project done by Republic. It turned out fantastic. They love it. And again, if we don't execute the extension, the chance of losing Republic and all the hard work they put in is just not something that I'm in favor of. One of our biggest issues at the university is hiring staff. When most people think of Santa Clara University, they think of students and faculty, but we have a lot of staff, and that staff don't always make the same salaries as the faculty, and they need places to live as well. And also mentioned earlier that these students at Santa Clara University will live there and then graduate and continue to live there and continue to add money to Santa Clara University process. So I'm in favor of the process. Vote yes.
Thank you very much. Next.
Last four digits, 4907.
4907.
Hi, this is Anthony Becker, resident of Santa Clara. I'm in agreement that we should extend the ENA to go deeper into this project and reevaluate it. I also agree with Councilmember Davis about the museum. I filmed one of my very first film projects there, and that's a very important aspect to our city. The 2005 plan, the 2005 plan was then adapted in 2010, and I think it's really out of date. We need a transit plan and a transit center plan in that area, and I think this needs to be evaluated a little bit more. And thank you, Ruth, for reaching out to me to verify a little more, and we'll go deeper into that later. Vehicle connection between Brokaw and Benton, it needs to go through to connect to Gateway Crossings because it feels like that's a separate area of Santa Clara. It needs to be combined, especially for our downtown. I feel we can do more with density to increase the housing stock. While 29% of the entire project, I feel more units would be beneficial near a transit corridor. No public bathrooms are around that area for people at the train station. We need that for people to use when they ride the train. It also hides our train station, which is a little concerning, but it's okay. Caltrain parking is a concern because this is a transit center, and with BART being built nearby, I feel Santa Clara is lacking that signature destination instead of just being an in-transit or flyby zone. I'm glad it's 30% to 80% AMI. I'm hoping more 30% people live there. It helps teachers, students, and low income. I just wish more units would be there because, like I said, it's close to transit. I want to know more about retail types and maybe a convenience store, especially being near a train station. And then also going into what Councilmember Davis said also is about the well. And as well as Councilmember O'Neill said, that kind of concerns me a little bit more. But I really hope that we can extend this and look more into it and reevaluate it because this is a very prime area, and I think that it can work well for our community and for everyone to have affordable housing here because this is a win-win, especially if we had a little more density. Thank you.
That was perfectly timed.
Robert
next.
Marshall?
Robert Marshall.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Robert Marshall. I am the Assistant Covenant Representative for the South Bay Historical Railroad Society. Also, as you guys have been referring it to, is as the depot. We actually haven't been engaged in this process. I don't know that we're supportive or opposed to the project in either way. We just want to make sure that we have a seat at the table. John Dietrich is a good person to start with, but as an assistant covenant representative, and as the other covenant representative, Lori Garcia, who's also the city historian, we are both very involved in projects that happen not only at this depot, but at the other historic depots along the Caltrain corridor. So, again, we're not opposed or in favor of doing this, but if the ENA is to move forward, we just want to make sure that we're given the appropriate seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
David Kajigas?
David Kajias? David? Do we see David? Okay. David?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, David Kajigas with Santa Clara University, and I wanted to express my support to extend the ENA with Republic. Given the time and energy they put into this project, and my role is not so much to advocate. I'm an employee of Santa Clara University, but there's no, direct financial benefit to the university in terms of property ownership or anything else. We're interested really in good development of the site, and that affordable housing would benefit our employees. That we have approximately 750 staff, as Jerry mentioned. Many of them in the area I work in are gardeners, custodians, campus safety, plumbers, electricians, who are traveling great distances to get to work right now. And so, and also we have teachers, we have a lot of faculty, equal or more number of faculty who are would not be considered high income and have a tough time finding affordable housing. So for those reasons, from the workforce standpoint, is one, and also the development of that transit center, given that it's not only BART and will be BART, but Caltrain and VTA, it benefits the city and the community and residents there. So I just want to express my support to extend the ENA to give Republic a chance to work through the details that have been mentioned in the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David.
Suds Jane?
Mr. Jane?
Yeah, this is Suds Jane. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not a fan of ENAs. Sorry. That was not supposed to happen. I'm not a fan of ENAs. I think we can get better projects when we have more competition. I don't believe that the city manager should execute the Third Amendment to the ENA with Republic. It was clear at the public meeting held last Thursday that public outreach so far has been woefully inadequate. Many important questions remain unanswered. I submitted a long list of questions to Jeff Schwilk, and I'm still waiting for answers. First off, 170 of the units will be on land owned by the city. I realize the attorney has said that this land has not yet been declared surplus, but per the city's own Surplus Land Act, 15% of the units on city land should be affordable. This project has no affordable housing on the city parcel, while there is 100% affordable housing on the VTA portion. At the public meeting, Director Crabtree said that development at the station area is covered by the general plan, which was adopted in 2010. He agreed that we are overdue for an amendment to the general plan for the station area. I think we should not approve any more projects at the station until we have a comprehensive, specific area plan that includes details from VTA and BART on their plans for BART Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jane.
Robert Meyer? Or Mayor?
Rob Meyer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rob. Go
Hello?
ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about design and location and everything. And, you know, this is a critical piece of our city of putting back a little bit of the soul and heart that we've lost for the downtown. It's also a really important gateway to our city and our downtown. And the things that I've talked to the developer early on about is lowering mass around the train depot, because I design a lot of historic homes in the town here, and I live in the Old Quad. And so it's important to be sensitive about that. I want you to understand that just using materials that are sensitive to the old depot doesn't necessarily mean that the building form is sensitive to that in terms of height and scale. What's super frustrating when I heard a lot of people from the university or affiliated about housing and all that, and both my sisters are teachers, so I understand the plight with affordable housing. But we need to understand that this station is even above and beyond that. You know, there's a lot of underutilized lots south of this property that can be used for housing in the future. What's discouraging and frustrating for me is to see that on campus they're building 4-story dormitories when they could have gone higher. But I know why they're doing it. They're doing it for intimacy. And I've told the developer on this property, we need a sense of intimacy as you welcome people and encourage them to get off the station. This development has remained 7 stories from the get-go, and that's all the way around. And that has to be rethought. And I don't believe in extending this agreement. I wish that the city would have done a community outreach with the property prior to discussing with private developer. And that way we maybe have a better chance of getting the project that we deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Donna West.
Donna West. Hello, Donna. Do we see Donna?
Do you want me to unmute herself?
Can you unmute yourself, Donna?
There we go.
Very good.
Sorry about that.
Well, welcome, Donna. Welcome.
Mayor Gilmore, council staff, thank you for what you're doing through this challenging pandemic. Donna, I'm a 30-year resident, work with Reclaiming Our Downtown, and I'm a small business owner. I can't afford to live here. I could be the first responder, a nurse fighting COVID, or a teacher and a police officer. We all have 2 things in common. Up to 3/4 of our paycheck goes to housing in the Bay Area. And without us, our economy, our health, and our way of life collapses. That's why I was actually excited to attend a meeting this past week for a new building that is planned right next to Santa Clara train station. If planned correctly, I thought this could be an ideal location to get affordable, smaller units for those of us in San Jose and Santa Clara area who need affordable, smaller units and utilize the train to get to and from where we work. But this is not what is going to happen. Metropolitan was chosen by the city for an exclusive developer. The meeting's goal was to get input, but the developer chose mainly speakers who attended or represented Santa Clara University. Only 2 citizens' questions were answered. It became very apparent that instead of affordable, smaller units we all want and this area needs and citizens want, the university is aiming for and will be receiving even more student housing. Our students would not want to use a train. They're 100 yards away to walk to their classes. And this would inhabit building hundreds of feet away from the train station. This defies logic. By granting exclusive to Republic, your citizens are not being heard from. I ask council to reject this extension of this and open up this so we can get a developer who listens to us, the community, and someone who has a true vision to utilize this very rare opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers?
Yes. Kathleen Romano.
Hi, this is Kathleen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kathleen. Yes, we can. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I appreciate this opportunity to listen about the ENA, and I really appreciate everyone in the council bringing up concerns of the district since we don't have our own representative. It was very gratifying to hear you all speak to our concerns. So thank you for that. I'd like to say that I'd like to see this ENA not be extended and that we open it up to a larger group of developers and go back and take a look at the location and the development needs for affordable housing in units that can be individual, and that we take it in a holistic approach with VTA, with Caltrain, with Downtown, with Gateway, with Prometheus. There's quite a large number of projects going on near our original downtown, and I think it needs to be looked at as a holistic approach. I thank Kelly for her information from the developer about the units and how they're driving to individual bedrooms and common shared area. And I understand that even if that is a possible trend going forward, it still drives from a social aspect the need for people to share common space. And it still drives towards a dormitory style of living, whether it's not official housing or not. We need to really look at individual units for single or small families that are affordable. And I think beyond the pandemic, one of our biggest crises is supplying affordable housing that is individually available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Shore. Alex Shore.
Oh, Alex Shore. Alex?
Hello, Council. My name is Alex Shore. I'm calling on behalf of Catalyze SV, which works on community engagement in our city. Wanted to talk a little bit about the community engagement process on this project. Since this is public land, I think there's really good precedent in the city of Santa Clara to have a deeper community engagement process. With the AgriHood project that the council approved a few years ago, you had 3 developers that applied to the city and then you selected one. And I wonder if such a process should be replicated to give community engagement a greater opportunity, because that process of community engagement for the AgriHood was so much greater than what I'm hearing speakers in the community talk about tonight and in previous conversations I've had with them. With this public land, I think there's a higher bar that needs to be set for community engagement, and it doesn't sound like the developers reaching that bar, and that's disconcerting because this is public land, and sometimes community engagement is used as a cudgel by community groups to oppose housing, but that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing community groups that actually want housing, that want more affordable housing, and that they don't believe that this project is getting there and that the developer's hearing them on that. So again, Catalyze SV has offered up our help to the city of Santa Clara, and this could be a good opportunity for us to assist the city in the community engagement process as part of our collaboration that the council voted on as a priority at your priority setting session in January. So if we can be helpful here with Republic or whatever developer you choose in talking with the community about the project and having a good community engagement process, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for that.
Mike Walkie.
Mike Walkie.
Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mike Walkie, we can hear you, Mike. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Yeah, I would like to see the city, I'm a 20-year resident of the Old Quad. I'm currently the president of the Santa Clara PAL Association, and I would like to see that the city extend this ENA. A lot of work has already gone into this. To just throw it out the window to me does not make a whole lot of sense. It would actually be a step backwards. There's 29% affordable housing and 170 new units that include 545 beds. That's huge. You pair this with the Gateway project and with the Rebuild Our Downtown, and now all the way, you will have one solid, great development for this area. We have nothing right now. We have things that are 40, 50 years old. They need to be updated. The housing would be great to help bring in VTA, up Caltrains, bring in the light rail, the BART, and that's what brings mass transit to these areas, like BART, is housing. And this is a step in the right direction, in my opinion. The developer's going to fund the well at $3.4 million. That's nothing to just throw away. I mean, that's very significant. And we have to look at this because we need to modernize that whole strip. If it's going to be the transit corridor that everybody talks about, then we need to start looking at this. And I strongly suggest that the council extend this ENA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Ruben?
Ruben? Do we have Ruben on the line?
Yes, hi, this is Ruben Camacho.
Hi, Ruben.
Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yes, we can hear you, Ruben. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the moment to speak on behalf of this project that's upon you. It has been a long going, and I strongly encourage the vision that this group has brought to this area. Improved housing has been a long issue here in Santa Clara. Having been a long-standing resident here, myself over 50 years, my family over 90. The city of Santa Clara has always had visions of growing. This is a project that kind of fits in that culture. I think that for us to extend the extension for them is something that's needed and necessary. And I understand with the great efforts that you guys are all putting in during this pandemic situation, that even though this is a difficult process, that you guys are well on your way to making this happen. And as I mentioned, I'm a very long-standing resident here. I'm involved with Briarwood Little League, Wilcox High School, St. Lawrence Elementary, and now St. Justin's Elementary. And all these communities are always looking for situations like with the PAL initiative. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you will consider extending this situation. And I appreciate all your guys' help and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben, and thank you for all your volunteer service to the community. Do we have any other speakers?
We have the last speaker is Kelly Macy, but I also have an e-comment. Would you like me to read that first?
I'm gonna keep the developer till the very end to maybe answer any questions or comments. So is there any more speakers?
So we just had a few speakers added to the list.
All right, let's get those speakers before we read any comments. Okay. Yes.
John Elwood.
John Elwood? John?
Great. Good afternoon, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. My name is John Elwood. I just wanted to say what a very attractive development with a number of amenities that Republic is bringing to the Santa Clara community. In particular, the 29% affordable housing component, assisting those families and working students in a unique development that will be affordable, attractive, and comfortable to the residents, and promoting the Santa Clara train station's history and architecture. I would urge the City Council to vote in favor of extending the exclusive negotiated agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
Patricia Leung.
Patricia Leung?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you. So I strongly object to the continued partnership with REMET through this ENA today based on the following. The reduction of Caltrain parking spots from 240 to 94 spaces. I received confirmation that the city, and now in partnership with REMET, has unilateral authority to set the number of parking spots offered to Caltrain to lease. The VTA was only able to advocate up to 94 spots for Caltrain riders. Caltrain was happy because the number is not zero. Drastically reducing the number of parking spots in partnership with REMET without consulting the ridership from different parts of the city and doing so without setting a station area precise plan first, which would lead to a flood of parked cars in the adjacent neighborhoods, is reprehensible. And here I thought District 5 was the only one without representation. On the historical preservation front, I was shocked to learn that last week that the city may be seeking a CEQA negative declaration for this project to skirt the full environmental impact report process. This is completely unacceptable, as the massive project will have a huge impact on the nationally listed historic train depot right next door. Not to mention, this is within the Third Mission archaeological area, which is also eligible for a national register. This blatant disregard to our historical resource may jeopardize our standing as a certified local government with the State Historic Preservation Office, which may directly affect our ability to operate the ever-popular Mills Act program. We may as well take off our city seal and stop calling ourselves the Mission City. In addition, the developer continues to evade perfectly reasonable questions from the public. From my personal public recorded experience, they have also verbally bullied the questions askers into accepting their inadequate replies on answers, as they did not want them to come to light. This is the type of treatment I expected from my profession as a woman of color in tech, not from a developer in partnership with my city. The council can thank both Mr. Mendelson for inspiring me to discover more time, financial, and legal burden for the city. I ask the council this: do you really want to keep them on as a partner through the CNA extension? Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Thompson.
Adam Thompson? Adam?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Thompson, and I've been a lifelong resident of Santa Clara and do not support this third extension of the ENA for the following reasons. The well supplies the area with one of the most important resources, water. This is one of the council's and community's biggest concerns at the ENA extension in November of 2019. We need to take the time to make sure that any project will not jeopardize this valuable resource. This is not something we can afford to lose or have contaminated, especially if we face future droughts. The outreach process thus far has been primarily with VTA and SCU, with little community outreach. The community voiced strong concerns with the student housing type being proposed at a train station during the October 2019 community meeting. The developer has unfortunately not addressed this concern. Tonight, they are still proposing that the city-owned land be used to fill the needs of a private university and not look to solve the region's transit crisis. This council has advocated for property rights many times in the past, and this community requests that our property rights are respected in this instance and the visioning take place prior to continuing in an ENA with any developer. Another point, student housing, as we saw tonight or will see, costs significantly more per square foot than even market rate housing. If you use the numbers that will be presented during the meeting, a single student is expected to pay $1,800 a month, $21,600 a year, or $86,400 over 4 years in the university for a bed. This will strap students with a significantly more debt for years to come and make it difficult for them to begin their lives. Based on these calculations, this is not housing anyone without a student loan would be able to pay, making this exclusionary housing. This project has not met the request from the last ENA extension, as you heard earlier, and does not solve the problems we face as a community, a city, or a region, and the ENA should not be extended. Allow the community to provide their vision and get competitive bids by means of an RFP. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Cheryl Walsh.
Cheryl Walsh.
Hi, good evening. I'm Cheryl Walsh, and I am in support of extending the ENA. I definitely, to continue the negotiations, I definitely hear the voices of the City Council and members of the City of Santa Clara. They're very strong voices, and they always have the citizens of Santa Clara and the City of Santa Clara's best interests, and definitely we believe they would negotiate full-heartedly. But I also think this is a great opportunity. This this type of forward-thinking living spaces, I know so many young professionals that are wind up renting a room in somebody's home, and this is a great opportunity to give them their own privacy and their opportunity to live in a unique, forward-thinking development. You know, I'm a baby boomer, so it's not the way I choose to live, but I do find the younger people nowadays, the recent college graduates, this is very in their wheelhouse. People not of Santa Clara University, people from other colleges that are moving to the Bay Area for the first time. What a great way for them to live close to a very safe area of Santa Clara, right next to the police department, have a great transit opportunity to go not only to their jobs, but also to other areas in the Bay Area to explore. So I am in support of extending the ENA. So thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Jonathan Evans.
Jonathan Evans?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jonathan. Go ahead.
My name is Jonathan Evans. I'm a registered voter in Santa Clara District 5 and current president of OCRA. I oppose the city renewing this ENA with REMET. An ENA is something signed between partners who wish to work together on a project. REMET has shown that they are not an appropriate partner for this city and they do not wish to work with us. We have heard public comments today from members of the community who have been belittled and ignored by REMET. We have also reached out to city staff and as of this morning have been told that no additional community meetings are planned and the community is expected to provide additional feedback via city public hearings where unlike REMET, we don't get unlimited time to talk. What is our community to gain from this project on land owned by us all? A dorm. REMET and Jerry Smith have held up a dorm at UC Davis as an example of what they plan to build. These sorts of dorms are one of the most expensive forms of exclusionary housing around, and single bed leases often discriminate against families, and professionals such as teachers. At the last Thursday's meeting, REMET called out how in their market research, people are typically leasing 2-bedroom apartments with 4 people to manage expenses. Does this dorm reduce the cost for anyone? No. I refer you to the letter I sent to the council, and you can clearly see that the proposed pricing for these units are on the high end of market rate. On a per square foot cost, these units are as much as 85% more expensive than a standard 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. There are no affordable units on city-owned land, and SV at Home is against renewing this ENA. This dorm will include a medical facility intended for SU sports program. A dorm combined with the University Medical Center is effectively ceding public land to a private university which has a $1 billion endowment and holds $1.5 billion of taxable property in Santa Clara County. We should also discuss the agreement itself as it may not comply with California law. Before this agreement is renewed, the city attorney's office must issue a public statement on whether this agreement complies with the California state law with special considerations to the requirements of the Surplus Land Act. This should be followed up with a public written brief supporting this argument. It is telling that the ENA is requesting the developer indemnify the city against violations of this law as part of a renewal. This city shouldn't simply seek indemnification, but hold itself to the highest possible standard. But I guess a fine is just the cost of doing business like our noise curfew at Levi's. This partnership is supporting special interest groups at the expense of the community as a whole. It is actually building exclusionary and expensive housing for our private university and may open up the city to legal liability. This is a bad deal for the city. Terminate this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any other online no public members? Okay. Can you read the e-comment from Deborah Von Hune, and then I'm going to go back to the developer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comment says, I'm a registered voter in District 4 and a member of the Downtown Community Task Force. This is the first time I've seen Republic Metropolitan's plans for the 500 Benton Street development, and I have to say I'm really disappointed. Franklin Street factors into the plans for the new downtown, serving as the entrance to Santa Clara from the transit station. Yet the plans have all the uninviting features of the complex, such as transformers facing Franklin. This plan was wrongly developed in a vacuum. End of comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go, well, let me first start with staff. Does staff have any further comments on this? City manager?
Ruth, I'm checking with you, but I don't.
No, I don't either. This is Ruth Shikata.
Okay, thank you, Ruth and Deanna. Kelly Macy, Kelly, representing Republic, do you have any comments about what you've just heard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Yes, I just wanted to clarify 2 points. One was that before we signed the ENA with the city and BTA, there were two proposals, two different developers interested in this particular parcel. And our proposal was far and away more advantageous for the city and VTA in terms of what we were prepared to offer in benefits as well as revenue. And that's why we signed the ENA with the city and VTA. And then the last thing I just wanted to clarify was that on the community meeting that we held last Thursday, it was a Zoom virtual meeting, and it was a very democratic process in that folks who wanted to speak signed up in the chat. Everybody could see the chat, and I went right down the chat in order and called on everybody who signed up to speak. And at the top of the meeting, I expressed a 3-minute limit on speakers just so that we could be sure to hit everybody. We didn't hold to that because people had more to say, which was fine. And we went 20 minutes over the stop time for the meeting, just so that we could let everybody speak, people who had trouble calling in, had technical difficulties, or what have you. So I just want to make sure that you realize and the council realizes that every effort was made to be absolutely democratic in the community meeting and absolutely to hear everybody's voice without judgment or any other kind of negative sentiment. Thanks so much for letting me speak again.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go back to the council. Council, have any comments, questions, motion? Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to thank the members of all the community that raised a lot of questions. And there's been a couple of the speakers alluded to it, one being Patricia Leung, and there was a letter, or during the meeting, some more emails are coming in from the community. So I guess that maybe this is a question to Ruth or perhaps City Attorney Doyle, like the level of the CEQA review that's required, and also like the letter from the archaeologist at Santa Clara University. If there are significant archaeological findings on this property, does that just mean that if the city in partnership with whoever, if it's Republic or somebody else, if we were to pursue developing, would that if there is discovered significant archaeological findings there, does that potentially stop the development, or does that just require the city to somehow mitigate that or move in a culturally appropriate way, whatever archaeological findings there are?
If I could take the opportunity, that's the whole purpose of the CEQA process, is to identify what the potential significant impacts might be, and to suggest ways of the city dealing with that. So until the CEQA is complete, we really won't have answers to the questions of, I mean, ultimately, it's looking very much like both for the water issue and for the archaeological issue that we'll probably have to do an EIR. And at that point, the significant impacts will be identified, and mitigation and alternatives will be identified as well. And then it's up to the council to decide whether or not they want to proceed with the project or not in the face of what we find.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to make some comments. I don't see any council members' hands up at this point. Wait a minute. Am I looking at the right page? Oh, Councilmember Watanabe. Sorry, I'll let you go first. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just popped in there real quick. Just bringing up the issue of the CEQA. I was going to ask the same question about the CEQA analysis and how it would address some of the concerns that we're hearing are still out there. But if the developer does go to an EIR, city attorney, how long would it take to prepare an EIR? Would they be able to do it within an extended negotiation agreement? Would it be able to be completed in that time period?
I'd have to check with Andrew about typically how long an EIR would take. I don't.
We're talking about significant issues.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
given what I know about the process, it might be complete within the year, yeah. But it might take
Yeah,
about.
this is Andrew Crabtree.
Yeah.
This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. That's correct that the standard process for an EIR, standard timeline is about a year to complete that process. You know, we've done some work here already that may give us a little bit of a head start on that. But it's you know, unknown at this point exactly how long it would take, and it's reasonable to expect it would take up to a year.
Okay, and would the CEQA then still be part of that analysis, or just be strictly an EIR?
So the EIR would serve analysis
Okay.
project.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I just wanted to give my view of this. And first of all, many people said District 5 is not being represented on this project, but I want to remind them that I actually represent District 5. The only project I'm not able to weigh in on is the downtown because it's next to my office. But on this project and the rest of District 5, I am also accountable to. So I just wanted to, I know that was brought up a couple of times. I wanted to clear the air on that one. The history of this property, and I think that the developer Kelly brought this up, is that we did have two proposals for the property at the time, and the proposal from Republic was far and away the better proposal at the time. This property is difficult, if you haven't figured that out already, that it's a small piece of property. It's only a little over 2 acres, but it's a strategically located piece of property. It has all kinds of issues, as you've probably gathered from today. With the well issue, it has parking for the train. It's got parking for the police station. It's small and sort of isolated in nature in an area that that is envisioned to be, you know, the future transit hub, the BART station of the future. So it's an area that there has been a huge push for very high density on this project, as well as on the other side of the train station as well. So there's been that. One of the original reasons that we actually looked at developing this property is, first of all, the city owns 70% and VTA owns 30%. And for those who understand the dynamics, the political dynamics and the governance dynamics of VTA, which is pretty much controlled by San Jose. They have the majority of members on VTA. We were lucky at some point that Councilmember O'Neill was the chair of VTA, so that was very helpful to Santa Clara. But for the most part, it's controlled by San Jose on VTA, although in fact right now Santa Clara doesn't even have a seat on VTA, and then 70% by the city. So any development proposal, anything, if we're going to develop the property as a whole, has to have the buy-in and the blessing of both agencies. So that in itself is a huge, steep mountain to climb, let me tell you. So combine that with the well issue, and I did hear a lot of well issues today. Well, I'll go on that a little bit later, but one of the reasons I am the chair of the Santa Clara University Neighborhood Relations Committee. We call it the NERC. In the NERC meetings over the years, there has been quite a bit, and many of you, I think on the calls today, know the history of NERC. There has been quite a bit of talk and dissatisfaction with a lot of students living in the neighborhood surrounding Santa Clara University. And it's a known fact, and maybe those of you know, maybe those of you don't know if you don't have a college-age child or are familiar with how these students live. Typically, Freshmen, maybe sophomores, if you're lucky, will live on campus. But by the time they get to be juniors, seniors, graduate students, they will live off campus. And no matter how much housing that the university may provide on campus for upper division, upper level students, they're not going to live there. They want to live off campus. So one of the solutions to that was to provide attractive student housing off campus, out of the university neighborhoods. So that was our original discussion about this project. It's morphed since then, but to provide housing away from the neighborhoods. And I'll tell you, even I heard something just recently, is because of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of the housing on campus, they're probably going to put just a fraction of the number of students on campus because of all the social distancing and everything. So we're going to have even more students off campus. So that was an issue that we have dealt with over the years. And every year we have to re-educate students about being good neighbors in the neighborhood. So those of you who have been to our NERC meetings know the issue and the importance of providing that. The city of Santa Clara is not providing housing for a rich university, Santa Clara University, and we're not looking at the university. They're not the bad guys in this whole situation. And I know we've gotten letters about the evil university. That's not the case here, and it shouldn't be the case because the city of Santa Clara has a great relationship with the university, and we're really trying to work with students in the neighborhoods together because we have to do this together. But there was an involvement with Santa Clara University because we wanted to get the students, out and off of campus. We also understood, and this is where VTA steps in, is that because of Future BART, they wanted to get the highest amount of density, and they pushed for the highest amount of density on their 30% parcel. And they pushed to have it affordable. So as you know, unlike the last project across the train tracks, where the discussion laid specifically on affordable housing, this site is 28 or 29% affordable housing. That's incredible. That's an incredible amount of affordable housing right next to the train station. So that in itself is something that that was really pushed for by VTA. The future downtown, as we've all talked about, we need people. You need a critical mass of people in order to get good retail. I know that being in the real estate business. You need people for retail. You need people to have services around. That area is going to probably really develop and really blossom, with a project like this, the project across the train tracks. But let me remind everyone, this is just we're only talking about the exclusive negotiating agreement. And I know that we've already had 7 times, there's been 7 opportunities in the public to they either had public community meetings or here in the council chambers. We've talked about this multiple times over the years, but this is actually just the beginning. We're just looking at the exclusive negotiating agreement. This has to go through the whole regular process with the whole bunch of community meetings and outreach and EIR and all those issues that have to be answered. This is not approval of this project and the way it came in. So I know a lot of people talked about the specifics of the project. There's going to be plenty of time for everyone to weigh in on this project going forward. So this isn't the end, it's the beginning. The well issues. This is the first time I've heard of a little more detailed explanation on the well. It sounds like this well only has about 10 years left, according to the life of this well. So it would actually be very beneficial for the developers to move the well. And then it sounds like the well by Costco has failed. So yes, it'd be beneficial to have a second well option. So that was interesting news that we received, but that will all be considered as we go through the process. The collaboration with VTA, and again, thanks to Councilmember O'Neill, the collaboration of VTA has been you know, they're just as demanding on their projects as we are. So we've worked well with them in trying to get a project that will work for this area. And they've offered things for PAL, they've offered things for, you know, the community, which again, as you go through the project disposition, then you find all that out. The historical railroad station, this would actually bring people to really discover that beautiful jewel in our community. But if there's, you know, historical issues, environmental historical issues, you know, then nothing's going to be developed there. And I think that's the point. I want to move ahead with this process because I am frankly very worried when you have to put all of the pieces have to fit to make a project move ahead to even get to the level where it gets to the community and where you get through the environmental process. A lot of things have to happen until then. And if we don't move this project ahead, it's going to die. And if it dies, I can't even imagine when we could even move ahead and get somebody, you know, interested, considering the well requirements, 2 well requirements, the parking requirements for VTA and the police station, you know, the density requirements, the affordability requirements. There's a lot going on with this project. It's not an easy project. But I think at the end of the day, you know, when we talked about this group type of living, whether it's students, I have a home in my neighborhood, and there's 7 engineers that are renting. They all have their own rooms, and they're renting together a house. I mean, I think Cheryl Walsh is one of our public members that said it nicely. There's a new way of living that maybe none of us are, you know, maybe familiar with or think that it's not, you know, normal type of living, but there's a new way of living going on. And if we can give opportunities for, you know, young people especially to get a first place to live next to a train station, and public transportation in a safe area, as I think Cheryl said, next to the police station, with you know, access to a future downtown. I think this is the way to go. We're still going to be looking at probably years before this is, you know, up and running. But if we throw this out now, we're just keep adding on those years, you know, if anything. So I would like to ask the council if we could have a motion to approve this extension. Let's move it on. Let's get the public process started. And you know, I think they've done a good job so far, and I think they deserve the right to move ahead. Thank you. Sorry for the long talk. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Chahal, and followed by O'Neill.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I hope I can, I've made a whole lot of notes here listening to everybody speak, and everybody has done a great job. I love all the input from all the sides. And I also would just like to share that I was actually on the virtual committee meeting call on Thursday evening and heard a lot of comments as well. And I concur with what Kelly Macy said, that you know, she did extend the time period for people to continue to ask questions. And there was another young lady there that was talking about affordable housing. And so she gave the time to the residents to ask their questions and clarification. And the time did go over. I think it was longer than 20 minutes, Kelly. I think it was more like a half an hour, because I seem to recall getting off at 8 o'clock. But it was, and I know there were frustrations. I heard the frustrations, but I mean, in the time period allotted, I think a lot was said. I learned a lot more about the project, and also heard people say that they liked the new design. There were people that did like the new design, and I believe John Dietrich from the Historical Railroad Society was one of them. I know we've received correspondence from him. I think he still has some concerns about the project, but he did say that he liked the revision and to the project. I have to say that there's some additional comments that were made today, like regarding the bathrooms. that was brought up on Thursday night, a concern about public bathrooms being available. There are bus shelters that will continue to be available, actually 4 of them. But what I'm hearing too from when Kelly spoke earlier, that it sounds like there may have been some impacts for the developer as a result of COVID, and that they weren't able to get some of the meetings and work done before the ENA ran out. It sounds like the developer is making a commitment to exploring the well option. I'm glad you shared that about the 10-year the 10 additional years on the well. Mayor, I didn't know that, and also that the location of exploring a new well and that Costco has failed. That makes a lot of sense why they would be looking for an additional well. What I see in this project, I mean, aside from it being affordable housing, 29%, it's also in a great transit-oriented corridor, and I think it's a wonderful transit-oriented development, and not just for the workforce housing, but even the students as well, because students many times, and this also came up on Thursday night, how many parking spaces are going to be needed for students? And I believe it was Jerry Smith that talked about the his soccer team, and how many of the girls on the team or the young women on the team had cars. Out of, I think, 25 players, 6 of them have cars. So there really isn't a lot of need for cars. But at the same time, this location provides the opportunity for people to still use the train to get places. And also, I think it's a wonderful walkable project as well, to get to the downtown. And I agree, the downtown is still a very much a big component of this project being successful, and also, frankly, the downtown being successful as well, just like Gateway Crossing. I mean, everything is going to benefit each other in the long run. As for housing for families, I know, I believe it was Mr. Walke talked about it on Thursday night, about how there are houses in his neighborhood where there are students living, and this would give an opportunity to get those students out of these homes and make them available to families to be able to live in. And so, so that's another positive about having student housing. I have to laugh because when I was getting ready for the meeting today, and I was talking to my daughter about the project, and she said, the first thing she said to me, Mom, she says, is the Railroad Society going to be infected? And I said, no, it's still going to be there. I said, it's historical, it's going to be there. And she said, okay. And she says, what about the housing? What kind of housing? And I said, it's going to be affordable housing. And so she said, well, that's good. She says, because I keep hearing people talk about wanting affordable housing. And she says, if people don't think that this is a good project, then what's really important to them? She says, because I keep hearing people talk about affordable housing. So, I mean, this is from a child that I really don't talk very much about developments with, but that was her opinion. And so I was actually happy to hear that. So, based on that, the mayor said, this is not the be all and end all. This is still, an ongoing process. And I think from everything that's been heard, I think we're hearing that there's a lot still work to be done. There's the opportunity for the work to be done, and the developer is willing to do that, and enough has been invested already, and we need housing. And so based on all of that and all that I've heard, I would like to make a motion to extend the ENA for this project. Thank you.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second? Who was that?
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. All right, Councilmember Chahal, followed by O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a very lively discussion, and I applaud the residents coming forward and giving their comments and their enthusiasm to participate in it. So that's a good part of the democracy that we are hearing both the sides. So, and about the project, I want to say, I know I just heard that this was not an exclusive ENA, but rather there were two parties. So I'm a little bit confused about it, like if it is an ENA or was a two parties first participated and then it became an ENA. So, but at the outset, I want to say that I'm not a big supporter of ENAs. There should be a participation, open participation from everybody to vet in the project, and so that the city gets the best deal out of it. Coming back to this particular scenario where we are, I do agree the scenario over here is a little bit complicated. There has been a lot of time investment into the project by, I think, not both parties, by three parties. And that makes it a little bit more complicated because if three parties are involved to reach a consensus or reach a final decision making is pretty hard. And with the investment of all this time and three parties agreeing to some of the things, I think that we have invested into the project and we have invested into the time for that. Looking at how this thing has evolved, I understand that initially the second well was not part of the negotiations and it was added later on. So I think I give some credit to the developer that they agreed to that. And if I'm hearing right, there's an investment of $3.4 million. I'm not sure that's for each well or for both the wells, but at least that developer is ready to invest into finding a location and providing the second well. That is a positive sign for us, and especially looking into the life of this well is only 10 years, and they will have to relocate it. So basically, we will be getting two new wells if everything goes well. So this at this stage, I would say one thing I noticed that the developer and the community has a big communication gap. Developer is saying, okay, we did great outreach, and I think we need to work on it, whether from the city staff or city takes the lead on that. That would be my one suggestion, that the outreach efforts have to be increased so that our residents, our neighbors don't feel that, okay, they have not been heard. And they have every right to dwell on these projects. And I have seen when their involvement is there, the projects come out to be better than what they were. And sometimes the projects were very good, but they come out to be an excellent project with the input from the community. With that said, I would be inclined to extend the ENA, and especially in consideration of three-party involved and so much has been done and the time investment has been done. And other part I'm inclined is right now the situation because of the COVID-19. If this falls through, I'm not sure how long will it take to anybody to come and look at this property and then start the process. I'm not sure whether we will be going behind by 2, 3. I'm not sure. I should not judge, but I definitely think it will be multi-year setback for that. So with all those reasons and the request to the developer, please engage with the community and let's make this project better. And as Mayor mentioned, today is the ENA extension only. and the project details are not into consideration, but a lot of things have been discussed by the residents to put forward their suggestions. So it will be a great idea that a developer get more engagement with the community and come up with a better plan. So with that said, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor. And one thing I hope our community sees, our mayor is a very good advocate. we should all want to have her on our side. And I know that she's very invested in this project because she just thinks it's the right thing for the community. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to put this in the context of, and I know several of the people on the council weren't on the council when this first came about. So I was the council member who voted against the ENA because I also have a lot of issues, except in very, very select circumstances for doing an ENA. But that being said, this is where we are. And I'd almost like to say that, or I will say to Republic, it's almost like, okay, based on a lot of the comments and as the mayor pointed out, okay, all right, this is like the, almost like the beginning. So what I would say to the developer, what I am hearing is we still need to go through the EIR process. We still need to have true community input. We need to figure out the impacts of the well, the parking. There's, like just a boatload of issues here. So I say to the developer, do you really are you as committed to participating in this process to come up with a project that the community can support, that the university will support, that the business community support? Because like one thing that was like a frying pan in my face is when I open up a letter from Silicon Valley at Home, which is a leading housing advocacy organization, and particularly for affordable housing, and they are asking the city council to not go forward when there is, as part of this project, there is, the VTA piece is going to be 100% affordable. When I saw that, I went, whoa, I mean, that has got to be a first. So, we went through a number of questions about the well. We went through a lot of things. So, like I said, and we don't know what the VTA board's going to do, and I can't speak for them because, as I said, I have not been in those closed sessions that have occurred since the first of the year. If the developer is willing to basically almost say we're still almost at square one, because I think what the mayor said, this is a very difficult piece of property to develop. I'm thinking maybe we should have our own Santa Clara version of the Bulgas Water Temple there or something. I don't know. But the developer really needs to think, are we really going to sign on? Are we willing to do, I think, the heavy work? Alex Shore from Catalyze SV referenced, in terms of how do you really have community input? Are you open to perhaps this project changes further? Because there's just so many open items. If the developer is willing to say, yes, we are truly willing to and have more meaningful engagement and answer these questions. And I think that when I first heard about this project, it was a student housing project, and I spent a lot of years with the mayor and Councilmember Davis and people on NERC, and so we've heard all those frustrations. So so now it's been broadened that it's not just for students, but it could be alternative living arrangements. I think we have to have, continue that discussion, and that's my point. If the developer is still willing to sign on, knowing what lies ahead in terms of a process with the community, I'm willing to vote for an extension. I was perhaps not going that direction earlier, but hearing all the comments and the realities of the development situation, as I said, if Republic is willing to commit to that, I'm willing to have an extension, because if it turns out we have an extension and then we're, 8 months from now at a point where we've not had a project that truly meets the needs of the community, then we're not going to have a good result at that point. So with all that said, I'm willing to support the motion, but like the Republic, gear up.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. City Attorney, you have a comment?
Yes, staff has requested a clarification on the motion because it didn't really give a time frame. And in the staff report, Ruth Shikata has told me that this, because it is a joint ETA exclusive ENA with the VTA, that the whatever term for the end term of the ENA that VTA chooses is what we'll have to sign on to. So even though we're kind of thinking it might take a year for us to work this out in terms of the EIR, if VTA only approves, let's say, a 6-month extension, then that would be what we would be signing, and then we would have to look at extending it beyond that at that time.
Okay, so what didn't it say a year in here?
I don't know if it said a year in the report. Ruth, do you want to comment?
What is it, 6 months? What is it?
No. The report says up to a year.
Up to a year.
So,
right.
A year. So we would advocate that that the extension be, if there is an extension from the VTA board, that it would be a year. But I don't know what the VTA board might do. And so rather than to have inconsistent direction from the two boards, I was hoping that maybe we could authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, and so that it could be consistent with whatever the VTA board decides without having to come back to council again to request consistent authorization.
I recommend that we stay with up to a year and then see what the VTA board does. I would rather we drive the project on our side and not let them determine what it is, because the reality is we can give guidelines, and if they do something less than a year, then those are the guidelines we're going to have to live with. But by taking no action and deferring to them, I just don't like that approach at all. So I think the motion was for staff recommendation, which is Third Amendment, and with the understanding that it's up to a year, but will be determined by, it's a 3-party contract. 3 parties have to sign the contract. I think it's confusing it now by doing it that way, but thank you for pointing that out. Okay, I still have council members. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Thank you, Mayor. I've listened very carefully. I did inherit this project. It was okayed before I was on the council. I have heard very clear concerns from both council and public. This is public property, but I also recognize that we do have the VTA and the city as well as the developer. And with COVID, I think giving them an extension, I believe we would do that for nearly any project, recognizing that there's been extra outside of our ability to control concerns. So I think I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. And isn't the city of Santa Clara the lead agency on this project? We are, right? Yeah, so that even makes more sense. Councilmember Davis, but she's not on Zoom. Is she on the call, on the phone? Councilmember Davis, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I know that everybody knows how I feel about this project, and I think that the developer heard loud and clear from the community that they are not trusting of community meetings that have taken place, and there are a lot of issues that are happening. I asked in the beginning about having VTA
and what they were going to do in their conversation on August 5th. Yes, this is a kind of a three-party process, and it could go very many different ways. So I've always had the issue with the well. I have had issues with the parking. I know that some council members got a peek at what this project looks like. I heard it was 7 stories. The community was very clear that they want to be engaged in this. So counting up what has been already said, this motion has already passed. So bottom line, my words to the developer are, listen very clearly to the community. They have a lot to say. And I also believe that the well needs to be taken care of, and I want you to work diligently with the staff so that you can get the testing done. I also want to know, and it might be a project breaker, if there are Native American remains on this land, because that is a strong possibility because of the history of Santa Clara. And the fact that you need to talk with our staff about using land that belongs to us for a secondary well. So these are all my concerns, and I hope to God that you are going to address each and every one of them. So I was not going to pass this, and it seems that it will pass. So I just want you to even listen to my voice and give me what I think the community deserves in this project. It's our land. It's a revenue stream for us. I would hope that it would be successful, but with everything that's going on right now, I'm not really sure. I have my doubts. I also had some trust issues with things that were going on and things that were said. So good luck. And I hope that the community is going to keep their voice out there as strong as they possibly can. Because if we don't push back, then nothing gets done. And this project is not what I'm comfortable with. But if the community gets what they want and the developer is working to compromise, then I'm fine with this. So I have to go along with y'all because it's going to be a 6-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Watanabe, would you please clarify your motion that it's up to a year?
Yes, Mayor. I looked at the staff recommendation, and it doesn't specifically state a time frame, but I'm happy to add that to negotiate and execute a third amendment to the exclusive negotiations agreement with Republic Metropolitan, consistent with the terms in the staff reports, the development of a city-owned parcel located at 500 Benton Street up to 1 year.
Is that okay?
Is that okay?
Who made the second? Was it Vice Mayor Hardy? Who? Oh,
No,
Councilmember O'Neill.
it's me.
Is that okay with you? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and I would like to, can I add,
Yes,
can I say
go ahead.
something, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, I mentioned a lot about like the community outreach and, you know, the comments from Catalyze SV. And like I said, how shocking it was to me to see the letter from Silicon Valley at Home. I mean, I would strongly suggest, I don't know if we put it in the motion, that the developer, I don't know, you know, if they're using their internal people for outreach, but that the developer engage an organization such as Catalyze SV to help guide them on this community outreach, because I think they've got to up their game a lot, and a group like Catalyze SV or something might be able to help them.
I think we could strongly suggest it, but I would refrain
Okay.
from
Yeah,
putting it in the
okay.
motion.
Right. So I'll just I'll go on record with that.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments from the council? Seeing none, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to ask that we take a break so that our staff can have a break and have some dinner until 5:15. Okay? We'll be back here at 5:15. Okay? Thank you very much, and thank you, council. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us after the break. We needed that break for everyone involved that's here producing the show here today at City Hall. So the next item we have on our agenda is item number 4. And that's adopt a resolution ordering the submission of a ballot measure to the qualified electors of the city, calling for a special municipal election to be held in the city of Santa Clara on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, for the purpose of submitting to city voters a measure to increase the transient occupancy tax, we call that the TOT, rate in an amount up to 4%, requesting consolidation with the presidential, general election, and election services from Santa Clara County, and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and setting priorities for ballot arguments. Is it city attorney or city manager?
That's a mouthful. I'm going
Yes.
to have Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager, make the presentation, and then we'll be able to respond to any questions.
Okay, Cynthia, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a request to take several actions related to the placement of a measure to increase the transit occupant tax in an amount of up to 4% on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. As a quick background, over the last several years, Council has had an ongoing discussions about the need for new revenue sources, particularly as it relates to critical unfunded infrastructure needs. Last November, staff provided an overview of several potential revenue strategy and was asked to return for more in-depth discussion at a future study session, which took place this past February. Staff was also directed to retain a consultant to conduct voter research on the viability of revenue measures that could potentially be placed on the November 2020 ballot. In January of this year, at the Council's priority setting session, staff presented the 10-year general fund forecast, which showed 4 years of deficits, as well as over $300 million in unfunded capital needs over the next 5 years. As part of the February 2020 study session, the Council directed staff to analyze 2 potential revenue measures, an infrastructure bond and an increase in the TOT rate. At about the same time, staff retained the services of Lou Edwards Group and ENC Research to conduct the voter research. The results of that research were presented to the Council a few weeks ago at the June 23rd Council meeting, at which time staff was asked to present the actions necessary to place an increase in the TOT rate up to an amount of 4% as the only City of Santa Clara measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. One of the Council's key directives has been to validate community priorities and level of support for any potential revenue measure. As the Council is aware, staff conducted robust outreach, including educational videos on specific infrastructure needs, multiple community meetings via Zoom, and a multimodal survey of over 600 likely voters in Santa Clara. And this is what we heard. We heard that residents feel positively about the job the City of Santa Clara is doing. We heard that many residents anticipate personal financial impact as a result of COVID-19. And while we heard that residents are just not ready to support an infrastructure bond at this time, we also heard that they were surprised to learn about the conditions of our infrastructure needs and wanted to learn more about what the city can do to address our unmet needs. They are open to the discussion, and we look forward to having that conversation. Our needs are critical, and it may be necessary to revisit a bond in the future, but right now our task is to continue the education so that more Santa Clara voters understand our needs and can feel good about a future investment. We are committed to do that work. Best of all, we learned that residents are overwhelmingly supportive of maintaining and protecting essential city services such as 911 disaster and emergency preparedness, street and pothole repair, flood protection, parks, libraries, and senior services. When asked if they would be supportive of an increase in the TOT of up to 4% paid only by hotels and motels to support those services, over 70% said they would. This is far above the 50% plus one required for passage. So that brings us to this November's election. Revenue is needed to continue to deliver key city services and to address our backlog of critical infrastructure needs. We knew that last November when we discussed potential revenue sources. We learned more when the 10-year forecast was presented in January, and unfortunately, we have learned more as a result of COVID-19, the economic and community impact of which experts say will last for many years to come. The revenue generated from TOT represents approximately $23 million of the general fund, or 9%. Our TOT rate of 9.5% is one of the lowest in the county. It is important to note that a special tax of 2% is applied to 11 hotels near the stadium. I would ask that you keep this in mind later in the discussion as we talk about staff's recommendation to increase the TOT. In California in 2018, 38 of 43 hotel-related measures passed, including 5 in Santa Clara County. As a reminder, an increase in the TOT rate would be a general tax measure that requires 50% plus 1 voter approval. On the right hand of this slide, you will see the chart that illustrates that only the city of Gilroy currently has a tax rate lower than the city of Santa Clara. This chart shows the revenue staff projected could be generated by an increase in the TOT rate back in February. There are 3 key points I want to make about this chart. First, an increase in the TOT rate does not guarantee revenue. These TOT projections were based on our prior COVID experience and trends at that time. Second, TOT is shaped by hotel occupancy rates and group sales. The more successful we are as a city in attracting visitors and large groups to stay in our city, the more success we will have in generating the level of TOT that has been projected. Third point is that the COVID environment is unlike any that we have ever experienced before. We know for certain that our economy has been hit hard, but we don't know how long this impact will last and what a new normal will look like in a post-COVID environment. That level of uncertainty makes it just that much more critical that we move forward together with our stakeholders and our constituents to implement strategies that push our boundaries where needed, but also recognizes the fragile nature of our health of our economy. It was with this mindset that the city manager and staff met with the members of the TID and DMO on multiple occasions. We heard 4 key concerns. First, a concern that hospitality industry has been among the hardest hit. Second, that a marked increase in the TOT, more than 2%, would reduce the competitiveness of the TOT hotels with fewer group sales and lower hotel occupancy. Third, we heard concern that an immediate increase to 4% would not leave room for revisiting the TID assessment, which they feel is critical to the successful marketing of Santa Clara as a destination. And finally, we heard, as we have with other businesses in the city, that the impact of COVID-19 has been staggering and will continue to affect them in the many months to come. Our common understanding of the need for additional revenue and the critical nature of our interagency collaboration led us to an up to 4% increase strategy. This strategy, if approved by council and the voters, would allow the city to increase the TOT rate up to 4% and allow the city council to set the rate by ordinance within the range of 9.5 and 13.5 based on market conditions without having to return to the voters for each adjustment. Given the uncertain nature of the COVID environment, staff is recommending that if an increase is approved, that the initial increase be 2% with future increases subject to economic thresholds and council approval. City staff will continue to work with the TID and DMO to identify these thresholds and would provide a report to council in September or December based on future actions of the councils and the voters. At this point, I'd like to turn to the mechanics of the ballot process. This slide provides a summary of key dates leading to the placement of an item on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. Should the council approve staff's recommendation to place an increase in the TOT rate on the November ballot, the resolution approved today would be due to the County of Santa Clara Registrar of Voters on August 7th. Arguments in favor of the measure would be due to the City Clerk's Day 14 days following the adoption of the resolution, which in this case would be July 28th. Arguments would be due to the Registrar of Voters on August 11th. Rebuttals would be due to the City Clerk on August 7th and to the Registrar of Voters on August 18th. Please note that there was an error in the report to council and the correct date for submission of rebuttals to the Registrar of Voters is August 18th. The question to be asked of Santa Clara voters on November 3rd would be to maintain and protect the level of essential city services, including 911, emergency medical, disaster preparedness, police and fire protection, bicycle and pedestrian safety, roadways and storm drains, and other vital services, including parks, recreation, library, and senior services, shall a measure increasing the hotel tax rate up to 4%, generating up to $7 million annually, paid only by hotel and motel guests, until ended by voters, be adopted. If the resolution is approved, the next milestone is the writing of the argument in favor of the measure. There are 3 options. The council may select up to 3 members to write the argument. The council may delegate the task to the mayor, or the council can choose not to make a delegation, in which case the city clerk would select an argument in adherence to Elections Code Section 9287. In considering action this afternoon, staff will request direction from the council on their preferred option. In addition to the ballot arguments and any rebuttals, the election code provides for the preparation of an impartial analysis. The city council may direct the city attorney to complete this task and submit it to the Register of Voters by August 18, 2020. The Register of Voters has estimated the cost for a general municipal election and one ballot measure to be $210,798. It anticipates that an additional $70,000 will be needed to cover other associated costs as noted on this slide. Funding for these expenses is included in FY 2021 budget. In closing, the staff recommendations are as follows. That the City Council adopt a resolution ordering the submission of a ballot measure to the qualified electors of the city, calling for a special election to be held in the City of Santa Clara on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, for the purpose of submitting to city voters a measure to increase the transient occupancy tax rate in the amount of up to 4%, request consolidation with the presidential general election and election services from the Santa Clara County, direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and set priorities for ballot arguments. In doing so, again, we would ask for council direction regarding their preferred choice for the preparation of arguments. That concludes my portion of today's presentation. At this point, I would like to invite Aaron Hodges, General Managers of Hyatt Santa Clara, and the Chair of the TID and DML boards, who would like to say a few words. Following Aaron's comments, I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, go ahead.
Aaron, are you on the line?
Can you hear me okay, Mayor and city staff?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Good evening to you all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Tourism Improvement District and the Destination Marketing Organization. I've prepared a few statements to continue the collaboration conversation with the city and to share a slide that outlines the important connections that exist between the TID, the DMO, the Convention Center, our newest partners in Levy, which we're all very excited about, as well as the city, as you work to assess the next steps with a proposed TOT ballot measure in November. To remind everyone, Council recently voted to maintain the TID self-assessment at $1 that was established in 2005 versus a percentage model that had initially been approved. Council advised that reverting back to the $1 was a temporary step, and at the time acknowledged a change to funding would be a priority in the future to maintaining solvency of our DMO here in Santa Clara. As we all know, COVID-19, as Cindy mentioned, will have a lasting impact on our economic outlook for many months and many years likely to come. And the hospitality and tourism sector has been one of the hardest impacted by this destructive virus. For more than 2 years, the city, the convention center, the hotels have benefited from previously booked business the former DMO and the TID helped to secure at the convention center. And that business was largely generated with a sales and marketing effort that has historically been funded by the TID and the city. Without a sales and marketing effort selling the destination, an increase in TOT up to 4% will never yield the tax revenues necessary to offset the increasing decline in overall occupancy and thus TOT that we are seeing today. Moreover, from a practical and intellectual standpoint, the TID and the DMO would like to suggest that anything above 2% would be counterproductive. In light of the current economic conditions, the efforts being made to form the new DMO with properly funded future sales and marketing will be critical to offsetting TOT decline due to overall occupancy erosion and reduced ADR. The slide on the screen that you all see is intended to showcase the link between each of the players we are discussing today, and assumes an underfunded sales and marketing effort will be catastrophic to hotel occupancy over time. In recent years, the hotels, the convention center, the city have benefited from roughly 30 to 40% of our occupancy coming from group business sectors that is largely driven by TID funding, which in turn allows the DMO to sell the destination and capture that business, which then allows the convention center and Levy to host the large meetings and events, and which ultimately leads to TOT dollars and other incremental spend within the destination the city benefits from. I'm not telling any of you anything that you don't already know. I'm only trying to add some clarity to what is a very important decision of yours, and that will have lasting and material consequences if a solvent sales and marketing effort is not established in conjunction with any TOT increase being proposed. Keep in mind that the individual travel sector is also at risk as large corporations, I think Council O'Neill elaborated on this earlier today. Large corporations have learned to enable their employees to effectively work from home, which has led to increased profits by those companies and reduced economic impact in cities that rely on domestic and international business travel. We do not know how this agreement of business will evolve post-COVID-19, but we certainly can't assume that the 30 to 40% of group business we've marketed to and enjoyed for the years will materialize with no efforts to securing it, nor will it simply be replaced by individual business travelers whose company may have other plans for how they conduct business travel into the future. So if you look at the slide, it's a left to right collaboration effort. After the city of Santa Clara to the far right, the chain reverts back to the tourism improvement district, and this is the cycle. A couple of keynotes within the slide. The tourism improvement district has a projected revenue stream of $600,000 in this next fiscal year, which I would tell you is extremely optimistic, where it used to have a budget, a combined budget with a self-assessment and city funding of $2.3 million. Those funds have always gone to the CVB/DMO to sell the destination to drive the business. We've been working for 2 years to develop that new destination marketing organization. You'll see the key performance indicators, which are listed below. Those are metrics to drive accountability and performance of sales with the intention of growing revenue, growing business. We can't fill the convention center, we can't drive events if we're not selling the destination. When we brought on Spectra, they too have key performance indicators to drive accountability and performance as well, all with the intent of driving revenue, of which the city captures that increased hotel tax. Again, 30 to 40% of our business in the recent past is group business, which is driven by a sales and marketing effort. It doesn't materialize on its own. Those statistics that are being suggested to you for 2021, those two are very optimistic in terms of tax revenues. The outlook is exceedingly poor. And in order for us to compete with the tertiary markets, San Jose, San Francisco, we very much need to align ourselves with an effort that is competing with those markets to generate the business. As I've shared with all of you in my closing comment, TOT, whether it's an increase of 1%, 3%, 4%, it means nothing if we are not driving the occupancy. And we need to drive the occupancy by ensuring we have a sustained marketing effort within Santa Clara. Thank you so much, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Okay, possibly later. City Manager, you have some comments?
I do. I want to thank both Cynthia and Aaron for the presentation. I think what we learned from the staff report as well as the presentation is that we are relying on a highly collaborative approach in order to understand each other's interdependency for going forward. The council has talked many times around the city's budget condition and has acknowledged that we need a revenue strategy and need to start putting some revenue strategies into place to deal with our long-term issues. With that strategy, this is the best approach that's before us. One, it's supported by those that were engaged for a voter survey, as well as it provides the council with flexibility to make adjustments to the TOT based by ordinance. Because it's flexibly set with an up to amount, the council by ordinance can be able to make corrective actions for a down economy as well as a high economy. And certainly changes and adjustments would always be informed by the collaboration with the TID and the DMO, because we recognize that their lows are also our lows and their highs are also our highs. I want to also recognize that this is a long-term strategy. While it may not yield the revenue that we need right now in the short term because of the COVID conditions and their impact to our economy, they will certainly yield long-term benefits by the strategy that we have for flexibility in how we set the TOT, as well as it will rely on a stabilized economy that in turn helps stabilize the DMO as well as the city's budget. I believe that this is the right solution at this time, given the existing conditions that we all face, and that there is sufficient collaboration to move forward together and bring about a good outcome for the community as well as for all of the different partners involved. So with that, we can take questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the council. I have Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Davis, are you on?
Yes, I have just been unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Cynthia, I want to thank you for the report, and I know that we need to put this measure on the ballot to secure, a revenue stream going forward. Even though we are in COVID, we have to make decisions now for the future, whatever that may be. So thank you for that report. Aaron, you cannot stress enough what I tried to get for you, and I was outvoted. But going forward, I hope that my council members will understand there's an old adage, spend money to make money. And you cannot live on that dollar, and I'm hoping that going in the future that we will get to that percentage, because you are going to be in a very, very competitive market going forward. We don't know what it is. You explained it very clearly to my council members that you need help, and we need to have a balanced approach between a marketing plan with the TID, with an executive director, and also adding to the ballot measure and securing more of a rate that we could probably enjoy later down the road. So when you are ready, Mayor, I would like to make staff recommendation, keep it at the 4%. I believe Cynthia wanted some direction on that, because it's not affecting our taxpayers. It's affecting the people that are coming to visit Santa Clara. So when you're ready, I'd like to make the motion.
You can make the motion, but just make it clear, it's up to 4%. Council member.
Yes.
Hold on one second. I see the city attorney has his hand up.
I just, there's a discrepancy between the staff report and the actual resolution that was in the packet in terms of the language of the ballot question.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that everyone understands what the actual language that's going to be in the resolution says. And it does say up to 4%, but it also incorrectly in the attached resolution, it says approximately up, instead of generating up to $7 million, the current resolution had in the packet says approximately $7 million. So I want it to be clear that it's the language that was shown here tonight and the language in the staff report that the ballot question in the resolution is going to be corrected to read generating up to $7 million.
So Councilmember Davis, could you make that in your motion that it's staff recommendation to make sure the resolution is consistent with the ballot question?
That the ballot
Up
question.
to 7 million, up to 4%. Up
Right.
to. Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Davis. Are there other questions? I see Vice Mayor Hardy. You have questions,
Thank
comments?
you, yes. I do have comments on the motion. If Councilmember Davis remembers, it was a 3-3 vote, and I agreed with her that I was concerned that we are not putting in the necessary funds for the TID because we do need to market ourselves. I feel like when this shutdown is over, that there should be, and hopefully is, a pent-up demand. And there's essentially a restart for many conventions and other activities that we would like to tap into. And this is what I want to see happen. I like that we have it says up to 4%. I like the idea of only going with the 2% and seeing where that is, because as the city manager says, we need to think of downturn times and upturn times. And I think we need to be very careful that we do this in a way that respects our businesses, what we're trying to do, and that we provide funding for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia, and thank you, Aaron, for the report. And as Vice Mayor Hardy mentioned, I was one of the three who advocated for the higher TID. And here we are, because these both things are synergetical. If we increase the TOT, we need to make more efforts to get the business over here. So I think Vice Mayor Hardy clarified my question, but I do have a question for City Attorney. When we say up to 4%, does the city has the leeway to change that percentage anytime they desire? Like, let's say in 2021, we go with 2%, and then we can move to addition, basically 2% addition, and then we move to 3, and then we can go back to 2, something like that. Do we have that leeway? We can move up and down up to 4%?
I'm going to have the city attorney answer that. Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, I'm asking City Attorney. Madam Mayor.
It certainly allows you to gradually increase it. I'm not sure what would happen if you decreased it and then tried to increase it again. So I'd have to look at that.
Okay, okay, no problem.
I can share that that this is very much modeled after other tax increases that were put in place in the city of San Jose as well as the city of Oakland, where for cannabis tax, we went for ballot measures up to, and then most recently the tax has fallen, where the council by action went up to its limit and then went back down as the market fell. And so there is certainly flexibility through ordinance to make changes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And so that gives us, once we start the TOT, depending on what information or the feedback we get from a DMO, we should be open enough to look at the TID rates we offer them. And that's my suggestion, like let's use their expertise and DMO's expertise. And if they want more TID, we should be open to that and make that resolution when needs to be. That's it. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I just want to make sure that we're doing this right and there's no misunderstandings later. First, we're being asked to make a decision to put this on the ballot. And so secondly, if the voters support the measure, then the city council sometime in January of next year will make a decision as to how to best spend the funds up to 4%, up to, so it's up to us. And last but not least, we understand how important the hotel and the convention business is in Santa Clara. It has been in the past and it will be in the future, especially with all of our new developments happening in North Santa Clara. So we'll need to monitor what's happening with the industry during this pandemic and figure out how and when to use the resources. So this will give us a tremendous amount of flexibility. But we have to pay attention to what's happening, the competitiveness, the resources and what's happening with the pandemic and our ability to use our convention center as well. So there's a lot to be considered, but we're not considering that now. We will be considering that beginning of next year if it passes. Okay, any other council questions? Okay, let me ask City Attorney. One of the items is to approve the language and the resolution to put on the ballot. The other is about the argument. Should we take them separately?
I think that would be advisable, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation with the consistency up to 4%, up to 7 million. Councilmember Davis, do you have more comments on your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to know because the second ask, I believe, was who was going to write the ballot argument, and I was going to make a suggestion that you do that along with another committee people.
Okay, well, let's take that separately. So I'm going to come back to you on that one. But this is just on your first motion. All right, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? No members of the public? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to add that I appreciate the presentation and the discussion. Thank you, Aaron. I know that what the city manager said about a revenue stream, yes, we need to look at a revenue stream. And when we had this discussion previously, we were in a very unknown territory, and frankly, we're still in unknown territory. But we have to take some steps forward, and we do support and we care about our businesses in Santa Clara. I agree we need to collaborate together and work through the pandemic and moving forward and take things slowly. And so I'm happy to support the motion. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chahal, you have some more comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just a clarification, like, are we making a motion to say up to 4% and generating up to $7 million? Is that our final wording?
Yes. Yes.
That's the ceiling. That's the ceiling of what the outcome of, if this is a successfully passed ballot measure, of what the outcome could be. However, in January, is what I'm hearing from, as the mayor just said, the council would deliberate in January as to how it would want to set the rate. It doesn't have to be at the top of 4%. In fact, you could see in your staff report that we're saying let's go with 2% as a start and observe the activity from there. And so all of that will be deliberated by the council in January. But for right now, the ceiling is for up to 4% and 7 million is the revenue estimated. And as stated, it's based on many conditions and many factors that is just an estimated amount.
So, City Manager, my question is, because the revenue, what happens, let's say, hypothetically, if the revenue we get is more than $7 million, where does that, let's say we get the more $7.5 million, where does that $0.5 million goes then, if we get more revenue? I think the wording should be approximately $7 million.
That's a good point.
We'll be bound to.
That's a very good point.
We'll be bound to return the money, and whom to return that money.
So maybe the approximate was the right language original. That might have been the right language originally. City Attorney?
Yes. The reason I did not keep approximately in there was because it would have been inconsistent with what's in the memorandum about what we truly expected to. I didn't want to have an argument over the ballot question itself. And if you just read approximately, it makes it sound like that's really the amount that we're going to have. So we could put both in there. We could say up to approximately 7 million.
Let's put up to approximately. I think
We
that
could-
was a really good point.
We could do that. We could do that. But I didn't want it to just be approximately because the current thinking is that it will not generate $7 million in the first year, and I didn't want the ballot question to be misleading.
But it could 10 years from now, so yeah.
No,
So,
it's over the life, yes.
Could
It's
we
potential.
could I ask very good point, Councilmember Chahal. Could I ask the maker of the motion to approve up to approximately $7 million?
Fine.
Okay. Is that okay with the second, Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I think we're at 66 words if I counted last, but we'll make sure
We
that
can add
that's
that
within the
one word in there.
75. Cynthia, I'm going to ask you to count it while we continue
It's
the
a
discussion.
long word. Does it, do we?
We were, I
Does it
remember
count
we
as
counted
one?
66 words.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal, for pointing that out. All right. Anything else, Councilmember Chahal?
That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cynthia, you have your hand raised. Is there a comment you want to make?
Yes, I was just wanting to make sure we were within the 75 word limit. So Deanna's already addressed.
It's adding one word. I hope we can make it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second with the amended motion to say up to approximately, adding the word approximately in there. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. Now, the second part, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Davis. The second part is to authorize.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so the second part of the ask from Cynthia was to establish the ballot measure writing, and I would like to nominate you along with 2 other council members that are willing to take that on.
Oh, I would accept that. What is there, we'll have to go, what other council members would be willing to sign an argument and craft an argument?
I hope they're going to.
I would.
I can't.
I can do that, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Hardy, also I'm willing.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Hardy and Chahal? Okay?
Yep, that's fine. I'm okay.
Does that, do you want to?
Yes.
I mean, okay. So is there a motion, Councilmember Davis, for Gilmore, Chahal,
So the
and
motion, okay, so the
and
motion
Hardy.
would be, okay, so the motion would be to put the ad hoc committee together of Chair, Mayor Lisa Gilmore, Vice Mayor Karen Hardy, and Councilmember Raj Hall to draft the ballot measure argument.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Let me go back. Councilmember Davis, your hand's still up. Do you have anything you'd like to say about this? Your motion?
No, I'm in the air. I don't have you on my iPad, so me is opening me up and closing me. So no, take me down.
Okay.
I took a vote.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. And is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none. Assistant City Clerk.
I would like to just confirm the motion to the maker of the motion. Is that establish an ad hoc committee to draft ballot argument with Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Shahal, and Vice Mayor Hardy?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming. Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Do we have any other action items on this particular item?
No.
Just the direction to the city attorney to do the impartial analysis.
Oh, is that a separate motion? Okay. So, oh, that's in the resolution? Is there a reason that we have to come back and vote on this again before the deadline, or no? Does this take care of it? Okay, very good. Okay. All right, very good, thank you. Okay, so, all right, moving on. Okay, the next item is item 5, adoption of a resolution setting rates for overall solid waste services, annual cleanup campaign, and household hazardous waste in the exclusive franchise area. Report responding to Councilmember Chahal's analysis and consideration of a council action on a rate assistance program, including budget amendment action. I see we have our man of all trades here at City Hall, Manuel Pineda. I don't know which hat you're wearing today, but welcome.
I'm wearing the Assistant City Manager hat first right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Pleasure to be back today with a different hat as an Assistant City Manager to talk about the solid waste programs and the rates associated with that. If we can get the presentation up on my screen here, great. Thank you. So, oops, there we go. I'm pressed, there we go. Thank you. So we're going to start off with some background for you because, as you know, this has been a long process to get us to where we're at today. It's actually almost a 3-year process from we started to entering into the new solid waste agreements. As we briefed the council multiple times, there were several criteria that we needed to meet and had to be achieved as part of new agreements. There were new diversion laws that we had to follow. There were changes to the way recycling was being handled. We had to look at the market and the haulers, as well as what facilities were ready to be able to work with us. There were some rate corrections that had to occur. As an example, the Super Saver cart was not really cost recovery based on the prices that we were using before, so we had to correct that. And ultimately, we also really wanted to provide a responsive policy from a community perspective. The rate increases that we had for our 2 options, as a reminder, we had 2 options that we were looking at once we went through this long process. One was the split cart, which had about a 43% estimated increase over a 3-year period. And the other option was mixed waste processing, which was about 57% over a 3-year period. Those costs were always a known factor as we did our presentations. We had a June 23rd public hearing about 3 weeks ago to set rates based on that council direction. And the council direction we received in December in 2019 to enter into 2 agreements, one with Green Waste Recovery, one with Mission Trails for mixed flow. And those rates were being set on June 23rd. As part of that process, we had a presentation from Councilmember Shahal. He brought up a couple of a number of points and items. And the council requested for us to come back today on July 14th. I'm going to do something a little different for you today. And first of all, I'm going to give you a warning. This is going to be a long presentation. I know you had a long day already, but we'll try to go through it as fast as I can, but there's a lot of information. And what's a little different than what you see me normally do is we're going to start off with what our summary of findings were. So we'll hit on kind of those key findings, and later on, we'll jump into how we got to those key findings, giving you a lot more detail how we came to those. So starting with finding number 1. The new rates have been public since September 2019. Were part of your report, also shown in December 2019. And we did a survey, a community survey based on really good council feedback. And that survey showed overwhelming support for mixed waste processing. And we'll get into those numbers. We also had a Proposition 218 process, as we're required to do, and as part of that process, we received 41 protests, which is well within the past levels, and we'll show you those numbers as well. The concept of reconsidering the contracts could have serious legal and financial ramifications for the city, and we have a full separate attachment. I'm not going to get into everything that's an attachment, that's a lot, but we'll give you some highlights. And we were deeply concerned about the inadequate notice for the public that this decision that was made 6 months ago was possibly being reconsidered without notice that it was going to be reconsidered. In addition to that, you also have your council policy as to how you add items to the council agenda. The analysis did not account for a cost of delay. For the first 6 months of delay, if the rates are not established, we'll be losing about $175,000 a month. And started in January, that goes up to about $350,000 a month. And that tells you that we're already 1 month, right? That we were supposed to start July 1st. We're looking at an August 1st. That's $175,000 loss to the fund. The presentation that we saw did not analyze or include the bundle rate service comparison. And that's very important. When you look at everything that we presented to the community. The bundle rate was the one that we focused on. And the reason we do that is because that is really what people are paying on their solid waste bill. And typically when we do rates, people want to know what's my monthly bill now and what's it going to be in the future. So what's that total bill, not just one element of it. And the analysis did have some errors in it. There was about $500,000 that was not included in the annualized cost. And of course, we talked about the $175,000 on the delay. So right now we're looking at about a $675,000 that we're not accounted for. Just to finish off before I get into the details, I just want to highlight that there has been very clear communication to the city and to the community that a rate increase would occur. And that rate increase was estimated at either 43% over 3 years or 57% over 3 years. The city was very clear that the existing service and the existing rates that we had today is not something that was going to work anymore because it could not meet the new requirements. And the estimated rates that we presented to you and to the community back in 2019 have not changed significantly to what was sent as part of the Prop 218. So that's a summary of findings. And then this is really what we're going to get into details, and the discussion of findings also works a little bit like an agenda for you. We'll start off with just talking about the due diligence, talk in detail about the community engagement and the disclosure of the rates real quick on what we had lately on Prop 218 and the trend data. A little more detail on the reconsideration of executed contracts and what that could mean. Jump into the solid waste fund analysis to really let you know where we're at and what delaying the rates means to that. And then some specific comments on Councilmember Chahal's presentations, gave you a couple of quick highlights. And then just noting both Councilmember Watanabe and Councilmember O'Neill brought this at the last council meeting. Based on their feedback that ultimately made the motion, we brought some financial assistance options for you to consider if you want to look at that. Finishing off, of course, with that recommendation. So council due diligence. The concern is that there was not enough transparency or disclosure of the rate increases. And I've been in public service for, 23 years now, starting in 97, so yeah, 23 years now. And I got to say, this was one of the most comprehensive and inclusive processes I ever been a part of. There were council study sessions. There were multiple council decision points that led us to this direction. There was the full pilot project, and we all heard a lot about the pilot project. There was multimedia outreach, there were community meetings, and there were community surveys. So staff did a magnificent job of just making sure we looked at this from every angle. I'm not gonna go through every bullet point here because we have three pages of bullet points, but just a couple highlights. So I'm gonna skip the first 6 right there and jump to number 9, which is a council action that was taken in September of 2019. And at that council meeting, Council approved to enter into negotiations with Green Waste Recovery and Mission Trails, which is a very significant step in the process. One item that I consider even more significant is that Council directed us as well to do more outreach because we had really good numbers, we had really good data, we had all that proposed increases, but you really wanted to know where the community was at on this and what their preferred option was. And you said, go do more outreach. I'll keep going here. bring us back to December 10th, 2019. And this is where council selected mixed waste processing and directed the city manager to enter into both agreements with Mission Trails and with Green Waste Recovery. I do want to note number 15, which is the council meeting on December 17th. And there was actually a discussion at that council meeting, I believe Councilmember Hardy brought this up, about possibly reconsidering the agreements. There was no action taken. There was a good discussion with the city attorney about what the timing of that could have been. And that's kind of where that discussion ended. And we have not heard or anyone requested any additional details on this for the last 6 months until the June 23rd meeting where we had the public hearing for the rates. So I might have gotten tired just going to the first 3 slides, going over the last 3 years. So the next item is community engagement. And part of the discussion, there was a concern that the community was not informed of options and cost differences. And I feel very good about the work that Dave and his team did on getting this done. First, we had the split cart pilot project, which was around 5,000 customers. Of course, we had the education, we had the surveys. We ended up doing 188 in-person visits to help people guide them to the new cart. We had 122 cart upgrades, and we had 510 resident contacts to the city. So it was a very high-touch process during the pilot project. And I saw a lot of the comments, and there was, as you heard at the council meetings at the time, definitely people were very open on their feedback. Thank you. There were 9 city council meetings as part of the process, and as I mentioned, on September 17th, the council asked us to do more community engagement. As part of the community engagement process, and on the 23rd, there was some discussion that maybe the community was not aware of the cost. And the rate increase and cost differential was a known factor. We actually had a community survey, and that community survey was very clear on what the cost differential was for both. This table was included as part of the survey. It shows option 1, which is the split cart, option 2, which is the mixed waste. And as you can see, it shows what the estimated increases would be over the first 3 years, shows that option 2 would be higher, and shows that option 2 would be about 14% higher. We had 643 people respond to the survey, and 63% selected option 2. I do want to note that this example was for the 32-gallon cart. So we also put a note in the survey that said that for any other option, size option on the cart, option 2 would always be more expensive. So nobody would be confused or thought their cart would be different. So that was very clear as part of the process. And just as a quick note, because I think it's important, that I do want to show that the proposed rates that are part of this process compare very well to what was presented to council in 2019 and to the community in 2019. As you can see, actually, the 32-gallon bundled rate, if you look at the estimated rate, was about $45.10, and the proposed rate's actually $44.10, or $1 less. Townhouse went up $1, so that aligns with what was presented and aligns with the community survey. So nothing significant has changed. So Prop 218. So Prop 218, this is the process that we have to go through. And I thought it was important to show we had 41 protests. So how does that align with what we've seen in the past? With over 25,000 notices sent, we had 21 protests, and that is very similar to what we had in previous years. It was higher than 1918, but it was lower than 1716. So we're right in the ballpark. There was nothing coming out of this process that showed a different concern that we had in the past as it relates to rate increases. So now we jump to the executed contracts. So when we had this discussion and there was some confusion, we didn't really factor in the significant legal and financial issues that could come out of reconsidering these contracts. As I mentioned, there's a separate attachment associated with that with much more details. But the one I do want to highlight is that making changes, unilateral changes, might invite legal action for breach of contract. And I do want to note, because there was conversation on this, that the contract grants GWR exclusive right to process the city's residential and commercial garbage. And there is no convenience clause to council. The full exclusivity clause is in there for you. I'm not going to go through that, but I just wanted to share that with you as well. The second part that we talked about a little earlier was the inadequate notice to the public in adherence to council policy. When we started this conversation on the 23rd, it's important to note that the solid waste policy is a 6-month-old policy at this point. And if there was going to be a discussion about revisiting or reopening or reconsidering, really should have been part of the agenda and should have been more transparent. And the public, who had a 2.5, 3-year process, that people we have contracts with, should have been able to participate. In addition to that, your council's policy and procedure manual has a process to add items to the agenda. That's a clear, effective, and easily understood process, and I like the way that reads, so I just read it off the slide. And it does state that if you want to add something to the agenda, that has to be received 2 days prior to the public release of the agenda packet. To walk you a little bit, why our concern for inadequate notice is significant is because we did not receive the presentation or analysis until June 23rd, the day of the council meeting, at 11:47 a.m. And that's for a council meeting that started at 1 o'clock. So we had just a little bit over an hour to be able to review that presentation and try to give the council and the community a reasonable analysis, which, as you can tell by the discussion, it was very difficult to do with no time to really review it in depth. The fact that we have to extend this, it's been at a cost of $175,000. And just a couple of additional highlights on the additional concerns. I think one of the key things we always want to do is be transparent. We're concerned about the way this process was happening, that it wasn't transparent. And we're very strong on being reputable on the way we procure contracts. And once again, this process was concerning as it relates to that. So now we jumped into the solid waste fund analysis and the fact that the June 23rd meeting, what was presented to us, did not factor the cost of delay to the rates. So as I mentioned, from July to December 31, we're talking about $175,000 a month. If it gets extended beyond that, it's $350,000 a month. Some numbers were thrown around about maybe a 6-month delay or something to that effect. That would be over $1 million that would cost to the city. Either it's lost or you have to raise rates even higher to recover that. Our reserve is currently about $2.6 million. For the solid waste. It's a little bit less than 10%. So as that reserve starts going down, it does start to make us a little nervous. And it's very important to note that as the reserve decreases, the general fund is the backstop for the solid waste fund. So if we get to levels that are concerning, the general fund will have to step in. And at this point, we have the 175, and we'll see where we go from here. Now focusing on the presentation analysis, and there's about 3 slides on this. One is that the concern that we had is that it did not acknowledge that the rate increases were always known. And there was no policy option for you that did not include a rate increase. Some general concerns of the presentation is that the split card has always been the cheaper option. That's not a surprise to anyone. Said it multiple times. It's always been presented that way. And we know there's reasons for that and for the reasons for the changes. And lastly, because in December we got direction to proceed with mixed flow, we never finalized the split card costs. So those are just estimates, and in some cases could be assumptions as well. From a cost, there are some corrections we had to make to the analysis, about $500,000 in annualized cost, almost $100,000 for payments to Mission Trails. There's $150,000 in program costs for outreach, education, customer service, and enforcement. And I think after seeing kind of what happened on the pilot project and only 5,000 people, I probably would have revisited that number a few more times after December, because I think that would have needed to be higher to provide that high-touch service that we provided. And then $250,000 in additional cost to the landfill, because I do want to note that with the split cart, we do put more refuse into the landfill. In addition to that, there was a correction to the management cost because we were not sure how the information was to be presented. We presented a management cost number that wasn't just related to the garbage part of it, but included other elements, so we made that correction in the attachment table. Another concern was that it did not acknowledge the use of bundle rates. And what you see in front of you is what Councilmember Shahal had as part of his presentations that focused just on the garbage cart rate and compares the current rate to the proposed rate. And that's definitely accurate. It's actually our table that we provided for you because we always like to give you as much information as we can. My bigger concern with that is that it really doesn't represent what the communities and council options were when they were trying to decide what they wanted to move forward with, because the comparison to the current rate, we knew the current rate was going to change significantly. 43%, 58%, it was going to be a significant change. And really what the decision was the difference between split cart and mixed waste processing. So I decided to do that for you today. And I'm going to put a number of caveats just because I have to. One is that we prepared that comparison table, but once we prefer to use the bundle rate, but we agree, just to kind of compare to what Councilmember Shahal presented, we're not going to do that. Once again, the split cart costs were not finalized, so they're not 100% reliable. And then these are estimates, estimates, estimates. And I added the 3 estimates to that because I want to make sure that there's no confusion about this later on. This is informational only. And really what we're trying to show is for you and the community, if we want to focus just on that cart rate, what the difference would have been between the 2 options. So you have the estimated split cart rate, the mixed processing rate, and the cost difference. So the cost difference is around $1.70 or so under $24 a year for the Super Saver, and for the 32-gallon that we have used as most of our examples is about $2.10. So the cost differential between those two was $2.10 a month, and that was really your policy decision. And it's important for the community to know that that's really the options that they were going to have in front of them from a cost perspective. So in summary, I do have to note that as part of the presentation, there really is no new information. The old rate was never an option. You knew that, we knew that, the community knew that, and rate increases were a known factor. I went back and looked, and we actually, started discussing the costs back in 2018 when we were looking at even other options. And even then, we knew that mixed flow was going to be more expensive than split cart. And the rates clearly show that in September and December. The council and community choice was either the 43% or the 57%, meaning a 14% cost differential. And to put real dollars to that, just based on the tables we've shown before, that's approximately $5 a month difference by July 2022. So that's really the change that we're discussing. As part of the meeting, you asked for us to bring some options on financial assistance, and I want to thank Councilmember Watanabe for this option 1 as we thought through the process. We currently do have a $3 discount, so we explore adding an additional $8 to that to get us to about a 25% rate. That would be qualified through SVP program qualification. We have putting my other hat on, we have a rate assistance program then, coming back to this hat. But that would need to be funded by the general fund. And we have about 400 customers right now in that rate. Estimating that would go up, we estimated around $44,000. The pros does not affect the solid waste fund, which we do have our reserve concerns. The con is that, of course, this is general funded, and as we all know, there's a $23 million budget shortfall that we're dealing with. And then option 2, and in this one, I'll thank both Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Watanabe as we discuss this option for kind of their perspective on it, is to provide a $3 per month discount to all 25,837 customer accounts in the city. That would come at a cost of $465,000 for 6 months if we do it, and it would come out of the waste, out of the reserve for waste. I do want to note that if you look at our report, we said we would start that in January of 21, but certainly if the council wants to consider this and move it up, we could do that, and we can talk about that if this is an option you want to consider. The pros is, of course, provides a discount to everybody. And the cons is that, as we talked about, we do have the reserve. We're trying to keep that at a certain level, and this would bring it down even lower. So that was a lot. So before we get to the recommendation, I thought it was important to just do a conclusion and just kind of bring it all together. So first of all, before I do that, I do want to thank the great work by city staff, specifically public works staff and Craig Movick and Dave Staub and then Dave's staff who did so much community outreach in this process. And of course, our consultant, R3, who did a great job. We went through a 3-year process to enter into these new solid waste agreements. If you look at a May 2017 for the pilot project to an April 20 when we signed it, that's about almost 3 years. There were 9 council meetings as part of it, with significant community outreach and engagement. It was comprehensive and inclusive. We were very transparent that the rates were going to increase under all scenarios, and we were also very transparent that split cart was going to be cheaper. That's not a surprise to anyone. The cost differential between split cart and mixed waste was presented to the council and community multiple times over several months. And ultimately, we went to the survey, we brought those numbers back to you, and the council listened to the community preference. We had a 63% people who preferred option 2, mixed waste, even though it was more expensive. We had some concerns with the presentation, the analysis, the transparency, and of course, the cost of delay, and showed you some numbers of that. But at this point, we feel like we have fully responded to all the issues. Council made a policy decision based on data that was presented to you over many, 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 many months. And we did extra community outreach to make sure we could validate that where the community support was at. And our community outreach showed that the community support was for the mixed waste processing and rates. With that, our recommendation is to adopt the resolution setting the overall rates, and those would be effective on August 1st, 2020. That concludes staff presentation, and of course, I'm available for questions.
Wow, that was a pretty amazing presentation. And for one who has been here through this entire process, you brought up things I had completely forgotten about in terms of, I remember the fact that during this whole process, when we know that we had gone out so many times to the community to get more community outreach, but we still weren't even satisfied with that. We wanted to do more community outreach, and we had more meetings with more responses. So, and I've always said, and I said this in December of 2019 when we approved this, that of all the issues where I had gotten the most negative responses in my life as a city council member, when we put the split cart option out for just a few neighborhoods in our city, it was amazing to me the negative responses I had from residents on that. But I wasn't just relying on what I had heard personally, but through our outreach, our enormous amount of outreach, and then additional outreach on top of that, and then our surveys based on the 600 and something, replies, which is a huge amount of replies to a city survey, especially when you look at some of our other surveys. People had opinions. They had opinions, and they were not shy about sharing those opinions with us, and we appreciated that. So a lot went into making those decisions, and for those of us that have been here for a while that had to live through that 3-year process, I think you really understand how the city really went above and beyond out there to get these responses, and therefore we made our decisions based on those responses. And I don't even think you touched on at all the environmental issues related to the mixed waste processing and the higher amount of materials that can be reused, recycled. That was another huge factor for us too, versus the split cart where we only had a small amount of people that were, even if they had the split cart, they weren't using it properly, because you need a tremendous amount of education and that to do that. And I know you've factored in some of those costs, but there was a large percentage of recycling and reusing with the mixed waste processing we didn't even touch on. But there was many reasons why we did this 6 months ago and came to those conclusions. So anyways, I want to thank you for that report, and the way you explained it was very, 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 very transparent, because we were going to have a rate increase no matter what. It was either going to be 43% or 57%, but it wasn't going to stay, stable. Those rates that we had were never going to happen again. So to promote that was to try to compare what the existing rates are that we can't ever get again to what the the new rates are going to be, that's not correct, and that shouldn't have even happened. But I think you very succinctly pointed out what the difference is, and it's between the split card and the mixed waste processing. The average is about $2.10 a month. So that would have been $2 cheaper for a mixed or for a split card, and $2 higher for the other. That's really what all of that work is, basically $2 a month is what we're talking about. So I just applaud the report. That was a lot of work to really solidify the decision we made back in December was the right decision. And the fact that we're not able to get out of contracts we signed, which is still very interesting. So let's go to the council members who have questions. First, Councilmember Davis, and then Councilmember Chahal.
Am I unmuted? Oh, I just got
We can hear
unmuted.
you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manuel. This was a very frustrating thing for me at the last meeting, because I do remember, and thank you for the reminder, that we have been doing this since 2018, and it was going to be a process, because this came to us from Dave Staub, and he told us we had to comply with Measure 218. And 9 council meetings later, we came up with something that was, I think, very significant. And, well, actually, you all did the work, but we did ask you to go back and make sure the residents were okay, because we did hear consistency about this split cart. And at that time, no council member had a split cart. So we were getting the feedback from the residents, and they actually were not happy with a litany of reasons why they did not want them. So I'm glad that you were able to explain correctly to the residents the process that went through, that the fact that you were extremely transparent, and that the residents were very aware of those issues, as the mayor has clearly stated, and that they were willing to pay more not to have the split card. So I think council direction was very clear to you, and the fact that a council member feels that we should reach a contract and then cause legal action to the city, I think is irresponsible. And then to cost us money if we don't approve this, and when the time is ready, I would like to approve this so that we don't have to pay $175,000 a month. And if we don't approve it, continue to cost the city more money. This is unacceptable to me. The other thing that I felt that was inappropriate was that you were given this analysis at 11:47 a.m. right before the 1 o'clock meeting. That, to me, not acceptable. How can staff be able to break down and give council the appropriate information to make a decision and go forward when we have this thing that happened to us and you were blindsided? And I apologize for that, because that is just not acceptable again. The fact that you found that the rate increases were accepted by the residents, I know that we heard that loud and clear from them, but it was a decision that we made back in December. So being, like I said again, the blindsiding at that last meeting was just not acceptable. So I applaud staff for doing your due diligence and explaining this misinformation that was put out through people, and that you are now owning this and saying, yes, we did our due diligence. Yes, this is the process. Yes, this is how it should have been. I really thank you, and I know that it was time that we got this done and over. So, Mayor, I would like to make the motion for staff recommendation to move this forward. I think I've made my point more effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll hold off on that a little bit, because there's some issues on staff recommendations, some choices that have to be made as well. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you for the report. I do have my PowerPoint presentation, but before that, let me ask you certain questions upon the slides you presented. On top of it, it was mentioned the presentation was my presentation on June 23rd were presented at 11:47 a.m. Let me be very clear. I requested some data from the staff, and part of that data was received by me on Friday after 5. And then I requested a follow-up data from the staff. Then part of that follow-up data was received by me on 22nd June, I think that too later in the evening. And based on that, I created that report. So if you are trying to tell me that, okay, I presented that 11:47 a.m., so that report was presented after I received the data which I got from the staff on Friday evening and on Monday evening. So that's the first thing I want to make a clarification. Other thing I want to do is, you did mention that we are losing 175 analysis account. Cost of delay is $175,000 per month. Can you explain, like, what is that $175,000? What loss is that per month?
Yeah. So yeah, you go ahead.
Councilmember Chahal, based on the nature of the policy discussion that occurred, we are very well aware that there was data requested, as council members often do. They request data or background materials leading to a policy decision. What we didn't know at the time was that you were preparing a presentation, which, if that was the case, we would have certainly put it on the agenda as we did this evening, so that the community knows that we will be evaluating your presentation and hearing and potentially discussing or acting on it. And so it was that missing component when, as data and information was being requested, that was problematic, and that there was no public transparency that the issue of the council's policy decision that was taken up in December would be addressed. And certainly the timing for reconsideration had already passed in January and was a matter of discussion in the chambers. And the other part that I would respectfully just suggest is that this matter had been on the tentative meeting agenda since May, and clearly if there was an opportunity to bring presentations forward or have public discussions, there was an opportunity to put that on the TMAC and certainly bring it forward to council of an intention to have a public discussion about it. And so that's what's problematic with the 147 receipt of it, is that the agenda had already been published. And Manuel,
okay,
I'll give you
so
the...
let me respond to that, city manager.
Okay.
I have some data, and I did not know whether how I will evaluate that data. When I got the data, that is the time when I thought, oh, okay. So if asking for a data is anti-transparency, I don't know what transparency is then. Like, because when you request a data, that's transparency. And when I receive the data and I analyze the data and I submit the report, you could have told me, Raj, at the outset, no, we will not present this thing at a later meeting. I would have accepted. But the data I presented was very relevant to the rate increases we were doing. There was no question of transparency on that. It was 100% related to the agenda item of rate increase. And I did this exercise for the residents myself. I took that thing, okay, let me get that data. And if the data looked fine to me, I would not have even made an analysis. But once I saw that data, I saw that discrepancy of multi-million-dollar every month. And that's the time I made this analysis. And if I'm doing that thing for residents, I think a council member should be praised for those things. Yes, he's deep diving into it. Like till now, when I looked at all the numbers being given, like from 38 to 43, 39 to 45, I did not see any cumulative effect of that, like how much this is a cumulative effect to all the residents of the city. And that's what the data I requested, and that's what I presented on that day. So, and if you come back to that like that, you know what time I got this presentation today? This presentation which Mr. Manuel presented, for 1 o'clock meeting, I got it at 12:48 p.m. So I'm not sure, like, I'm not trying to blame. We always get that these slides just last hour of the presentation, last hour of the council meeting. So I'm not trying to blame that. Like, if I got this data, that's fine. I'll analyze this thing. And what I did, I requested some data. I analyzed it during the night after getting the data on Monday. And that's what the analysis I found, and that's what I presented in the morning.
So I would just respond that the function of getting the PowerPoints out late is taking on 2 council meetings back to back. That has certainly pressed on our capacity as well as completion of PowerPoints on time. However, the difference in this example from the presentation that you provided at the June 23rd is that we had a publicly noticed, legally noticed item on the agenda with a report for the public to be aware of what was going to be presented by the City Council, and as pretty much the presentation mirrors the staff report. And certainly, Councilmember Shahal, if there's concerns, we are always available to guide you through the process and help with the council member policies that are put in place. And certainly, if there's concerns, there's the governance committee that can be raised in terms of how would a council member navigate through the process, making sure that your concerns are always acknowledged and have the opportunity for the council to make decisions in terms of how it would like to govern itself with issues of data analysis and late-breaking data to present that's not on the agenda.
So if I understand it right, so city manager, am I being told not to present a data on a council meeting which pertains to the residents of the Santa Clara city? I cannot present without giving a 72-hour notice, which pertains to the agenda. If this item I presented was exactly related to the agenda item of rate increase. So am I being told that as a council member, I cannot present a PowerPoint which pertains to the agenda during the council meeting?
I'm going to answer that, Councilmember Chahal. No, I don't think anybody's saying that. I think that, you know, you brought up something at the council meeting based on the rates a couple weeks ago, based on rates, and the rates were based on a decision that the city council made in December of 2019. So all those rates were based on that. It was not, none of that was new information. We have a council policy that if you want something changed or you want to amend something, that you bring it to the council and the council makes a decision whether or not to place it on the agenda. Typically we do because we try to respect our council members' requests, and that policy that we have wasn't followed. So the information that was being presented on the rates was not new information, yet you chose to wait 6 months to come and within a couple of hours before the event. And you of all people should know that when we get information, like I have a stack of information on this desk that came in right before the meeting. I have absolutely no time to look at anything that came in today, and I understand I was just told that you have another presentation that's here that I haven't even looked at. So, I mean, first of all, we have a policy to put it on. Secondly, you have a right to say or do whatever you like. However, the information that was coming forward on the rate increase nothing was new. It was based on the information then the action that the council took in December of 2016. I think think herein lies the problem. Out of respect, we listened to you. I let you present your PowerPoint at that meeting. And as you can see, the council has, and the staff has put a tremendous amount of work to go back and look at everything that you had brought up and to really set the record straight. And that's what I wanted to happen. I just didn't want to leave it as it was on the 23rd when you brought this up, because we have conflicting numbers and conflicting statements between our staff and your presentation. So we purposely, the council voted to have this tonight, to have the staff come back and to look at the facts and present it to the council. Remember, there are professional staff. We hire them. We hire the city manager who hires the staff who are experts in their field to bring this information to us. So we did that, and at a cost of not only hours and hours and hours of staff time during this pandemic, where we can be doing a lot of other things than to correct your PowerPoints, but we did it, and the staff, the council agreed, and the staff came back with this information. So I think it's important that, you know, you recognize that, you recognize our policies to put something on the agenda and to talk about it and not hand us things at the last minute. Now, you tried to compare what the staff did by handing PowerPoints to the council members before the agenda items come up. But if you notice, the PowerPoint was just based upon the staff report. There's nothing new in the PowerPoint. It was all in the staff report that was submitted online to the public last Friday. So, and that happens all the time. The staff does, they try to summarize those long reports that they develop. They summarize those long reports into a shorter PowerPoint. So the city staff did not spring a PowerPoint on us at the last minute. It was just based on, I read the report, I saw the PowerPoint, it was just a summary version of what is in that report. There's a stark difference with that. So, and I understand you now have another PowerPoint, and I'm gonna ask you to ask the council to tell us what your ask is going to be, because we're not going to go through this again, where you submit something at the last minute. You know, we did it once, and look at all the work that had to be done to correct, the information that you submitted. I'm going to ask you, Councilmember Chahal, to tell us what your final ask is going to be, so that I can poll the council to see if we're interested in going that direction, before we go into another version and we send it back to the staff and they do 3 more weeks of work on this issue. So I want to move this along, because this is all based upon decisions we made. And then I'm going to go to I know Councilmember O'Neill wants to talk about some issues regarding the pandemic and what's happening with our community as a whole on these issues. So, Councilmember Chahal, please, if you have any, I know your issues are with staff, I get that, and I think that, a lot of the issues you have with staff can be handled without, taking up time in our public for things that have already happened and they've already explained. So, do you have any other questions as staff before I ask you to let the council know what is your ask going to be of the council? Councilmember Chahal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments. Let me first of all, I did not add any new agenda to any time. There was no additional agenda item added by me. Whatever the document I gave were pertaining to the same agenda item. If you are pertaining, and I would be, first of all, I have some questions to Manuel from his presentation, and then I would like to present my presentation. And that presentation is on behalf of the residents as I prepare. So it's not that I just need to speak in 2 minutes and that will be done. If staff, and let me be very clear, my issue is not with the staff, not at all. Staff is doing a great job. My issue is how we can deep drill and what we can do better for the residents. Why should our residents be paying X million of dollars every year? Now we are talking about 15-year contracts, okay? We are talking about 15-year contracts, And if we don't dwell on these for 1 hour or 2 hours, I think that's a very bad part of transparency and how we deal with our residents' feelings on that. So I would like to ask some questions to Manuel and then present my presentation.
Before you do your presentation, I'm going to ask you again to tell the council what your ask is going to be before we spend time on your presentation. Go ahead and ask the city staff what you need to ask.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Manuel, I saw that you mentioning 175K losses per month. So can you explain what are those losses basically?
What goes into the 107? Yeah, those are all the costs associated with Mission Trails and also with green waste recovery, as well as all the costs associated with the landfill. So all the costs to run the program. I also do want to. I wanted just to add one more note, council members. I know it came up in the discussion. Just the idea that these cost changes are millions of dollars. I mean, you know this, and the council know this, and I think some members of the community know this, that our solid waste program this year was a $28 million program. So that has not changed from what we presented to you in 2019. So when we were talking about that 43% increase or that 57% increase, that is obviously in the context of the solid waste program. So it's not new information. So I just wanted to clarify that for the community as well, because it's very clearly laid out in all our operating budgets.
So if I understand right, that $175,000 we have to spend anyway, whether we are doing this thing today or whether we are doing this thing in 3 months. We have to spend, and that's from the solid waste. You mean to say we are taking out from solid waste reserve fund, right?
So the $175,000 is $175,000 a month that we did not recover by not raising the rates on July 1st. So because that month we did not collect those funds, the option that is in front of us is that we're going to use our reserve to be able to cover those funds. So that's the loss that we're discussing.
And who formed that reserve? The resident's money was in the reserve. So if a resident paying 1 month early or 1 month later, it doesn't matter. To me, that fund was created from the resident's money. So it's not a cost of delay. Yes, it's a procedural cost delay because we did not collect the money. But that money also has been collected from the residents. So residents are paying that $175,000, not anybody else. That fund has been created from the residents' money. Is that correct?
So the reserves are part of the solid waste program, which is funded by the fees, which does come from all the customers. What I want to note, though, and this is the part that I want to make sure it doesn't get lost, that we always have to keep a reserve as part of the fund to make sure that we can balance those numbers and we have the funds that we need to do, because things do change as we go through the year. So it's very important that we do that. When the reserve starts to go down and we're already a little bit below 10%, we like to keep it at 10% to be safe, then there's really two options. One, you agree as a council that you want to keep a lower reserve, which at some point in the future could put the general fund at risk, or you will have to raise the fees even higher in the future to get us to that 10% threshold that we want to be at. It's all the residents and customers' funds. You're 100% correct. I just want to make sure you're aware that because unless at some point you direct us, we're comfortable with not having 10%, I wouldn't recommend it. But certainly if you want to keep it at a constant level between 10%, that's something you can direct us to. We will either have to live with a lesser reserve or raise the rates even higher to get us back to that 10%, or have the general fund cover the delta. So I just wanted to make sure that was all clear.
Yes, so it's not actual cost, it's how we appropriating in a particular time.
I'm not sure I'm following Councilmember Shahal. I think the best way I can describe it is that it's revenue that was not collected, that at some point will either have to be.
we will collect. Down the line, we will collect from the residents. It will be collected.
Yeah, so at some point, it will either result in increased rates or will have to result in general fund subsidies.
Okay. Okay, so that's public money. Okay. Okay, so my next question is bullet number 14, slide 4. 14, where is that? 14. So coming back to the contract, I never asked the council to cancel the contract. I was only trying to find out findings, and we have a provision about using the contract and modifying the contract as we go. So
Councilmember Shahal, was there
Are you asking the city attorney? I never heard modifying the contract as we go. Do we have contracts that we can modify as we go? I'm not sure.
Was that the question, to ask to modify the
yes, yes, yes.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you that the solid waste contracts are typically long-term contracts, in this case 15 years, because they are making a commitment during that period of time. It usually means they're buying all new equipment, they're buying carts, they're doing all this work, and all those costs are spread out over the life of the contract. So I'm not sure kind of what is meant by modified as you go. With green waste recovery, they actually have a set capacity of mixed flow processing. And I just want to, I didn't go through everything because it's hard to do. I thought my presentation was long enough. We actually did an RFI to see who could do mixed flow, and we presented those results to you, and they were the only ones that had capacity to take us in. So we negotiated with them as part of that contract. So I don't know, when you have a capacity that's being committed to us, I'm not really sure what you mean by we would change the contract as we go, because you have to make a commitment, a long-term commitment as part of it, to make sure that you get the equipment, the capacity, and everything you need. If you sign a contract where things could change as they went, I'm not sure any garbage provider would sign to that contract. I've never seen it before, and I don't know if Brian has ever seen it before.
But we have a provision on it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for me to read the provision. There is a provision in the contract which allows the city to request a change in scope from the contractor, but it does not require the contractor to agree to a change in scope. And then it triggers a process where they could begin negotiations, and if you don't reach an agreement about the change in scope, it does not constitute a cause for termination, nor shall the parties' inability to reach agreement permit the city to seek another service provider for such services. So we have no indication whatsoever that Green Waste is interested in giving up the business, and I would assume that they would not agree to a requested change in scope that would deprive them of exactly what they bargained for in the agreement. And if Green Waste would not agree to it, then we would be unable to switch the service to Mission Trail, because the contract does not allow us to hand that service to Mission Trail. So I don't understand how we could at this point change either of the contracts to switch the program around.
So it does apply to both parties. Contract is a two-party contract. Like if the circumstances change, like COVID-19 has changed so many stuff, there can be some circumstances which change. And if the sake of saving millions of dollars for the resident, if we have to go ask for some change, we will ask for a change. And their service is like premium service. They mentioned, I remember when they came in December, they mentioned they can wait for the contract. It's not that they're losing your capacity, and they can wait for it. And they clearly mentioned, if you want to divide between Mission Trail and us, we are perfectly fine. The lady who presented from behalf of Greenways. So they were very open to those things. And if we one-sided make presumptions of our own, that is not going to happen, I think we are not making good contracts, or we are not following the contracts even what we made.
Can I ask Councilmember Chahal, are you asking that the city go to Green Waste and ask if they'll give up a portion or all of their contracts so that we can contract with Mission Trail? Is that what you're asking?
That is one of my asks.
Okay,
Madam
because
Mayor.
I'm trying to get to what your actual asks are so that we can sort of move along here.
Yeah, sure. Why don't we present the presentation, and you'll find all the stuff in that.
I would like you to put a motion on the floor or something so we know what's going to happen at the end of this presentation that I haven't seen, and I don't know if anybody else has seen, but I'd really like to know what the purpose of the presentation is and what your ask is going to be at the end. So why don't you help us with that so we're not in suspense, and find out what your ask is up front so we know what this is all about.
And you already know one of my asks.
So your ask
I
is...
already told you.
Okay, so one of your asks is to... explain to me the first ask.
Let's renegotiate the green waste contract so that they can get part of the business, majority of the business for commercial, where we are not in loss, but in residential part of business, I think our residents are losing almost $2 million, 1.9 million, as per staff report. Let me submit. As per the staff which agreed, last week on June 23rd, I submitted that we are losing around $2.4 million. Staff corrected it, and I stand corrected. I'm not denying that, because there were landfill costs which I didn't incorporate. I didn't know about it. And there were some additional charges we paid to Mission Trail. But that's what I'm saying. Madam Mayor, let's present the presentation. It's a question of 10 or 15 minutes. That's it.
10 or 15 minutes.
Be very transparent to our residents.
We really need to know what city attorney, yes.
Yeah, I'm having concerns about the Brown Act here.
Okay.
There's nothing in the in any of the description of what the agenda would be about that would allow us to have this debate about whether to, at this point, go to Green Waste and ask them something that we know they're not going to agree to. However, my suggestion would be at this point, I think that within the Brown Act, the council could entertain a motion, and I think you should probably do it sooner rather than later. If Councilmember Chahal wants to make a motion to direct staff to put a future item on the agenda to request staff, not tonight, but a future item on the agenda, to request staff to approach Green Waste to see if they're interested in renegotiating the contract, that would be something that would be within the Brown Act. And then if you see if Councilmember Chahal has any support for that motion, then we could move on to the next item.
Mayor.
City Attorney Brian, let me ask you a question. I'm talking about the rate increase. Everything I'm talking is about the rate increase for the residents. And that's what we are talking about today, to approve the rate increase for the residents. And I'm also talking about the rate increase, that I don't agree the way the rate have been put in. And I'm trying to come up with this option which will reduce the rate for the residents. And I'm not sure how you're bringing Brown Act into this thing. And the corollary of this thing is there may be 3 different options to reduce the rates for the residents. Like, is this a meeting like we are not even talking about the residents, how the residents can reduce their rates? Then I'm not sure what we are talking in this meeting about. My presentation is exactly about reducing the rates for the residents. And how is it violating the Brown Act? I'm not sure how you are saying that it's violating the Brown Act.
I do want to add, I'm sorry, I do want to add one note that Councilmember Shahal, the option you're discussing, just to be clear to the council, this is not a new option. It was actually a council option that the council had in 2019. So you really, what it sounds like you're asking is to reconsider an option that was presented to council in 2019 and was not selected. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear to everybody that it's not new. It's one of the things that council had to look at in 2018 when they were making the selection on how to proceed.
I just want to add that there's two options before the council for rate reduction programs.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and my question is, when my items are pertaining to rate reduction for the residents, why everybody is so scared of this presentation? I don't understand that. Like, why can't we spend another 15 minutes looking at the presentation and then let the residents know what I'm talking about? Ultimately, council has to vote on this thing. And I may be in a minority, I may be in a majority, it doesn't matter. But council majority has to decide what needs to be voted out. That's it. And my presentation is fully within the rate part of what we are talking about today. And my other question to city attorney is, in the last meeting on June 23rd, you mentioned specifically, and you also quoted Sue calling you, sending you a message, that if we don't decide today, if we have to be brought back, we will have to re-notify these rates, and this meeting will have to happen in a couple of more months. I don't know what changed since then, and your opinion since then and today. And here we are today we are deciding against your advices on that day. Today we are ready to move forward and decide the rate.
Yeah, I did quote what Sue sent me, and I in hindsight, now that I understand what we're actually doing today, which is only 1 month in, and we will not be changing the rates that we'll be publishing. We're just simply reserving it or losing 1 month and getting started. That is within the 218 approval that was voted on, or the protest process that we went through. I don't believe that we would have to renotice to enact the rates today. What I was talking about then was when we were talking about going to November and possibly having to have new rates based on the fact that we were having a delay, in which case the rates would have been higher if we had to start in November. So that's an explanation of what I was saying at that time. But my opinion is tonight, there's no problem with going forward with enacting the rates based upon the process that we already followed.
Okay, Chet, I think you can listen to the tape. When you mentioned we were trying to go for July 7th.
I don't need to listen to the tape, council member. I admit that that's what I said, okay? I admit that that's what I said. I am changing, I was mistaken, okay? I was mistaken in passing on that information that night, and in terms of saying that that's, exactly how things have to be. I have since had a chance to further analyze it, not on the fly, and it is my legal opinion that I'm passing on to the council that it is perfectly fine for them to adopt the resolution tonight without renoticing this. Thank you.
Perfectly fine. No problem. That's fine. Perfectly fine. So, Madam Mayor, let me present the slide.
Councilmember Chahal, City Attorney, could you recommend a motion Councilmember Chahal should put on the table? Because this is against our policy of when we add things to the agenda, and I'm listening to you very carefully about being asked to take action on things that aren't on the agenda.
It is on the agenda, Madam Mayor. This is undemocratic. If you are trying to curtail my presentation, 15-minute presentation, I'm not sure why you are so scared of it, why this thing is being done, what is the political point behind it.
Councilmember Chahal,
very undemocratic.
Excuse me, Councilmember Chahal, I don't appreciate those comments, but listen, go ahead and make your presentation. I'm just hoping at the end, you are not going to ask us to take action on things that aren't on the agenda. I'm trying to follow the law, Councilmember Chahal, And I know that I haven't even had a chance to look at your documents, and I just want to remind you and everyone else that the action that's before us tonight is based upon the actions that the majority of the council approved back in December 2019. I, in my mind, I don't understand why it took you 6 months to come back and be so concerned about this 6 months later. But we took the action in December 2019. The rates are based on the action we took in December 2019. The rates and everything is based upon the resident input that we took back in December 2019 based of over 3 years of discussing and dozens of city council meetings and public hearings. So for you to go back and say that you're representing the residents and you're the champion of the residents and their garbage rates, that would have been nice 6 months ago when we went through all of this and the city and the residents were engaged in this. So go ahead and make your presentation. But I'm just going to say, excuse me, sir, I would just like to say that, if you have issues with staff, which apparently you do, apparently you have issues with the information that is being presented. I just think that that could have been handled outside of the public's time, the staff's time of doing this again. You did this on June 23rd, which was fine. We agreed to let it go on, but now it's becoming a bit redundant. So go ahead and make your presentation, and I guess we'll all wait to see what your final ask is at the end. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the presentation is how we can save residents millions of dollars by opposing the garbage rate hike we are proposing today. Next slide, please. So why we are considering changing our garbage system? So background of that is City Council responded to the need for a change and numbers proposed rate analysis. What these changes would mean financially to our residents. The one we are talking about, that changing from split bin to after sorting that. So as per my analysis, we will be losing $1.59 million more in residential rates annually for our residents, or $28 million over the next 15 years if we follow the rates we are doing right now. What we should do now to avoid burdening our residents? Don't cancel but renegotiate the green waste recovery contract. I'm not asking to cancel, but we are trying to renegotiate the green waste recovery contract. Work with residents to improve organic waste collection without significantly hiking rates. So we had that option to educate the residents and how we can improve our current split bin system. That's what I'm asking. Next slide, please. So why we are changing our garbage system? Because this was a requirement by the state mandate to reduce the organic waste into our disposal system. And there were two ways of handling this organic waste, food waste by law. We come up with the two ways. Next slide, please. In 2017, the city started the pilot food scrap recycling program. And this was a low-cost solution to comply with SB 1383. Next slide, please. So during this process, we had two surveys done from the people who were actually using the bin, split bin. The first survey attended by 1,402 respondents, and these 1,402 respondents were out of around 4,800 total pilot run customers. The overall satisfaction, 53%. Dissatisfaction, only 37%, 10% undecided. Second survey, which was done, and 1,254 respondents replied to that out of less than 5,000 split bin customers. The satisfied or somewhat satisfied percentage went high from the previous survey by 4%. And in both surveys, majority of the participants of the pilot program were satisfied, some were satisfied. Next slide, please. Instead of moving forward with split bin, City Council votes for expensive contract with green waste recovery. Despite mostly positive data from the lower cost split bin program, City Council opted to award an expensive multi-billion-dollar contract to green waste. GWR would separate the waste after collection as opposed to source separation using split bin. City Council in December 2019, in a 4-3 split vote, awarded the contract. Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Watanabe, Davis, and O'Neill voted for the contract. Councilmember Hardy, myself, and Mahan voted against the contract. Next slide, please. Why did we vote against the contract? First of all, paying GWR millions of dollars to sort out residential organic waste after collection is fiscally irresponsible and will cost millions of dollars for our residents. The split bin option can save residents millions. Next slide, please. The numbers, proposed rate hike analysis. Let's take a look at the breakdown how the proposed rate hike will affect your monthly garbage collection bill. And this is exactly what I'm trying to come up with. The agenda is clearly about the rate hikes, how we can take care of reduce the rate for our residents. Rate for residential garbage collection and processing for residential customers will be increased by an unacceptable 28 to 68%, depending on the size of, we cannot doubt that. The rates are increasing 28 to 68%. And next slide, please. I do know that A1 to A4 are just the rates for the garbage collection and processing. And that's what we are increasing our rates from 28.41% to 68.24%. And all these 4 hikes are very steep hikes. And I don't have any objection with B, C, D, E, because on that one also recycling per unit is increased, but that was justified because of the other countries have refused to accept the dumping from the USA. So that was accepted. But I cared about the rate of increase from 28 to 68% for our residents. Next slide, please. In next slide, comparing our options. I will compare the cost of green waste recovery service to separate our organic waste and the source separated split bin option. The split bin option saves our residents over $1.9 million annually, or $28 million over the next 15 years. Next slide, please. So this is the slide, I presented some data last on June, but this is the data exactly brought out back from the staff. I had some split bin option Mission Trail rates. They said, okay, this will change from that 3.5 or something to 3.6 million. I agreed that. Program costs. So they gave me the wrong number, and that's fine because they mixed those numbers with the recycling and other stuff, but they gave me the right number. This is the right number they gave me. So GWR cost is 2.4 million, 2.475 million. And landfill cost has increased in case of split bin option. And all these rates which I put in or the staff gave me were being considered while we were in December finalizing the contract. So in December, we were finalizing the contract either with Mission Trail or with Green Waste. So we had these numbers finalized. So these numbers are really concrete numbers. So if I add all the 4 categories, A1, A2, A3, A4, last year we paid $4.5 million. With Green Waste, we will be paying $8.6 million. And our split bin, we will be paying $6.7 million. And these are not my numbers. These are numbers given by the staff in the staff report after they corrected my data. And I do have a question, like program costs, we were $896,000 in 2019-20. And these costs have gone high by $2.2 million or $2.4 million. So that is one question to staff. How come this cost increased by around 254%? And this again pertains to the increase of the rates for we are asking to hike for the residents. So here it is. So green waste option is 28.38% more expensive than the split bin option. And annually, our residents are paying 1.909 million more. And this is as per the staff numbers which I got. And for 15 years, they will be paying $28.6 million more, which our staff, which our residents have to paying that. Next slide, please. So these are the questions I have. Like question one, $150,000 which were added to split bin option for program cost for education, community awareness. Is it an annual cost or is it only for 1 year cost? If it is 1 year cost, then our savings will be even more than 1.9 million. We will add another 50,000 for next 14 years. But if it is a recurring cost, then this number will stand as is. And the program cost from this is very steep. So I would like to ask staff, like what changed in the program cost which increased the program cost from $896,000 to $2.2 million or $2.4 million in my case. And we reduced the landfill costs. And I know in case of GWR, we reduced it by 50%. So my question is, when staff gave me this number that landfill cost will be $640,000, what is the diversion rate we are calculating? I calculated, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's 17%. I would like to confirm how much is the diversion rate we calculated this last 640,000 in the last column. Next slide, please. Responding to the concerns brought up in the last meeting. Several council members last meeting wrongly cited that we should not opt for split bin because they were viewed favorably in the survey. It has been point again brought out that split bin is not popular. Split bin is very bad. Split bin is like so bad, nobody likes it. This is incorrect. In both surveys of the residents in the pilot program, the residents who were actually using the split bins, majority of users of split bin were somewhat or mostly satisfied. Next slide, please. So this is again the summary of the survey which we did with the split bin users, not non-users, the actual users of the split bin. 53% satisfied and 57% satisfied. Next slide, please. Look at the numbers we had over there. Out of 5,000, more than 1,400, less than 5,000, 1,400 and 1,200 people responded. And here is the survey from the citywide, from 130,000 population, responses from 643. And we are giving weightage to this survey that this is more accurate about split bin being popular or not popular. I strictly doubt about it. This is at a glance, this one question survey included residents who were not even part of the split bin program at all. This survey does not include the alternative options of paying 1.9 million more annually for GWR services. It only compares the split bin program with the current system. So we did not let the resident know that in case you will go with the system we are having right now, we will end up paying $1.9 million. Therefore, to claim that this survey is evidence that our residents would rather have GWR option over the split bin option is misleading and dishonest. Next slide, please. So, Mayor, responding to concern which you brought up at the last meeting, Mayor Gilmore repeatedly mentioned in the last meeting that I was suggesting to withdraw from the contract with GWR. This was never proposed. Fortunately, we have a way to keep our contract with GWR. For commercial clients, use the split bin. And I'm again saying, commercial clients, we were saving some money. It was fiscally good decision to go with split bin option. But for residential customers, we were losing our money. And you can see what I said in December meeting. I did mention that we will be losing millions of dollars every year, more than $2 million. And that's what I'm trying to present over here. And we can retain GWR for our commercial customers, which makes fiscal sense. And our contract with GWR includes Section 11, titled Change in Scope, which allows us to negotiate this thing. Any contract which has a clause for negotiation, we have a right to negotiate when we think it makes fiscally sense or it is not making fiscally sense to us. If it makes fiscally sense for our residents to save $2 million, $1.9 million every year, why not have a dialogue with our GWR and have a discussion about it, about the change in scope. And this change in scope is in the event that the city or the contractor requests a change in scope to the services provided under this agreement. The party shall negotiate in good faith an appropriate adjustment to contractors' compensation resulting from such changes in scope, and change in scope shall only become effective if the parties mutually agree on the scope of changes and adjust or additional pricing of schedule. If we don't even want to negotiate, we are not leading anywhere. But if we have a good faith negotiation, we will end up something. And their service is premium. They say they have more customers than they have capacity. So they would be happy to give us, probably they would be happy to give us that back, that contract back for residential. Next slide, please. So summary and next steps. So this is the summary which I am proposing right now. Proposed rate hikes are too steep and unacceptable, especially during the recession and pandemic. Every family, everybody is suffering during this pandemic. And if we know that our residents will have to pay 1.9 million more annually in garbage rates, if we choose the GWR option over split bin option, we should be making a decision to let's renegotiate that. So GWR services option will cost residents $28 million over the next 15 years. And these are as per the staff. Nobody can deny these numbers. This has been confirmed by the staff, even in the report, staff report has it. So let's renegotiate our contract with GWR in accordance with the change in scope section in the contract. Let's bring the residents to the conversation to even further improve the split bin option. As we discussed in the last meeting, we must re-notify residents before voting on this agenda item to comply with the law as mentioned by the city attorney and to maintain transparency. During these tough times, our residents need relief, not steep hikes on their monthly bill. And it is time to postpone this hike. Let's do a due diligence. And if we can try finding out a solution where we can negotiate with GWR and ultimately approve a lower hike in garbage rates, that's my ask. Thank you.
Manuel, did you like to comment on that? Yeah. They need to be turned on.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One, of course, we can't really get into the numbers here. That wouldn't be the appropriate approach because we haven't had an opportunity to analyze them. So I do want to give just a couple of highlights. One is, I know the question came up on the program costs, and I do want to note that as part of our report, on attachment 7, we provide a full response to the program cost. So Councilmember Shahal, if you'd like to take a look at that response that we provided for you and you still have questions afterwards, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but it is very detailed based on what you requested. I do want to note just from a presentation perspective that we are all aware this is a multi-million-dollar contract, so that's not new. We've seen that as part of our operating budget. It's what's expected. I'll say that in my experience with fees, I have never seen fees presented to the community as an overall amount of contract. That community's interest that I have always seen from the residents is how much more am I going to be paying each month? I'm going to switch hats on for a second here and putting my Silicon Valley Power hat. I couldn't imagine going out to the community and saying, based on this rate, you're going to pay $13 million more a year in electricity. How I communicate with them is say, based on this rate, you're going to pay $1 more a month in electricity. And by the way, I always highlight cheapest rates in the entire state. So I do want to note that. So that would be a new approach to presenting to the community because it would be hard for them to understand what we're doing, what that means. There was one comment during that presentation that I do have to note because I believe it called the work of staff misleading and dishonest, and that did bother me a little bit. So I do have to acknowledge once again that staff has done a magnificent work over the last 3 years. They've been out to the community. They went out during the split card process. They received over 500 contacts. They did community surveys. Council asked, we went out and did more surveys. We did more community outreach. And actually, you know what? I am going to take the opportunity. I wasn't going to do this because it's such a long item, but there were so many people who gave so many hundreds of hours, and I don't feel comfortable with the statement that was made. So instead, I'm going to take the time to thank those people individually out of Dave's team. So first, starting off with Dave. Dave, Mr. Garbage, he knows everything there is to know about it. Then I want to thank Corinne, Lena, Minette, Colleen, Lisa, Kaylin, Jaime, and then also Sadef and Tatiana. And I just want to thank them for their amazing work that, from what I've seen, it could never be described at any portion that they did as misleading or dishonest. So I just had to make that clear. Outside of that, all the information we're seeing is stuff we've seen before, so there's really nothing new for me to comment on.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, please.
So, Ms. Manuel, can you, just for the residents' sake, can you please give information like how the program cost has gone from 888 or 89 to 200 something? Like, how come we have a 250% increase on that for residents, just for resident purposes?
Sure. So that includes the rate stabilization funded, all the program costs associated with it. It got improved landfill post-closure maintenance costs, some of the reserves. In addition to that, the key component that I want to note, and we told this to council at the time, is because we were smoothing the rates because we knew the increase was going to be significant. Then that also includes some rate smoothing over that period of time. So that's a short version of what's included in Attachment 7, which is the full response we provided to you as part of the staff report that came out on Friday.
So my suggestion would be, right now we are facing this COVID-19 issue, and every resident, every household is facing this thing, and we don't know how long we will be. And we are asking every resident to pay rate stabilization or all these funds which are trying to go to our stabilization fund. They need help right now, basically. And we are trying to ask them, okay, pay more to make sure we adjust down the line. So if that hike is 250% more, I would look at that, like what we can do in that, so that it's not that higher, high percentage of we are charging our residents.
Okay, are you finished, Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, and I would like to ask Mr. Manuel, the figures of $1.9 million and $28 million he said he doesn't want to discuss, these were the numbers given by the staff, and it is in the staff report too. So let us acknowledge that these are the right numbers which are reflective of the decision we are making. And as regards the survey, I also want to thank each and every employee, and this is not a contest between me and the employees. I really thanks to all these employees. I always appreciate what you are doing, but the way it is being presented, when we had a bigger survey done from the right people who were using the split bin, and then we discounted that survey, totally discounted that survey, 2 surveys, and then we did a survey with a 0.5% of people in the city, and we don't know whether they are using or not. What I mean to say was, I'm not saying any employee was, the presentation was not the way it is being presented compared to the other surveys. That is not correct if we compare the 2 surveys. I'm not doubting any employees' honesty. No, I respect them, and I'm trying to compare is we did not present the 2 surveys side by side. that is disingenuous. Like, we should be presenting like these two surveys were, that other two surveys had a much better reflection of how the split bin is being used versus this survey, which does, we don't even know who is used. If I am not used split bin, I
Councilmember
just on the
Shahal,
hearsay.
Councilmember Shahal, we did take into consideration the pilot program survey, and our analysis is based on the fact that when you presented on June 23rd that the survey from December that was citywide was not included, and that we did want to bring that forward. But ultimately what we know is the survey that counts is the Prop 218 survey, where we send out the actual request to vote and protest. And what we shared is that when you look at the December survey results that were presented with the Prop 218 combined, there is strong evidence that there is support for the mixed waste. And because over 25,000 people received that, and only 41 were saying that people were well aware because of the multiple disclosures that we provided. And so that's what our presentation was about, is what was omitted from the June 23rd analysis. It is not dishonest and it is not misleading.
City Manager, I'm not at all touching the Prop 218 survey, not at all. I know how our feedback from the customers, our residents is. So what I'm doing is homework on behalf of our residents. And that's what I did, basically. It's not a question that if they did not do it, nobody has to challenge it. We just let everything go through and nobody needs to discuss anything. I presented what I found the cost associated with the program. And I did not challenge the sewer rates. I did not challenge the water rates. I did not challenge the recycling rates. I did not challenge the other pertaining rates in the same category, table 7. The only thing I challenge is where it made fiscally sense so that we can save some money. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Okay. First of all, I just want to say there was a lot of mistakes in the last presentation, and I can already see that there were mistakes and misrepresentations in this presentation. But needless to say that I don't believe, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that there's any new information on this issue that wasn't included in our action of December 2019. Like, I don't see any new information. Staff, was there anything new that has been presented?
Yeah, there is no new information.
No new information. So I'm questioning and I'm wondering, Councilmember Chahal, were you asleep during the December 2019 meeting? And did you just wake up 6 months later and realize this is the action that was taken? And when you talk about you're speaking on behalf of the residents, well, the council as a body is speaking on behalf of the residents, because I think that it's disrespectful to our residents to just completely disregard all of the public input we had for the last 3 years. Everyone that participated, whether in surveys, and some of those surveys were done in the beginning of the pilot program, and others were done later in the pilot program as people really got to work on the deal with the pilot program. The dissatisfaction went up. So I don't understand, why you're discounting all of the participation we had from the city, the tremendous amount of work that city staff has done then and even now. Nothing new has happened. Nothing new has changed. The question is, what happened to you in 2019, and why are you bringing this up 6 months later? On behalf of the residents, because I feel like the council spoke on behalf of the residents. We're still speaking on behalf of the residents, which was pretty evidenced by the 218 with only 41 protests. So what residents are you speaking on behalf of in the 6-month period when we had all of that testimony, all of that input for 3 years, all of that public outreach, more than we've ever done before? And now you're coming in now on behalf of the residents You know, I don't understand what happened in the last 6 months, and where were you 6 months ago when we were discussing all of this? You didn't submit any of this information back then.
Can I respond, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. So go back to December 19 meeting. December 19 meeting was to approve the contract for Mission Trail and GWR. I, along with Councilmember Hardy, along with then Vice Mayor Mahan, we did oppose it. And we did mention very clearly, you can go to the tape and see the tape. I did mention, I was not sleeping, for your kind information. I was very proactive on that meeting, and I did let everybody know that we will be losing, the residents will be paying $2 million more. Probably it was the majority who ignored that appeal. And if the majority did not listen to the numbers, they would not have voted for it. I did the numbers, and I did mention that $2 million we will be losing. So I was right then, and I am right today too.
So why 6 months later, may I ask, why 6 months later are you asking to reconsider an action where we've taken in December of 2019 and we've signed contracts? It puts the city at a huge risk. So I'm not understanding why.
So, Madam Mayor, did we had any agenda in between June 23rd and December? Did we had any agenda on this
Yes,
one?
we've had dozens of agenda meetings. We have dozens
No,
of meetings
we
where
did
you
not have
could have,
any agenda
excuse me,
on the
you
rate
asked me a
on-
question. At any time, you could have really brought it to an agenda. At any time in the dozens of meetings that we had, dozens of meetings, Councilmember Chahal, not an hour before we were approving the rate increase. It's disingenuous, and it's a slap in the face to our public. I really am struggling to understand what the motivation is here. I don't know. I really don't know.
So if I bring something to an attention at a later date, let's say I forgot something, and if I'm trying to correct something even at a later date, is that a crime?
No, it's not. It's just there's no new information.
Yeah, you
There's nothing
mentioned that
new.
I'm not doing this service to the residents. I'm doing a service to the residents. I'm not doing this service to the residents. I'm doing service to the residents, and I'm thinking about them, not only for today. I'm thinking about them for next 15 years, if we are trying to do that. And that's the reason I brought this thing. And I thought this was the right time when the agenda will come, and that's the time I brought it over here. During this agenda point.
It was fully transparent to the residents when this decision was made in terms of, and I think Manuel showed us the slide that was included in the survey of the 43 or 44% increase with split card and 57% increase with the mixed waste processing. So that was all fully transparent at the time. So I don't understand. You know, it was fully transparent at the time. And the residents, you know, we have a lot of very intelligent residents, especially when it comes to paying for utility bills of any nature. So when they saw that amount, which is really, the difference is on average $2.10 a month that we're talking about, because I know a lot of times we're putting it in percentages of the carts, what does it cost? And you know, to go out and say the residents are gonna pay, you know, $20 million more, $28 million more, that is very misleading to our residents. And I'm glad that Manuel brought that up, because our residents want to know, what is it gonna cost me? It's not costing me $28 million. It's costing me for my cart, $2.10 more a month. That's a little bit different narrative, Councilmember Chahal, than 28 million or whatever else you're throwing out there. So, we try to be transparent. We try to be open. We went above and beyond prior to December to come to that December decision. But to come 6 months later, I'm still wondering why you took so long. Shouldn't you have done it back then? I don't get it, because we do need to move on. So anyways.
But I need to respond.
I have other council members that want to speak. I think you've had enough time to present your case, whatever that case is. So I'm going to go back to
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember
quoted me.
Davis.
I need to respond.
Excuse me, Councilmember Davis, followed by Councilmember O'Neill.
Oh, thank you. I just got muted. I wanted to call a point of order because I think this is getting really out of hand. The fact that we had to sit through another presentation that gave us no new information whatsoever, and I'm really concerned about what's happening with our staff. And Manuel, thank you for sticking up for staff. I always like to stick up for you because you did your due diligence. We have been doing this, and I just think at the 0 hour and trying to ask to renegotiate, I'm not understanding if someone understands their job. So again, I would like to make the motion for staff recommendation so that we can move on with this and not lose any money. And if there's someone out there to second that and maybe add or amend something to my motion, I will be open to ears from my other council members. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay.
I know your hand's
Thank
been
you.
up for a long time. Your arm's probably tired. So go ahead, Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay. So first of all, if Councilmember Davis made a motion that hasn't been seconded yet, but I'll suggest, because there were alternatives offered, and so I would like to say that we would adopt option 2, provide a $3 per month discount to all 25+ thousand customer accounts in the city through the end of the year. And then I want to make some points. So first of all, at the last council meeting, or when this was brought up, I know Councilmember Watanabe and I both talked about different options, whether we had a short-term discount or whether we adopt more rate assistance programs for our residents, as we have long had with our electric utility, because we do have we've always had an ability with a public benefits fund to do that. And now we're moving forward to do, staff has already come forward with a program for water and sewer. And, we've got some options here in terms of the garbage. And so the one that I'm going to suggest is that everybody get a $3 per month discount for the rest of the year. And so I want to make some comments. And first of all, I want to speak to the contract issues. Well, first, here, I'll go through some of my issues. And first of all, to make clear, I'm not sure that Councilmember Shahal was understanding where you were getting at. Because one of the things that, like, at yesterday's meeting, we had a couple of items come forward from residents where they wanted to add an item onto the agenda. As part of that council policy, which is one of the things that came out of the governance committee, was that a council member at any time can submit a request to have to have an item on the agenda where we basically, it comes as an item with minimal staff reporting. There's a discussion by the council, and if a majority of the council wants to direct the city manager to have staff investigate or prepare a report, then that'll happen, and that item is scheduled as soon as possible. So that option has been, as the last couple of years since we adopted that, cleaned up that policy, that option has been available. And so that's part of what we're saying. We didn't have to wait till the night that we were trying to adopt the rate. So that's one thing. Then I want to say a little bit about contracts, because I did this for a very long time for a major global corporation. And I realized that that's not always the same as what goes on in the public world, in the civic world. But just because there's clauses in here about change in scope, I can tell you, just because in negotiating in good faith, that's a lot easier said than done, because, green waste recovery has probably already been making investments. There's not unlimited capacity in the garbage field. Particularly now, I could be wrong. I highly doubt that they're going to want to, and we don't know what the scope that Councilmember Shahal is talking about. Are we talking about green waste going to a split cart? Are we going back to talking about going back to another vendor or starting an RFP process? So I have my doubts that that would be effective. I think that that could get us into some prolonged legal fights. And also, I think we want to look like we're a good partner. Not that we can be strong, we can be out there fighting for the best we can get for our residents. And I think when Manuel referenced the electric rates, we always have, Santa Clara's taken a lot of pride in saying we have the lowest combined utility rates, like in the Bay Area. So the city has fought for our residents and has gotten good rates, but prices do go up. The cost of garbage is going up. There's only so much space to put this stuff. It's taking more handling. So when some of those comparisons were done, they were done to an option that doesn't exist anymore. It's almost like if you're going to make a comparison of the change, sure, we can say, okay, yeah, it's going up, but I'm sorry, we don't own a landfill. We don't own a garbage processing center. So we have to hire somebody to do it. And nobody out there wants to do it, for those low prices anymore. And we've got to have people who are going to be making a living wage that are be working in these processing plants. It's only the correct and just thing to do. So we've got to, and all the other costs, like we want to have cleaner garbage trucks. I mean, everything that we want as a community, most of it has a cost associated with it. So we got to acknowledge that some of the cost is going to go up. And so then how do we mitigate some of that cost? And this one thing is, have this discount for the at least the rest of the year. And then you give us some time to investigate, is there a way that we can continue to help or find another way to fund to help those in our community who are lower income and who these rates hurt the most. I mean, I have had, and I was an advocate of the split cart. Of course, I didn't have one, but I'm a recycling and garbage sorter type person. But I did have people say to me, I don't want to do it. It's disgusting. I don't want to touch it. I'm willing to pay for it. And then when I heard that we were not getting our diversion rates because people, it's just kind of like when I have to tell people, no, don't put that dirty, greasy pizza box in the recycling bin because it's no longer recyclable. So we've had those costs of people think they're doing the right thing in recycling. So we've got a lot of those issues that led us to make a decision back in December. It's one that I had relatively late in the process changed my mind based on what I thought was going to help us achieve our sustainability goals and a lot of other things. Right now, the city, we've been going through and upgrading a lot of our contracts and our processes. If people were watching the council meeting yesterday, they saw a presentation on our banking where, we don't even know how many decades it had been since the banking contracts had been put out to bid. And we had it had been a very long time since we had gone out into the market for these garbage and recycling contracts. But there, like I said, there's not a whole lot of vendors out there to work with. So I just think in terms of being able to be viewed as a stable, good partner, and the likelihood of going into a contract where they haven't even started to perform yet, but I'll bet you they've started to make investments, and to say we want to reopen that for something that we might be able to mitigate the impacts on the lowest income members of our community, which we certainly want to do. That's a different issue. I just don't think that it's prudent right now, particularly is that, this whole thing of what's it costing us every month? Well, it's just like, this is an example we can relate to, and we all hope that this is going to work out well. It's like, folks who have had, maybe their landlord has been letting them skip their rent payments. Well, ultimately those rent payments come due. That's kind of like when the situation we're in when we don't collect enough money to pay for the garbage collection. Somewhere along the line, we have to make that up. And, you know, we're talking about wanting to protect other programs. Well, if we're taking money out of the general fund to put into the garbage program, for those people who, they may not want their money from the general fund to be put into the garbage program. They may want to protect, having programs at the senior center or the library or whatever. And so those are all, once again, choices that in our budgeting process we've made, because your budget reflects your philosophy. So I think we need to look at this in the reality of where we are. We went through, and I know I'm seeing the emails come in. I mean, I've been at some of these community meetings, and people have very vociferously. I mean, you should have been at some of the meetings about the cleanup campaign. Oh my Lord! So I mean, people in this community don't hesitate to express their opinions. So I just think that it is an imprudent move at this point to put the burden onto our staff and to put at risk our relationship with a new vendor, to ask for this kind of change in scope. I would rather, like I said, I prefer the options that the staff came up with. Okay, we'll absorb some of the cost for the rest of the year, and that'll give us some time to look at and see if there's a program for people who are truly struggling. But I just think that it's imprudent at this point to make a change when, like I said, when we do have a process. We could have, if Councilmember Shahal had wanted to investigate this, even after, I mean, I think there was kind of a lukewarm mention of reconsideration, but there wasn't, I don't recall that formally being asked. I think there was some confusion about that. But the other process of adding an item to the agenda was always available. We didn't have to wait until the night that the rates were going to be voted on. So so that if the Councilmember Davis would accept an amended motion, it would be that we adopt option 2 as presented in the staff report.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, I could hear you.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I will allow the amendment to the motion. Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, so then I'll second that motion.
We've got a motion and a second. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Davis, for making the motion. And I concur with Councilmember O'Neill's amendment. I think that when this issue came before us at the June 23rd meeting, and we heard concerns from the public that, first and foremost, we wanted to do the right thing. And we understood that we're in a pandemic. People have lost their jobs. People are they're struggling making rent, and the city has made all kinds of wonderful provisions and done it with hard work to look out for the best interests of our residents. And so to have an option to be able to help those that need assistance, just like we've done with the water, to have and electric, and to be able to provide this to help serve our residents in need, I think is a wonderful option to have, and to be able to keep the contracts that we agreed to after long discussion and review, that this is a good option to have in place. I've been listening to this conversation for, I don't know how long we've all been listening right now, and thank you, Manuel, for the deep dive that you took, and staff, to put together the timeline and the time frame that you did. I have to say that I understand that a lot of time was spent and a lot of effort was put into doing the right thing back then. And everybody did their homework, due diligence was done to make sure that we were able to make an educated decision on this issue. And, the mayor talked about how she's wondering why it's taken 6 months for this issue to come forward. And what I'd like to ask is, why is it 4 months before an election that it's coming forward? And why are fingers being pointed? I find it very, very interesting in that respect myself. I have to say that staff has put a lot of time and effort into this. Surveys were done over and over again to make sure, once again, that we were making the right decision. And one thing that I've heard that I have a deep concern with is how Manuel showed this in presentation about how staff received a presentation from Councilmember Chahal the day of our council meeting on June 23rd, about an hour before the meeting. And there was no time to be able to address the presentation. And Councilmember Chahal has said that the reason he got it there so late is because staff didn't get information to him until the Monday before, the day before. So he didn't have time to put a presentation together and submit it in time. Well, what I have a problem with is the fact, and Derek has put together a PowerPoint for me. I don't know if he can show it now. But you can see that Councilmember Chahal sent to the community, our people, undisclosed people, on June 17th, Wednesday, June 17th at 9:28 p.m. He sent it to the residents with information about the rate hikes and his full analysis regarding the rate hikes, and how this came to me, or came into my possession, is because a member of the Rivermark community, you'll see there at the top, a member of the Rivermark community shared this very same email on Monday, June 22nd at 8:03 p.m. So technically, however that information came about, it could have been shared with city staff. But my point is that this email was sent out almost a week before the council meeting with Councilmember Chahal's analysis for the community to address and respond to. He provided the information to where people could send their protests. And it's not here, but I do have it, the attachment that people could fill out and send in, as well as the analysis that he prepared. So all I can say, based on what I shared right now, and hearing that our staff, who have worked so hard, that they've been accused of being misleading, dishonest, and not transparent, well, I ask you right now, where is the transparency here? Who is being misleading and who is being dishonest with not just our staff, but with our community right now? And I have a very serious problem with that, because obviously the information was available to Councilmember Chahal a week before, but he is trying to say that staff did not get the information to him in time, so he could not put together a timely presentation. And I have very deep reservations, and so all the more reason why I am very supportive of the motion that Councilmember Davis has made, and I'm very happy to support the amendment that Councilmember Teresa O'Neill has added, and I rest my case. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Well, I was hoping to bring a little levity and say this is certainly a lot of trash talk tonight. The reality is, thank you. Somebody had to laugh. The reality is I did try to bring this up. I did not get any traction on changing over. I was on the losing side, and I accept that. What I want to make certain I understand as I look at this rate hike, which we know the rate hike has to happen, what I'd like to understand, and it might be from Manuel, is when I look at the 20-gallon, the 32-gallon, the 64-gallon, 96-gallon, there is a percentage larger for the smaller cannon. He made on the Super Saver, and you made an aside comment at the beginning that we were not collecting enough for that. I guess I want to understand that because I want to completely understand our possibilities on our financial assistance to those that this will be a hardship to. And I'm also, so I wanted to know why the percentage was higher for the smaller cans. And I was trying to remember and I couldn't seem to find it. I apologize. I had this thought, what percentage of our residents use each one of those sizes? Is there just anywhere close on that? If Manuel could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm actually going to ask either, I have the first two containers. The Super Saver is about 11% of our customers who use it. The 32-gallon is over 50%. But if Dave and Craig could jump in and let me know the breakdown of the last two, that'd be great. Because I don't know those off the top of my head like the other two, so I'll wait for them to join. On the rate for the Super Saver cart, as we did the analysis, we determined that the cost, and I'll let Dave or Craig give more detail on this as well, that the cost that we were being, that was being charged was not cost recovery. I think we were charging approximately, Mission Trails was charging approximately $6.30 or so for that cart, which left a little bit like 30 or 40 cents left over for us to pay for the landfill costs, our management costs, and everything else related to it. So it needed to be raised, and that's why the raise is higher. And we talked a little bit about that during one of the council meetings. It needed to be higher because we wanted to bring to the cost recovery factor. So either Dave or Craig can join just to provide the additional detail on the last two carts.
I appreciate that because that helps when we're looking at the numbers. And I had a thought about the assistance program based on that.
Okay, Vice Mayor, is that it?
Well, I apologize.
Oh.
I would wonder if it cut off for a second. Okay. I was just waiting for those numbers, and this, based on what those numbers are, I'm concerned about when we talk about an assistance program, because if we only have 11% are using the Super Saver cart, and I'm very concerned about older people who may be in a single family household situation and how this would negatively impact them, instead of going with option 2 and helping, metaphorically kicking the can down the road and bringing, according to what our staff is saying, our budget stabilization reserve dangerously low by going with option 2. I wonder why we would not be working more with the people that that need the assistance, and which was closer to option 1. I was wondering why that to me seems like a better thought for the people who this would truly impact in a negative way. Thank you.
I thought I heard that everyone's affected by COVID, so I thought the reason for the credit was COVID pandemic related. Councilmember O'Neill? Since you made the
Yeah, so I was
motion.
hoping, right now, I would well, with Councilmember Davis. I hear what Vice Mayor Hardy is saying. I think, it's almost like we need to do more analysis for that. So that's why I was thinking if we did this right now, we could maybe get some time to look at, have more time to do deeper analysis to see who might need more assistance or to see what other program might be available, and find a way that we would fund it. So that's why I just thought that this could be a little bit of relief for the interim, and let's all really cross our fingers and hope that by the end of the year things are starting to look better, and it might be that we need to look at, as I said, longer term, a program that would complement our other low income programs in terms of like for the garbage and recycling.
I'm wondering,
That was my thought.
I'm wondering, Councilmember O'Neill, if it's okay with the maker of the motion that you include that in your motion, that we also start to explore long-term, more permanent rate assistance for our residents that need it. And I understand there's about 400 residents now on certain assistance programs, I think you mentioned, Manuel.
That's correct. There are about 400
But we don't
residents.
have one for for trash fees, right? For garbage fees, we don't have a rate assistance program.
We
for
have
that?
a $3 assistance program,
Oh,
so
we
that's
have
part of
$3.
it. It's 400 customers approximately, and they go through the SVP criteria to see who qualifies for it.
Okay, so we can always look at that to see. So I'm thinking, Councilmember O'Neill, maybe you include that in your motion?
And I do want to
look at
note,
more long-term as well?
in the staff report, we said that the $3 amount to do it for a 6-month period. So if you wanted to do that, we can come back with you with different options at that point of time as well.
Okay.
Right, because that would fit in with what my intent was a few weeks ago. Was
Right.
To come.
Right, because Councilmember Watanabe brought up the COVID relief, and you brought up the long-term assistance. Can we put that all in the motion? Because people are suffering now.
Yeah, Mayor, and if I can add one more point as well.
Sure.
As we mentioned before, we're also going to be doing a full rate analysis. We mentioned that a few times. So that would align well with that rate analysis. If we do a 6-month, come back with you with program options. And of course, that can always be extended if the council desires to. But it's from a timing perspective, it works well.
So we should put it then in the motion, so it's direction to staff in terms of long-term assistance. Councilmember O'Neill?
Sure. Councilmember Davis is the.
Yes, I made the motion. I believe that's what Councilmember O'Neill was getting to, that we would look for programs to help as an option for what's happening with COVID and people in our community. So yes, I will add that to the motion for staff to come up with something.
Is it all right, Councilmember O'Neill, is a second?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. Back to Vice Mayor Hardy. Are you finished, Vice Mayor Hardy? Were you done with your comments?
Yes, I appreciate that. I appreciate we're looking at a short term and a long term.
And a long
Thank
term.
you.
Thank you for bringing that up as well. All right. Councilmember Chahal, do you have more comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I know my name was pointed out by several council members, so I should be given an opportunity to respond to that. Councilmember O'Neill, you mentioned about the lower diversion rates. Yes, I do agree that initially there may be lower diversion rates, but other cities like Milpitas, Sunnyvale, they are fulfilling the split bin program, and they are fulfilling the state guidelines. So yeah, ultimately we could have achieved that thing on that. And just to why this was brought out in this meeting. There was a plan to offer residential part of split bin, separating the green waste. But we make motions like the earlier motion was just give the contract to green waste. So the second motion did not even get to the table. So there was an option in December there was an option discussed that we can the residential and the commercial thing on that. And something was pointed out, what is right thing to do. Yes, with the aid right now we are providing, the financial aid or discount we are providing, it's a short-term solution. But in the long term, 15 years, we are still stick with the same rates and still outgo on that. So that's one of my comments. As far as Council Member Kathy Watanabe's comments, why this thing has been brought 4 months before the election. First of all, Councilmember Watanabe, I'm not running for election in 2020. So it is not an election issue for me, and it is just an analysis issue. Whether it was in 2019, 2018, I would have done the same thing. If you are scared of something because of election, that's your problem. Like I can't help without that, because this thing is, to me, it's a non-election issue. It's a issue with is fiscally responsible issue. We can help our residents. That's the first thing. About the email, I know you mentioned that I have been dishonest with that. I don't think you got a chance to review the two analyses which were sent on the whatever date you mentioned on the first email and the last email. The first email I sent, it has only the analysis of 28 to 68%, which is from the public notice only. And the later analysis was when I requested more information. So when I was saying I didn't do justice to the staff by giving that email, you yourself compared the two. I don't think you compared the two even now. What email was initially on 17th or whatever date you are telling me, versus the final analysis. They are entirely two different analyses. And I did get that. If you want, I can forward you emails from Director Craig that when did I get the data for the final analysis I prepared. So please don't accuse anybody of being dishonest if you don't know the facts yourself. I respect other people, and I respect you. You should respect other people. And if you have anything, you should have talked. You could have talked to me, Councilmember Chaha. Why you didn't send it to me? I could have given you an explanation instead of raising it to the public about this thing. And third thing, coming back to the survey word I used, dishonest, I do apologize for that. That was the wrong word, and this was not directed to any staff. I again emphasize that. This was not directed to any staff. It was the words, I think I should have chosen a different word, that it was not a fair comparison between the two surveys we did. So it was only related to survey 1, 2, and survey 3 in comparison between those three. I did not mean, and I again say, if anybody is feeling got hurt, staff feeling hurt because of that, I apologize publicly. I apologize on that. So that was not my intent. But you telling me I'm dishonest because I didn't send that, you must correct yourself on that one, please. Thank you very much. And one question I have. So we do have two motions, like alternative 1, and then we have two separate motions, alternative 1, and then we have a second motion for either alternative 2 or alternative 3. Is that correct?
It's my understanding it's only one motion that includes a short-term and a long-term solution. Councilmember Davis?
But
it's just one motion.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it is one motion, and basically we went for option, I think alternative 2 for the discount rate, and that's what Councilmember O'Neill wanted. And I realigned my motion to that, and I also added on for a short-term and long-term for assistance for our residents because of COVID. And I believe that is what was stated as one motion.
Is that correct, Councilmember O'Neill?
Yeah, there's a short-term rate, a discount for every customer until the end of the year to give staff an opportunity to investigate opportunities for long-term rate relief for low-income residents going forward with their solid waste.
Okay. Do you have that, City Clerk? It's one motion, Councilmember Chahal.
Yeah,
It's one motion.
I'm still having some clarification because motion one, which we carry forward from the last month, basically, is about the rates. And then we are adding second part of it is what we are trying to do as financial assistance. Aren't they two separate?
It was a bundled, it was a modification of the staff recommendation to approve the rates with those program additions.
The reason I'm saying because I would be open to go for financial assistance, but I'm not comfortable voting for the rate hike in total.
It's one motion on the table.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to go to the public who have been waiting for a bit. So we have a motion and a second on the table. So the first public member is Chirag.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So hold on, let me bring up my notes. Okay, so I have a question regarding whatever we discussed in last city meeting, council meeting. I don't know, if council members and or city staff ever gave any answers to those. So is there something, we don't have process to get back to city residents? That's number one. Number two is, I think someone mentioned that only green waste can process this mixed garbage and all that. So have we contacted others, and do we have a return somewhere which city people can see only green waste can do it? That's one thing. Second thing is the other question is, what is the statistical data or statistical method we use in survey 1 and survey 2? Because I can clearly see that less than 50 or 40% residents responded to the survey 1 and even less in survey 2. So what city took actions so more residents can take part into the survey, right? So other thing is do we have in contract that in next 15 years, green waste is not going to increase any rate, or are they going to increase rates in the future, down the road, right? So other thing is, okay, someone mentioned, I think it was manual. So presenting rate with the millions and all that, I think it is appropriate, it's transparent to the residents. It's not it's incorrect or anything. So I would like to just point it out that. And what do I have? Hold on, I have lots of notes. I have lots of questions. I'm running out of time. Okay, so many, council member, I don't know, who was the first council member? They said, some information from the council member Chahal was misleading. So can you point it out, or I can contact you separately? What information was misleading, right? So, oh man, okay. So sorry, I'm running out of time.
Yes, you're actually, yes. Well, thank you very much. We'll attempt to answer some questions or point to areas of our city website where you can get some of that information. So the next person we have is Habir Bhatia. Habir? I think you're...
Hi,
there you go. There you go.
Mayor and council.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Because there's a little bit of feedback I'm not coming from. Okay. Thank you guys for giving me the chance to provide some feedback. So a couple items. Just today was a really awkward meeting for the residents. But at the end of the day, we know that we are here for our sake. And so as the resident, I actually appreciate the due diligence that Raj Chahal, councilperson Men did. But I just wanted to give a shout out to Manuel and the city staff as well, because we did not take anything as a negative. I just wanted to say I appreciate the level of detail that you provided. But I just, as the resident who all this is for, just want to say that I hope that we continue to have this done. We don't take it as a counter-argument or looking at different perspectives as a criticism or disrespect to anybody. We actually really appreciate that, Manuel went to such detailed effort to, because now you've put us at ease because we have been concerned. Thirdly, I appreciated the opportunity to be able to see this data in advance. And I don't know if Manuel or city manager, in the future, when we have to make such decisions like this, could you please bring that information to us before the night we have to make a decision on it, so we get the chance to sit on it and reflect on it, and not push you guys into difficult situations, and allow us the time to consume that information and the data, to then be able to come back and give you our comments and our opinions, or offer our support or lack of support, if you would say. Because I kept hearing a few council members who I found very disrespectful, because that's not their job. Their job is to not give their personal opinions. We don't really care, actually, as residents. But what we do appreciate is that everybody provides counter opinions, and which is why I really appreciated that Teresa O'Neill provided some of the perspectives for us. I think going forward, it's awesome if you could present the data like you did today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, Suds Jane is next, followed by Matthew Hancock.
Good evening, council members and staff. I know it's been a very long day. I remember the meeting about a month after City Manager Santana was hired, when she announced that she was so proud to see a decision that was made by following the data. I'm always impressed by the amount of research and data analysis that Councilmember Chahal does to support his decisions. He works hard to protect the city's budget and the budgets of our residents. I have to defend Councilmember Chahal with respect to the timing of his report. The public never sees any presentations in advance of council meetings. These are always available to the public as post-meeting materials. As you know well, Adam Thompson and other old quad members did a very thorough analysis of the cost savings to Hunter Storm for the Gateway Crossings Development Agreement Amendment and the cost to the city of lost TOT taxes. As a result of Adam's thorough analysis, the city was able to get 43 extra affordable housing units for our residents. This was beyond staff's recommendation because that's what the data showed, approximately $50 million in savings to the developer. I appreciate the efforts that Councilmember Chahal makes to analyze the numbers and the heat that he sometimes takes when his data shows something other than staff's recommendation. I would have liked to have seen a table showing how many neighboring cities have mixed stream versus how many have split bin. I would be very disappointed if the city were entering into 15-year contracts without any escape clauses for unforeseen circumstances, like, say, for example, a new state law that eliminates landfills. Finally, I know Dave, Karen, and Lena and appreciate all their hard work. So thank you to council members for sticking it out and for staff. Thank you.
Okay, next is Matthew Hancock, followed by Brooks. Matthew?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Welcome, Matthew.
Okay. Hi. I live in northern, near the Santa Clara border of Sunnyvale, and I'm actually included in the split bin trial run, and as being included in that, I think it's absolute garbage. And if it means that we need, or the council needs to fight for a better rate for the residents, but finding a justification to increase the rates and the large inconvenience of losing more than a third of my garbage, I don't find that acceptable at all. So my opinion is the council, or we need to fight for a better rate for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Brooks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you for your time. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Chahal for representing District 2 and his concerns. I'd also like to address one of Debbie Davis's statements from the June 23rd meeting when she said we were arguing about this at the 11th hour. Unfortunately, Debbie Davis, or Councilmember Davis, I'm sorry, this was the first notice that the city had. They would be receiving such an increase and their first chance to rebut such an increase. So it might have been the 11th hour for you, but for the residents, it wasn't. It was their first hour. And then secondly, I would like to say, and I apologize, Mayor Gilmore, I do not want to be disrespectful, but I think asking questions like if Councilmember Chahal was asleep during a meeting, I would like to say he has represented his district very well and has the support of the community. And I would like to see him continue to do the good work he's doing. And lastly, I have a question about transparency, which has been discussed several times during tonight's meeting, and whether during the survey that was taken of the 1,500 people, were they notified that they would receive on average a 48% increase or whatever that average is? I don't want to transpose numbers if they did not continue with the split bin program. I don't know that that was part of the survey, and I don't know that the residents had all the information required during that survey. So if I could get even during the next meeting, if I can get an answer to that question of whether that was stated that they would be receiving such an increase.
Okay, thank you. Next we have, I'm sorry. Next we have AJ Chahal. Mr. Chahal.
Mayor Lisa Gilmore, today you've shown that you have a sheer disregard for democracy, a disregard for transparency, and a disregard for data. Did you even read the topic of the agenda item today? If you did, you would know that Councilmember Chahal's presentation is exactly relevant to the agenda item. And Attorney Brian Doyle, as a taxpayer, I'm ashamed to be paying even a penny towards your very comfortable salary. The fact that you take two polar opposite positions and switch them up when it's politically convenient
Could
for
you please, address the council, Mr. Chahal? Mr. Chahal, Mr. Chahal, Mr. Chahal, could you please address the council and not attacking particular staff members? Go ahead and attack me and the council, but not staff members, please. I ask that you stick to the topic. Please.
I'm addressing the council and the work that's being done on this issue. And we need to have good legal representation for our city. As residents, we pay to have good legal representation, and it's not acceptable that we keep having flip-flopping ideas on legal ideas. That's not what we're paying for. So on the garbage hikes, I applaud Councilmember Chahal for standing up for the residents and exposing the numbers here. The numbers don't lie. This was a bad contract. Councilmember Chahal and Vice Mayor Hardy voted against this contract 6 months ago. It's going to cost our residents $1.9 million per year during a recession and a pandemic. And if that's what you really want, the residents will not forget. We will remember how you chose to rob the residents today, and democracy will prevail.
Thank you, Mr. Chahal. Next, we have 7069.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to remind you all that when the pandemic hit, all of your jobs changed. We have a new obligation to take care of struggling residents. All of you guys are talking about December 2019 as if Jesus or something came and told you that greenhouse is the path to salvation. I'm telling you, the pandemic happened after that. I know these dollar amounts don't seem big to you guys, but to essential workers like myself, I'm calling from work right now, these numbers add up. I know for a fact that one of y'all makes $700,000 a year, and you're acting like you can't be bothered to take care of this issue. What I'd like to remind you is that you work for us. And when a council member asks you to give ideas, or when a council member asks to give ideas pertaining to saving residents money, you listen, and you listen respectfully. I promise you, Lisa, I will be campaigning against you in the next campaign cycle because of what I saw on the trash issue. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Next, we have 4907.
Hi, yes, this is resident Anthony Becker. All the trash talking I think is uncalled for. It's high schoolish. Hopefully the tone on council changes real soon, and it really needs that change. So why can't we get along? There's a thing called difference of opinion and concerns that I encourage all other council members to do, as bring items which Council Member Chahal has brought. If these hikes go into place, the residents will have to pay $1.9 million more annually in garbage rates. Depending on how large your garbage bin is, your collection rates could increase from 28 to 68% next year. Councilmembers Chahal and Hardy oppose the contract, which could cause these hikes. I applaud them for this. I am against these hikes during this pandemic. We need to make sure that we make sound fiscal responsibilities for our residents. These garbage rate hikes are unacceptable. You can emphasize what we can work with residents with, either improve the split bin program or create another system that we should just not jump to the most convenient and easiest option just to sort out with GWR. Residents have to pay $1.9 million more annually. Under the contract's change of scope clause, the city has the right to renegotiate the contract, and that should utilize our right to do that and save the residents money. I know our city attorney will claim that we may get lawsuits because of this, but the word is could. It doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen. Now is the time that we need to stand up and make residents feel fiscal well-being is right now, because not many of us can afford our rents. The record unemployment, and council thinks it's a good idea to have such 3 monthly garbage collection rate hikes. Sometimes it's adding salt to the wound. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other, is that a new one? No, okay. All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. City Manager, did you have any comments about,
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So just wanted to make sure I was correct on the dates, on the near-term $3 discounts. So I think what we said is we want to do it for the rest of the year. So I'm assuming that means for the rest of the calendar year. And then we'll come back with a separate option. I do want to note that we're going to try to get this implemented in August. However, we might have, with the billing system, we might have to extend it another month to September. So certainly, if you want to make sure it's implemented for 6 months, you could just say implement it for 6 months, and within that time period, come back to us with a different option, which would provide a lot of clarity for us as to when we need to come back to you. And from a billing system perspective, we know we can accomplish that.
so I'm going to ask the motion and the seconder to just clarify that implement in 6 months, which is the credit.
Implement for 6 months.
For 6 months.
Have it in place for 6 months.
Right. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because this is what we've done with, a lot of our other COVID relief type situations with credits and different types of things. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and I know that there was some comments, some information, people ask for information. And I think what's important after all this, that the city, we're going to have to go out there and market, spend money, and explain to the residents because of all the misinformation that has been brought out about this. We're going to have to spend the next couple months letting our residents know the decision that was made, why it was made, and clear up all this misinformation that's been out there. So, and I think that as far as our contracts go, I want to make sure that we have them online so people can read them and see them. And so there's no question. So when we do send out our information to the residents, because we like to inform our residents, and contrary to what some people say, our residents are very intelligent people, and they participated with us through this process for the last 3.5 years. And we can never, do enough to inform them as to what we're doing and be transparent about it. So I just want to make sure some of the information is online, because there were some people that weren't following it 6 months ago when we made the decision and prior to that. Let's see. We have a motion and a second now. Okay. Councilmember Chahal, and then O'Neill after that. And I'm going to call for the question.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make some closing statement about the motion. As much as I like the financial assistance part of it, and that is needed by our needy residents, I like that part of the motion. And if we had a two motion, I would have supported that. But the fact that today's motion, combined motion, will be costing our residents like $1.9 million every year and $28 million year after year for the 15 years, not be supporting the motion. But that does not mean I will not be supporting the motion, because it's a total loss of $28 million resident money. And we are on the assistance part, I'm okay with it, but as it has been bundled together, so on the broader side, I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I think it was Ms. Baccia that made the comment about the data late, so I just wanted to clarify that the most of the data that was in this point was made earlier, but I just want to make sure, because I know sometimes we even have made comments about we get the PowerPoints late in the game, but all the PowerPoints that I saw basically had the same information, just in a more digested form. The agendas are posted by Thursday or Friday night at the latest. And so one thing I would suggest is that, as people get more and more engaged, which I think is great, is I believe through our e-notify system that you can, through the city's website, get enroll so that you are notified when the council agenda gets posted. And so then you could have a chance to go through those reports, because that's where actually the meat of the data, and we are trying to make more data-driven decisions, even though I'm also a heart person, not just a head person. So that would just be my suggestion to anybody listening. Please go to the city website and subscribe to e-notify so you can get notices, you can check the boxes and get information as soon as it's available on all the meetings, and then finally the agenda reports, so that you can keep up on, it's very difficult to keep up with everything that's going on with the city, but that's my suggestion, just to help everybody keep informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. And I just want to, again, and clarify with staff that the information that they put in their PowerPoint presentations, there's no new information that wasn't in the staff report. I know they're very careful about that. So I just want to make sure that, correct? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. There's no more new information that wasn't already in the report. And there wasn't any more new information that wasn't in the previous reports in December 2019. And some of those previous reports, all the information has been the same. It's been consistent. It's been transparent. It's been out there. It's been the facts. It's been the data. And again, I'm just, not very pleased that our staff has had to do so much work because of the false and misleading information that has been presented 6 months after our decision. And I just want to say, going forward, we will send out more information to the public about this issue, just to make sure everybody has all the facts in the case. And before we vote, I'm calling for the question now. Before we vote, I want to thank our city staff, city attorney, our city manager, Manuel, and everybody that you mentioned, Manuel, because they worked really, really hard on this. We talked about this for hours on the 23rd. You spent hours and hours preparing this again. We're talking about this for hours tonight. And I mean, that's okay, that's fine. But I just want to say, we do appreciate it, and never once has your numbers, has your data, has anything changed. It's all been consistent, the same, transparent, the facts, and open. So I'm calling for the question now. Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, I'd like to just confirm the motion. This is to adopt staff recommendation alternative number 3, adopt option 2, provide a $3 per month discount implemented for 6-month period to all 25,837 customer accounts in the city, and begin exploring long-term financial assistance to families affected by the COVID pandemic.
Correct, a motion and seconder?
Yes.
All right, Assistant City Clerk, call.
Nora, did you put the
I didn't hear her.
add 6 months and long term to the order?
Yes, 6 month is included.
Yes, the 6 months was in there.
Madam Mayor, can I make a half a minute comment?
Member Chahal, I'm calling for the question. You've had hours of comments this evening. Please take a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
No, Madam Mayor, I need to clarify.
I'm calling, Councilmember Chahal, I'm calling for the vote now.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
But
I
have a right to make a comment.
Deanna, the rates
Oh, dear. I need to be consistent, and I understand this will probably pass, but I'm going to vote no.
Oh, Councilmember Davis, adopt staff recommendation,
Hold on.
alternative 3.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I have to get back to my, all right. Option, yes, option, yes. Alternative 3, adopt option number 2, correct, Teresa?
It was option 3?
Yes.
Correct, yeah. It says alternative option, I'm sorry, alternative number 3, option, it's the option 2, provide the $3 per month.
It's adopt.
I would forget the alternative 3 and the adopt 2. I would just take those words out of there and just say adopt the resolution for the rates, as well as adopt a $3 per month discount implemented for 6-month period to all 25,000 accounts.
And also the long-term, looking for long-term solution. Am I correct, Teresa?
Say that again, Debbie. You kind of faded out a little.
Okay, Brian is trying to clarify this and make it more manageable because we have different alternatives. He said adopt the resolution and also provide the $3 per month for all 25,000 plus customers.
Yes.
For a short term of 6 months and also look at a long-term solution.
Yes.
Did I say that right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
City Clerk, do you have that? Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Sorry, I got stepped on. That's all right. I want to be consistent, and I understand this will probably pass. I understand why we have to do this, but I am going to be consistent and vote no.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
I would like to make some comments before I vote. Madam Mayor, you can take comments from other council members, but you will not.
I wasn't
will not let
taking,
me comment
excuse
on
me,
that.
I wasn't taking any comments from council members. We were just clarifying the motion. Everybody had a chance to
That-
speak
those-
multiple times tonight, Councilmember Chahal. It's time to vote.
Madam Mayor, because after my comment, 2 times it has been pointed out that I was wrong. I am trying to say, if the data 1.9 million per month and 28 million is wrong, then the staff has given me the wrong information.
Okay, you've
I
discussed
stand-
that several
I
times
stand
tonight.
by.
You stand by.
I stand by
Okay.
that, and that is not wrong. I stand by that anytime.
Could you
And
please vote,
I would-
Councilmember Chahal?
I vote no on that.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 4-2. Thank you. Thank you, staff, very much. All right, next item we have on the agenda is reports of members and special committees. Do we have any council members, special committees? Councilmember Davis?
No, I don't have any, sorry.
Is there anyone else? Because I can't see the,
No one else has their hand
no?
raised.
Okay. City manager, executive director reports?
Nothing to report out except have a good recess.
I think we need it. Okay. That leads us to our adjournment. And I would like to ask the council that we adjourn in the memory of Louis M. Beanie, long-term Santa Clara resident. Louis M. Beanie, known as Lou, was born on February 28, 1926, in the Berryessa district of San Jose, California. His parents, Cesar and Anna Beanie, came to the United States from Stifoli, Italy. Lou attended local schools and graduated from San Jose High School in 1943. During World War II, Lou served in the Army Air Corps. Afterwards, he returned home, and through the GI Bill, Lou took mechanical drawing and drafting courses. He graduated from San Jose State in 1951 with a bachelor's degree in engineering. Lou worked for the city of San Jose on the earliest designs for the San Jose First Municipal Airport. Lou married Marie Laxalt in 1952, and they raised 5 children in Santa Clara. Lou restored and maintained the family home, a 1906 Dutch colonial located in the Old Quad of Santa Clara. He dedicated himself to his family, providing for his children and grandchildren, who saw him as a steady role model. In his retirement years, Lou kept a vegetable garden, cooked family meals, and played golf. He expressed his gratitude for the fortunate life he led, as well as to those who encouraged him to continue with his education and his career. Louis M. Beanie passed away at the age of 94 on June 13, 2020. He was predeceased by his wife, Marie, and his son, Michael. He leaves behind his children, Suzanne Stedahe, and Robert Beanie, and Adrienne Beanie, Tosca Beanie, 8 grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. He will be greatly missed by his family and friends, and he was really, really a nice man. So could I please have a motion to adjourn in Mr. Beanie's memory?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.
Goodbye.